性命。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome one and all here to the Chinese DPC, and today we are in for the last week of action. The third tour, no matter what, will be ended at the end of this week, and of course every single game is going to be quite important in the run-up to that. Maybe not as much in Division 2, but trust me, every single game for the players is of massive importance, and of course for us here, we're going to be bringing you the action piece by piece, second by second, and we're going to be as entertained as possible throughout all of it. My name's Snare. This morning, I am joined by Lizard and Nomad. The early morning gang rises up. Gentlemen, I can see myself reflected in your eyes. It's early, isn't it, Nomad?
It's never too early for some great Dota, Snare, and that's what we've got ahead of us. God, that felt wrong. I don't know. I feel like I'm on some kind of like American news station after saying that, Well, Snare, we're live on the scene, and it is never too early for good Dota 2. And then like the camera cuts, and I'm just like, all right, give me a coffee. But no, it is a really exciting series on the cards for us. Two very important series actually here in Div 2.
Yep, two very important series for the day. The first one we're going to be seeing is going to be CDEC versus Team Fusion. If things had been a little bit different for Team Fusion, this could have been a promotion match for them. But as it stands, IG and the side of CDEC pretty much guaranteed to be going to Division 1. Lizard, this game is going to confirm it for them. So it's kind of interesting, right? Because for the side of here for Team Fusion, as much as they had their hopes of going to Div 1, it's certainly not going to happen. But because there's still TI qualifiers, they can't afford to sandbag, right? They can't afford to let go of that pressure going forward. They need to play as well as humanly possible. So talk to me, how do you feel about the upcoming game and how are you feeling in general, Kai?
How am I feeling in general? From the shiny morning in Bosnia, I'm feeling bright as this morning sun. Right, Nomad? Ready for some morning Dota. Never too early to watch some teams clash it out. Like usually in these morning games, Dragon Drop is the one that says that, and I'm like, yes. Yeah, whatever he said, man. But the next games will be interesting. Like you said, it's training ground and practice ground already for the qualifiers. These teams, they obviously care about being promoted to Division 1, but what truly matters and what really matters is the qualifier for TI. That's where they have their sights set on, right?
Yep. I mean, when we spoke to CDEC beforehand and some of their victories, even when we spoke to IG themselves, both teams that are confirmed for Division 1, they were very candid about the fact that it was cool to get to Division 1, but that's not why they were doing this. It was all about those TI qualifiers. Still a very big stretch between this season and the next. And given that this is the Chinese region, Nomad, it's a bit too much to ask that all of these teams that we see in Division 2, hell, some of the teams that we see in Division 1 are actually going to be sticking together in the same form that they are now. So it makes sense that they're all focusing on the immediate fact of the TI qualifiers instead of worrying about a season that is 6 months away at this point.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I hate to say it, but screw your teammates. This is all about individual skill at the moment. You want to make yourself look as good as possible to elevate your chances of getting into a better team. It is what it is. So, you got to it's a pageant time, basically. Everyone's out for themselves, it's going to be cutthroat. It's going to be bloody. I mean, I don't know, maybe Team Fusion, obviously they're going to stay together until like that TI time, of course, and they'll still try and do as well as possible. But realistically here, we're looking towards next year for a lot of these players, which is it's a tough position to be in for sure. Like you kind of have to buckle down for a long time now, but yeah, it's the grind.
I'll tell you, it's a fun position to be in, Nomad. I've been there quite a few times.
Oh yeah,
the season is kind of ending, and we didn't have the DPC leagues back in my day.
When I was a boy,
it was still pretty lean. My last year was like 2018, I would say, and I think they started introducing some restrictions to like what the team should be like. It wasn't like, okay, this track qualifies and then you just switch up 4 players and one guy goes, you know. It wasn't like that anymore. But it was still pretty lenient in comparison to what we have got right now, where it's so important that you remain a full squad because of the DPC points and everything. But what was my point? My point was we'd lose a lot, and then I don't know, you're looking forward to a major, it doesn't happen, you don't qualify, and then everyone is just on Discord, pure silence. You can imagine you can imagine us, you know, like awkwardly just waiting for someone to say, guys, you know, I gotta
go get some sleep. Night's over.
And then tomorrow in group chat, it's like, I like you all, but
someone has left the chat. I don't think that's been the case though for CDEC, which we see on screen right now, given that they've been on a tear here in Division 2. The 71% win rate came under very surprising circumstances, because in the qualifiers, they were not looking super hot. It was Team Fusion, in fact, that was looking amazing at the time. And if you'd asked me back then, I would have said there's a 100% chance Team Fusion would be going to Division 1. I'm pretty sure I've said that on camera a few times. Feels bad to be me right now. But nonetheless, what do you make of this team here, Nomad? Because I've sang their praises quite a lot. I've been disappointed quite a lot. What's your read on where Team Fusion is just overall right now?
I mean, Team Fusion are a team which, you know, I think we all came in very excited about. There's some really big names in this team, you know, White Album, Ponlo, you know. There's a mixture of experience and that fresh upcoming talent, which makes you really excited to cast it. 'Cause you're like, you know, I can see this team doing well. You know, it's not 5 no-names, but unfortunately in this region, the 5 no-names tend to do a little bit better. And yeah, unfortunately, these guys have struggled to get the results, and I think that's down to a mix of... I don't want to say these guys are like too restrained by the meta, because I don't think that's true. I just think that they're struggling to get the fundamentals down, and that's kind of to be expected for a team like this. Coming through this late in the season, it's a bold play, we'll say that much. But, you know, a lot of good names. It just sucks that we won't really be able to see much from them for the rest of the season, because, as you said, they will not be making it into Division 1. So I'm not sure what their future holds for them. Are they going to stick it out for another season in Division 2 for next year around, or are they going to try and shuffle about? You know, if they get better offers, then I'm sure they'll take them. So yeah, the future is very, very uncertain for Fusion.
Certainly quite uncertain. And I mean, right now it does seem to be the case that the viewers at home within China do rate CDEC quite a bit more highly. 73% there of the viewers think that Team Fusion is going to go down against CDEC. And given their performances of late, that is not too surprising here. We see some of the heroes that they share and are cross-pollinated with. A lot of Treant Protector between both teams, a lot of Dawnbreaker, Phoenix as well. Seen a couple of these DP games being played by both squads. But the one hero here, Lizard, that everyone has to pay attention to, especially Team Fusion, the Shan Yu Brewmaster. 2 games, 2 phenomenal games that they've played in from CDC. It has to be first ban material, right? There's just no way they can let it through.
Man, whenever I hear Brewmaster from you, I'm like, yo, here he goes again. You got really impressed by the Brewmaster, and I don't blame you. The games that have been played on the hero were exceptional, right? Like, exceptional performance, and I don't know if it's going to be first pick or first banned, as it's still a hero, in my opinion, that should be countered, not banned. You should find a way to play against it. Some silences, some dooms, I don't know. Some ways of dealing with that ulti, dealing with him in the lane as well, making him a bit more useless. Maybe picking something that plays faster and just capitalizes on his long cooldowns until he gets like Axe Refresher. I think there are ways, right? Like, there are ways to play against him, but sometimes if the guy that plays it is making the hero broken, why not just ban the broken thing? There's also that approach.
Hey man, you know how many teams I've supported over the years that I've seen lose winnable series out of a refusal to just ban heroes? I'm still in tears and shambles over Shao8 not banning Magnus at TI. Ugh, I'll never get over it, really. But It's certainly, I do agree that overall it is better to try and find a response to the hero rather than just relying on bans. But sometimes there's just nothing you can do. You just got to get rid of it. And we still see that outside of the Brewmaster, he's still been playing quite a lot of good games here for Shan Yu. Fishman, though, been a bit on the fritz, a bit up and down here on the side of Team Fusion. But that's just been the general tone of things, that this team has very high ceilings, very high heights, but doesn't always manage to get to those heights. It'll be interesting to see today whether they can make it happen. And before we get into this draft, though, as my boy Ponlo's on screen, Nomad, give me a prediction. I want a scoreline and I want a team. Let's make it interesting as well. Give me a MVP in advance that we're going to be getting at the end of the series.
My God, this is I am an oracle, and I can tell you from the future that this is going to be a 2-1 for CDEC, and MVP for the series is going to be I reckon 70 is going to be popping off on some Void Spirits.
I knew
70
it.
Void Spirit.
I knew he was going to go for 70. Nomad is a known 70 fanboy here.
It's true. It's true. Big 70 fan.
I mean, there's many good reasons to be a fan of 7E and also good reasons to be a fan of Dota 2 because we are now in the draft for game number 1 between CDEC and Team Fusion. Very happily, it seems like Team Fusion are ready to win Dota Lizard. Look what they've done. They did the right thing. Just ban Brewmaster. Don't allow Shan Yu to play it. On the other side, though, most of the bans that we see against CDEC, against Team Fusion, are usually focused on Ponlo. It's usually his Enigma and his Earth Spirit banned out against them. The few occasions where they haven't been banned, Team Fusion does go for them first phase. I'm interested to actually talk to you about this Enigma. Do you think it's still actually worthy of being banned in the first phase, even if you do have an Enigma specialist in the team?
I'm not sure. Like, I think these two teams are just gonna ban out the most broken heroes on both sides, and then perhaps a little bit of the meta. Do I think Enigma is a worthy ban? I think the hero is very versatile right now. It doesn't matter if you have a spammer or not. Like, everyone plays Enigma. It's basically, even if it gets countered, you can play the hero with some raid pacts and boots of bearing and whatnot. Like, it was always like that, but even more so now. So why not get rid of it? Treant is in, Dawnbreaker is in, Tiny is in, Treant is in, Nature's Prophet, Warlock. There's just so many heroes. There's just a ton of heroes.
Warlock.
And that's like something we've seen actually first pick heroes or first pick teams do quite a lot of the time. You know, they can always just be like, hey, you know, we're just going to ban out some stuff we don't love playing against, like this Enigma, and then like the hard meta stuff, you know, let a bunch of it through. And then again, you know, you're basically spoiled for options on the first pick team.
Second pick for Team Fusion will be the Tiny for them to start the draft overall with. And they'll follow this up with another hero that we've seen from them quite a lot. This Death Prophet will be emerging. They have played it in multiple roles for Fishman and White Album. Like, there was a period in time where we literally saw this hero every single game in China, especially. Like, had the highest contest rate all across the world. Has dropped off a little bit, but still overall quite a good hero. And Nomad, you should be hype about this. The Pangolier emerges, and it's most likely going to be for 7E. They could try and transition this back into Shan Yu, but most times they've played this, it's been the 7E Pango, and he's one of the best Pangos from the mid lane, so probably a good thing if that is the plan for them.
Yeah, definitely a 70 specialist. You know, for him, it's always Void Spirit and Pango. Those are the two heroes I'm looking at for him every single time, because everything else just feels like good, but not like wow. But these are two heroes which he can really, really kick off on. So they need to have a plan on how to deal with this on Team Fusion. I actually would have liked to see, I mean, maybe Death Prophet's actually okay versus Pangolier. Is that a good matchup, Lizard? Pangolier versus DP?
In general, or just on mid lane?
Just on mid lane.
I think DP should do fine there.
Yeah, I mean, everyone does fine in the mid lane. No one cares about mid anymore.
You shouldn't win it as Pango. There are some matchups that you win. There are some matchups that are really good for you. I don't think this is the one. I guess you can swashbuckle out of Siphon, but it doesn't feel great overall. I'm not sure why such an early Pango pick as well. I think it mostly comes down to comfort zone, right? Like, you just get the heroes that you like.
And they flex this hero between mid and off lanes, and they have one of the higher win percentages for them. So I can imagine that that's the rationale. Get something that we're already very good with. We'll figure out where it goes later. Everybody's like more or less comfortable on the hero. I mean, you've also seen in the past some random 4-position pangos. It could still happen. Although in this game, we were talking earlier about Ponlo's bans, the Enigma and the Earth Spirit. I'm looking at CDC and thinking that they could possibly go for this Earth Spirit for Imitator. We've seen just how good this hero can be when paired with the Warlock, especially. Like having that massive magnetized Warlock. Hell, Dragon Drop even finally had to admit that Warlock is a viable hero, if nothing else, just to get Earth Spirit in the game. So a worthwhile trade-off. I get the Warlock, he gets the Earth Spirit, everybody wins.
Look at their bans, though. All the bans on CDEC are basically to get rid of the counters for Pango, right? Like I wouldn't be surprised if they banned out Grimstroke as well now, because they banned out the Pug, the Bloodseeker, the Beastmaster. Instead, they go with the Viper.
Just a little bit of stats on the Pangolier in case anyone's interested. It's played in, apparently it's had 2 games in the safe lane as a carry, so that's pretty wild. It's had 57 games in the mid lane. That is 60% of the time it's played mid. 32% is played in the off lane. That's 31 games, and that's actually got a much higher win rate than in the mid lane. And then it's been played 5 times as a position 4 as well.
Thank you, Statsman.
Versatile hero.
That's right.
Shout out Nomad the Statsman. You'll be pulling double duty today in the game and being a Statsman. What a guy. What a legend. Team Fusion, go for this Faceless Void for the God
Look
King.
at that Minecraft shirt. Sorry, I got excited.
That's actually pretty cool. That is pretty dope, actually.
Nomad
always out here with the drip check.
I never played Minecraft in my life. Never.
Right.
I've watched
We're getting a server, the Saiyan Dota DPC Minecraft server official. We'll get Perfect World to host us one with
I've played Terraria. Is it similar?
Yeah, it's similar.
Yeah.
Terraria's better though, in my opinion. Controversial opinion.
I haven't played it. I haven't played Minecraft, but Terraria is better.
It's a controversial but correct opinion, so it's all good.
So they ban out the Doom, they snatch the Void. It's one of the heroes that's really good against him in the lane and later on in the game as well. If you get doomed, you're just done, right? As a Void. It gives you 2 big ultis to play around, the Chrono and the Death Prophet, so maybe the next picks should be a bit more active, a bit less reliant on the ultimates. And for CDC, every time I see Void, Wraith King comes to my mind as a core carry, but he's just not picked as much any longer.
There was a Wraith King I saw yesterday, I think in Eastern Europe. Ramses played it. It didn't look that great, but they were playing it into Alchemist. They just got overwhelmed in that game. So kind of different circumstances.
Very bad matchup as well. Alchemist just farming your Skellies, getting that easy gold.
Just giving away free gold.
Twice.
You're just what the hell is this?
Yeah, it's stupid.
Let's see. CDC, after this Marcy pick, they'll go in for the Centaur. This is a hero that I've liked a lot and I felt has been generally underpicked, especially within the region. I'm not exactly sure why that is the case, that there's some hatred towards my boy Centaur. In this game, it gives them some additional initiation outside of this Pangolier, gives them a strong offlaner that does not suffer against a Faceless Void. You can actually win this matchup as the Centaur, and it just makes it that this early level timing, there's these very powerful dual level 6s to pick up from mid and off lane, so then you can have this massive tempo before the Faceless Void does any damage, actually. I like this. What do you guys think about the Centaur?
Nomad, speak.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I don't know. I find Centaur okay. I think you can only really pick it when you see the enemy carry, right? That's the problem with it. So you see this Faceless Void, you pick it up, and things are okay. Is he going to get kills? Probably not. He's kind of just a team amplifier. I just think
they have a strong lane though, right? Like Marcy and Centaur, there's some kill potential. There are a ton of stuns, dispose, stun, a lot of damage.
Yeah, maybe they do have kill potential. Actually, it's just you got to make sure he doesn't get off that time walk. But they could burst him for sure. Whatever sports in this lane has to be very, very careful.
So the Pango is mid. That's confirmed, right?
Oh no, there was there was no doubt. After we saw all those bans that you were outlining with a Bloodseeker, Beastmaster, 7E was just like, guys, give me a good game. And they said, okay, cool, we got you, fam.
Interesting Razor ban that should probably tell us that they're gonna get some sort of melee core, right? Like when I saw the Centaur, I maybe thought that they might do something crazy like Eastern Europe and go for a sniper Medusa kind of a pick. It's what we're seeing a lot.
I have a feeling they're going to pick Jug, right? Because they need an egg hitter. They
Yeah.
need some team fight damage. They need farm for the lane. Need a hero that can pair decently with Marcy and Warlock at several stages of the game.
And
So
it's
that
such
feels like the natural option.
It's a default carry.
Yeah.
It's really like, do we know what to pick? No. Is Jug available? Yes.
Jug.
Pick Jug. You know. But yeah, like you said, it's good. Ursa as well, right? Like you get Jug and Ursa versus the egg, and your life feels better. Jug maybe a little bit better than Ursa.
I already saw Ursa win the other day. I don't think I can stand it happening twice in 1 week, so I hope not. Let's see. But they definitely do need an egg hero, so Ursa would make sense. They're the ones that have Centaur, so they don't have to worry about getting demolished in the lane. I'd be very
monkey.
sad if it happened, but it could make sense. But
Ah,
it said it's
Morphling.
going to be the Morphling here. Okay. QAQ Morphling. He has played this hero before. He's played this hero, I think, 19 times. So this will be his 20th game. Although, Nomad, I'll be honest, I hate this hero. I think it's terrible. So earn your paycheck, fam. Tell me why this is a good last pick for CDEC.
I mean, we saw Shiro own with it yesterday. This hero does have potential. It's not the hero it used to be. It doesn't have timings anymore in like the mid game. It's kind of just like a bit meh until later on. But yeah, he can own. He can own. He's definitely got some good bodies to steal this game as well. You know, Faceless Void, great body, nice chiseled abs. You know, you definitely want to look like him. Death Prophet as well. You know, strong, slender woman. You want to turn into her as well. And also they have pretty cool spells as well. And tiny.
I have two fingers up. Can I just ask a question? Sir, can I ask a question? Why ban out
Yes.
the Razor if you're getting Morphling? Like, it's one of the best heroes against him.
Good question.
For me, at least.
They might not have
feels-
known they wanted to pick Morphling by the time that they banned the Razor.
Yeah, that's possible. I guess, yeah, you get a hero that can also morph in that chrono. But I'm like, this Phoenix versus Morphling is also kind of an interesting matchup. Like, it can go both ways. You get the Vessel early on Phoenix, you sunray him down in that chrono, it can dish out a ton of damage, but Morphling as well. It can, with the
Yeah, that's a
Manta,
good
gets
point.
on top of the egg, kills it.
I always feel like that's better for the support as well, because if you're a core player who has to keep on hunting for a support in the backlines, and if you don't get him, then it's going to make your fight really hard. That is a really nice position to be in, because as a support, like, you're more than happy to just sit in trees or just, you know, sit really far back. As a core player, you kind of have to be on the front lines hunting and contributing to fights. So it kind of creates an interesting paradigm there, which I think is definitely advantageous to CDEC.
Speaking of how those drafts have panned out, Nomad, you got the Void Spirit that we wanted. However, it is going to be on the other side. Of course, 7E playing his specialty Pangolier. What do you make of this Void Spirit for White Album? Does shift the Death Prophet into the off lane. So it gives us a little bit more tempo that Lizard wanted earlier on. Is this what you think they needed to win out this draft for Fusion?
Yeah, it was. They needed something which can get in and play the game, you know, cast a bunch of spells. Death Prophet, she's good, but she's a very inactive hero, you know, no stuns, no mobility as such. You know, you kind of just run in and ghost and siphon things. Is that enough to win a fight? Probably not. You need the control, you need the damage, which I think the burst, which Void Spirit definitely offers you. So yeah, I think it was a perfect way to round off your draft. And I mean, this is looking like a pretty even draft, honestly. I do really like what both teams are pulling out here. But yeah, I think the 70 Pangolier is going to kick off this game. So yeah, I'll go CDEC.
He's going CDC. Lizard, who are you going to put your money on for this opening game one?
I'm gonna go with Fusion, and my main reasoning is I don't like Nomad. I want to go against him.
Oh, no. Well, I have to back my boy Ponlo, but we're going to see what's going to be happening in the game itself. So, gentlemen, the luscious Lizard and the gentlemanly Nomad, take it away for this game number one. I'll talk to you after the game.
Thank you very much, Tana. Yep, let's get into it. This is going to be a interesting game. You know, how seriously do you reckon these teams are taking this one? Because obviously, they've pretty much confirmed for promotion on CDEC, and poor old Fusion. You know, they're confirmed staying in Division 2, I believe. So,
Like we talked about, it's still like there isn't a lot more games to play for, right? Like maybe some third-party tournaments will happen that you can play in. So because of that, perhaps you should take it seriously. But I don't think that these sort of games can ever bring out the best out of players. It can always be fun.
Yeah.
Right. Like the games can go crazy, but usually players don't try hard as much.
There's a little bit of a kerfuffle for the runes take place, but yeah, we'll just end up going. Is that 2 for 2? There we go. Now it's 2 for 2. So XCJ
2 for
picks
2
up the next one.
confirmed.
Confirmed. Phew.
Yeah.
Yeah, so mid lane, Void Spirit versus Pangli. No, I do think this is a Pangli favored lane. That's for sure.
Yeah, they just needed the faster paced hero on the mid lane. That Prophet is kind of fast, but not nearly as White Album. They needed a playmaker.
Yeah,
I like the switch up that they did. That Prophet should do quite all right versus the Morphling as well. And you'll have 70 Pango doing his stuff on the other side. And you are letting 70 having a little bit of a better lane, but in general, your draft feels better, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. And I do worry about Quack this game, you know. He's QAQ's Morphling. Oh, Undyne taking some heavy hits here. Is he going to go down? The Shadow Word healing him up. Is it going to be enough? No, it is not. Podlo will get first blood on Fusion.
And that was such an easy first blood as well that they got. He saw the Tiny. He knew where he was. He just ran towards him.
Yep.
Trying to mess with the equilibrium, and it didn't work out.
Yep, sometimes these tree grab tinies just catch you off guard, you know, the extra damage coming out from that. It's something we've been seeing on the position 4 tiny more and more, pretty much everywhere. It's just grabbing this tree and hitting people, and as you can see, getting first blood with that is very unusual indeed. As some more shenanigans. These lanes are pretty messed up right now. Why are we laning in the jungle? What's happening, guys? Get back to your lanes.
Yeah, everyone just trying to mess with the equilibrium. No one wants to lane, actually.
Yeah.
So they're
bored.
playing around.
Been laning for 3 seasons now. Been laning for 10 years now.
Yeah, laning is so 2020, you know, like it's time for the new stuff.
Absolutely. Dragging creep waves around the map. Let's get 5 out of this.
Do you remember that patch when every single offlaner would just stack two waves and then TP, and then you have 2 waves pushing into you no matter what? Yeah.
Fun times.
Yeah. It's funny just how resourceful players are, right? Like, and how resourceful they are when it comes to finding bad ways of abusing the game, you know?
Yeah.
Like, Ice
I was
Frog
having
is
this
like
conversation
here.
the other day. Yeah, it's almost like bug abuse. It's not, but like it almost is kind of like a sort of abuse. But then like everything in Dota wasn't abuse at some point in the game, right? Like, you know, think about camp stacking, right? Like that's clearly not supposed to be a thing in like the very early days of Dota. It was clearly a mistake. And then they were like, hey, this is pretty cool. People are having fun with it. Let's leave it in. Pulling as well, you know, exact same thing.
Refilling the bottle, like that's also right. It's basically abuse. It was an abuse at the beginning. It did get nerfed a bit, but it's still in the game, and I don't think it should be removed. Yeah, I don't know. Like for me, even having broken heroes and all that stuff, it kind of gives charm to the game. I don't mind it. I actually like it, but obviously Redditors are gonna be very angry about it, so gotta please them.
It's a game built on abuses as Ponlo rotates mid, and he's going to be able to secure the Water Rune for White Album here, which is going to be kind of sad for 70.
Yeah, he decided not to go and try and at least force the Tiny to take the rune. 70, that is.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Oh,
glaive.
that fortified. Now the Avalanche coming out. If they get this kill as well, this will be awful, and they will. They bring him down. I can't believe it. 7E getting caught with his pants down in the middle lane. See, this is what happens when I believe in something.
It was a really nice
Top lane
fortify
as well. The Centaur getting pretty low here as XCJ gets from XCJ getting low in the same process. God King trying to finish the kill here. Will be able to do that with the time walk forward. And now turning around and starts hitting into Imitator here. Come on, Bash. There we go. Finds it, but I don't think it's going to be enough to get the kill here onto the Marcy, especially with his creep wave here. Actually, disposed back as well. God King taking some
I feel like
hits.
you should be careful, Imitator. Okay,
Yeah.
he has now rebound. He gets out.
16%, not quite 17%. You know, 1 more percent on there, and he's got him chain locked down. But
1 more percent and he's chain locked forever.
yep, that's it.
Yeah, sometimes Void is just BS, you know? You come into this lane and he bashes you, bashes the creep, denies the creep.
Oh, don't. When a faceless Void goes for a deny and they mess it up and they get it completely wrong, but then the bash comes through, they deny it anyway, and then they like all chat me or tip me or something. That is the #1 way to tilt me and don't. That's just like,
There's also Legion, right? It's kind of the same thing.
yeah. But Legion can also do the thing where you can just spam deny the hero and it blasts it down from like 100 to 0 for some reason, which is definitely a bug which should be fixed. You know what I'm talking about?
I know, of course, but
Yeah.
it happens very rarely, but I know what you mean. It's a feature. It's not a bug.
Okay. Oh yeah. We were just talking about this, so yeah, I can't really deny my own logic now, can I? That'd be
Can't have
hypocritical.
it both ways, you know?
Yeah.
When it suits you, it's good. When it doesn't,
I believe that's called having your cake and eating it.
yeah. Of course, you have to come in with some culinary references here.
Of course. What is your favorite cake? You strike me as a lemon drizzler. Am I right?
As a what?
A lemon drizzle kind of guy.
Nah.
Huh?
There's this honey cake in Ukraine that I really enjoy.
Oh,
It's
the honey
really-
cake was really good. Yeah.
Yeah, I miss honey cake in Kiev.
I like the waffle cake they did there as well. That was delicious.
Yeah. In Bosnia, I really like baklava. It's like it's the Turkish one that we kind of perfected. The way we make it, you know, we perfected it. I like it.
I hope there's no Turks listening.
Yeah, it's too early for them anyway. Our baklava is better. Suck it, Turks.
Oh, that's definitely a fun way to rile up. You know, pretty much any of those the areas like the Slavic or.
There was
Southern
actually
European
so
countries.
there was one Turk in Bosnia. He was getting a visa, and I took him to cevapi, right, like this famous dish, and he's like, "This is just kufte," and I'm like, "Oh my god, get out of here! I'm done. Why did I ever invite you?" But yeah, when it comes to big meaty boys just like cevapi are, we have 70 on mid lane. He's feeling beefy with his haste rune.
Yeah, he's looking for some revenge here, I think, you know, like Ponlo, he's a guy, but gonna get tossed back here, meaning that the kill is pretty unlikely to happen now. And it's like, oh great, my support has helped me out. Oh, it's a Warlock. Cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
What do you have skilled? No stuns? What if Fatal Bond stunned? Mini stun.
Every time he took damage, just stuns everyone connected.
No,
to it. Yeah,
no.
perfect.
On cast, only on cast.
Yeah, that would be a nice buff for the hero, but I don't think he really needs a buff for the hero first.
He
pick
does.
material.
He doesn't. He
chilling.
doesn't. I'm just, you know.
I mean, the only reason this is a hot take, by the way. The only reason Warlock is first pick material is because carry players are pathetic, and I'm a carry player, so I can say that with the utmost confidence. I'm just like, I don't want to buy my own cells. Pick Warlock, please. Meh.
Yeah, because of all the sharing, heal sharing nerfs, right? Like,
Yeah.
because of that. I mean, it does make sense. Same for the Wyvern. The heroes are decent in some aspects, but what they bring to the laning stage with the heals is just the most important part
Easy
of them.
deny.
What you'll find laying around.
Still though, that's a 9-minute tower. for the Centaur, and he's feeling like such a beast right now. Look at what he's doing on top lane. Vanguard, Bracer, no boots, doesn't care.
He's a bit of a beefcake at the moment. Absolutely.
Yeah, you can't trade with him. Like on one side, Centaur was a really good pick, but it makes this Sunray so valuable through the game.
Insane, isn't it?
Yeah. Same with Siphon, right, from the Death Prophet.
Yeah.
These two heroes are should have a ton of damage.
Yeah,
By the
it's
end.
kind of worrying against Morphling and the Centaur how much percentage-based damage they have. Like, but like, hey, Morphling can just stay full agi, easy.
Yeah, exactly. Stay full agi and go Mask of Madness instantly, you know. Just
Perfect. This is the build.
that's the turbo build.
Yeah.
You know, in turbo you just go Mask of Madness minute 2.5.
Yep.
Just go hit Ancients. That's it. That's the build.
Oh, smoke up from Fusion here. Red by CDEC, though, but they're just going to toss in White Album. White Album, I choose you. And there's a lot of damage coming down onto the Warlock here. Quack going to run to the tree line here. QQ, it's up trouble. It's a Sunray chasing him, but in comes 7E. Rolling Thunder out as well. Quack still plenty healthy as he moves forwards here onto XCJ. Can they take him down? Yes, they can. It's another kill going the way of CDC. White Album actually staying in, though. Chronosphere comes down as well. That's going to be enough damage to bring down Imitator. Now they look towards a Morphling as well. Morph, he's got the waveform in 3 seconds. Is it going to be enough? I don't think so. They'll take him down. Quack is dead. And that is going to be a nice little cleanup crew here on Fusion. A bit of a messy one, but it does end up going in their favor.
Yeah, good job from Gwen, from God King, to come in here, use his chrono, very valuable usage of it as well, nets them a couple of kills. At the same time, very interesting that the only hero that should be TPing instantly is the Centaur, and he comes last, right? Like, he's like, yeah, you guys got this, I'll give you my Stampede, and that's about it. But if he TPs in, like, they can't chase forward, right? Like, he's just up front, and you can't ignore him and you can't get past him.
So why didn't Centaur turn up? Do we know?
Maybe he didn't have the TP or something, I'm not sure.
I'd say. Imitator trying to parkour his way out of this one, but unfortunately, you can't parkour away from all your problems. But now trying to turn it around. He's got a heal coming through, as well as the sidekick. All right, Chad, it's time. Is Imitator going to live through this? Press 1 if you think he's going to live. Press 2 if you think he's going to die. I'm imagining there's going to be a lot of 2 presses, to be honest. What would you be pressing, Lizard?
Does he have second spell?
He does not have second spell.
He
No one
doesn't
has
have
any spells.
Does he have this dispose? Does he have any spells?
No one has any spells, no.
No one has any spells.
Except Warlock, who has Fatal Bond. So will that be the difference maker?
He's dead. He's dead. Unless Fatal Bonds suddenly starts stunning people for 3 seconds.
Yeah, that's why he disconnected. That's a patch.
I see. Patch for the team fight, you know, just before the team fight happens. Oh, sorry, guys, need to patch the game. Oh, look, my hero is buffed.
I haven't
Wait, that was Void Spirit, not Void. Never mind. I'm blind.
Yeah, but Void... Faceless Void is coming in as well, but... all right. 1 presses. Giga Chads. Good job.
I thought it was, like... It's early, right? So
yeah,
and my eyes are bad, so I have excuse. I thought it was Void Spirit on the mid lane and Void next to him.
You got your eyes lasered. What do you mean your eyes are bad?
Yeah. Did you think eyes get better after you put laser beams in them? No,
Yes.
You just become a crypto pleb.
Hook me in.
Are there any laser boys in Twitter any longer now that Bitcoin fell to like 17K? I don't think so.
Yeah, probably not.
I think that's it.
Do you reckon they will change their profile pictures back?
I think they already did that. But they'll change them maybe in 5 years, if ever, for the lols. It's like, it's not like Dota actually. We are very loyal to our teams here, no matter what happens. fans stay loyal. They also stay hateful no matter what happens, which isn't a good thing. But
Yeah,
was
two
fun.
sides to every coin.
I don't know what player. There were a couple of players. There were a couple of players talking about how difficult it is when fans flame you for losing. I remember back in my day, dude. I open my Facebook messages. It's like you have 10 new requests. You open those requests. It's like the most wild shit you could imagine.
The most unhinged human beings.
It's just bettors, right? Like losing their arcanas,
Yeah.
being mad.
We should track them all down and get them to like play a pub, 5v5. Imagine the all chat from that. It'd be glorious.
Ah, man. It's like the worst thing is there's always that one guy. He's like, he spews the most wild things, the things that you can imagine, right? And then you answer him, yeah, man, I'm sorry, it happens. I tried my best. And then he's like, oh my God, you answered.
You answered. I'm sorry, I love you. You're my favorite.
Yeah.
Sorry, you just said... Oh, in we go. We've got the Death Prophet on the kill list here. She has got that Spirit Siphon going, but I don't think it's going to be enough to keep her alive. That said, though, 2 more Spirit Siphons coming out, and they've pretty much used all their nukes here. The Golem's going to come down, but actually missed on the Fishman. Fishman finally falls, but and they go as Morphling joins the fight as well. Quack getting on top of the Tiny here, turning into him, throwing it up in the air, and the Swashbuckle will finish the job here as well. 70 going to grab that kill as they bring down 2 on Team Fusion. No one dead on the side of CDEC. That was what they were looking for.
A nice little rotation there to punish the DP. It's quite important for them to stop the DP from just taking one tower after another. And for Fusion, it would be important to find a way to finally deal with this Centaur, as he's having a bit of a good time, isn't he?
Yeah, he's vibing out. Didn't come to the one bad fight they had, so he's feeling pretty good.
Yeah, he's literally your walking tower. He went top, he sieged mid lane, sieged bottom lane, now he's sieging this tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, Fusion is like, what do we do about this? Like, what do we actually do about this Centaur?
What do you do to a big, solid wall? In Berlin, they knocked it down with big hammers. Do they have any big hammers on the side of Fusion? Well, yes, they do. They've got a Maelstrom. That's a pretty big hammer.
Did Thor break down the Berlin wall? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, probably in the MCU, yeah. They'll probably rewrite that one as well. I mean, we're yet to see this fight coming out from Fusion with the Chronosphere into the Sunray, with the Supernova as well. That shard also going to be very effective.
Well, that's probably what we were waiting for, right? We were waiting for some big team fight with the Phoenix and the Chrono from Fusion.
Yeah, which is why these players from CDEC, they have to be fast, and, it has to be kind of an in-and-out job. I was getting a little bit worried at how long it was taking them to kill off this Death Prophet down at bottom. I was expecting the Chrono to come in at some stage, but thankfully, they took their time. God King had other things on his mind. What of that Maelstrom?
Yeah. The problem is, like, to set up these big ultis, right? You have to get past this damn Centaur first. You don't want to use anything on him. You don't want to use the Chrono. You don't want to use the Egg. You want to preferably catch, I don't know, Pango, Morphling, Warlock, all good targets. But
Yeah.
Centaur, if you use everything on him, he's gonna be like, okay, I'm dead for 30 seconds, and then I'm gonna roll up to your tower once again and do the same exact thing, and you won't be able to do anything about it.
I'm going to sit under your tier 2s, and I'm going to laugh at you. All right, God King. Back in once again. G's are called.
You just did that.
CDEC need to be a little bit careful here as they jump forwards here onto the Marcy, trying to bring down. They'll come close for the rebound, and that'll allow it to get away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower
Easy.
Yeah, but also an easy tower for God King. I mean, 50 minutes in, safe lane tower falling, not a big deal as I'll just farm up some creep waves here. And I'm just farming next to each other. It's pretty bold from both of these teams. And another disconnect.
Yeah, we're riddled with some pauses here. What's happening, Nomad?
We just get
Do you know?
Marshall
Do you have
into,
do you have some inside info?
yeah, God King has a mouse inside his computer that is nibbling all his hardware.
Ah, I see. One of those situations. Yeah, it happened to me as well a
Classic.
couple of times. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just never notice. Make sure you just check your computer for the.
Yeah, I open up my CPU and I see Bulldog inside nibbling on my cables.
Just going to town, having a feast.
Yeah.
Damn tech mice. What is the weirdest reason you've ever seen for pausing?
Weirdest reason for pausing.
Yeah, we had one the other day in a pub where someone wanted to pause. Well, someone paused and then they were like, "My sister's giving birth."
Oh yeah, I think I saw that on Reddit as well once or twice. Maybe not sister, maybe wife, but yeah, that one is probably the craziest.
Yeah, that was pretty
Also-
wild.
Yeah.
And then
Was-
during a
was-
UK event as well, we also had someone who paused because they spilled something on their keyboard, and then someone started saying it was milk, and it just became this weird meme where like this. I don't know. We every time someone paused, just like milk on the keyboard. And apparently the guy never spilled milk on his keyboard. Apparently it was something else, but people just, I don't know, made fun of him for spilling
milk.
on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just sounds funny. It just sounds like a weird thing to happen.
What's the weirdest reason you did it for? You paused for?
I don't know.
Anything?
Probably, I don't know. Probably something to do with my cat. I'm
Yeah.
definitely, actually, yeah. I'm in a pretty small apartment at the moment, and unfortunately, the cat's litter box has to be in the same room as my computer. So yeah, there's definitely been multiple occasions where the cat's done a really, really smelly poo.
Yeah,
And I've been
yeah,
like,
same.
Yeah, I'm not playing with that. Pause.
Same.
Deal with it.
When I got my dog, he was 3 months old and he had like some stomach issues for literally 3 months. And he decided, because he felt the most comfortable where I was working, right? He decided that's his toilet. So he'd be shitting
Kind of
himself
sweet in a way. Yeah.
every day. Well, when I'm streaming.
Thanks, bro.
Sometimes.
In we go. Jump onto the Phoenix here. They've got the dispose as well, so this is going to be a dead little pigeon. But why I'm jumping on the sidelines here, looking for Undyne. Undyne going to try and TP you out from this one, but that's not going to happen. The Warlock will fall.
Okay, so a nice little 1-for-1. You go, you take our Phoenix. We go, we take your Warlock away.
Flaming pigeon for old man. 7-8. Gonna use this Rolling Thunder here onto the Void Spirit. Can they keep him locked down? He's done a very good job, in all fairness, of keeping him locked down. He's going to get stunned again, though. No, he is not. Now he can just get the Dissimulate away. All right. Just a bit of poking and prodding going on here between the two teams. A little bit of friendly ribbing.
Who wins in this? What do you think? Like these trades and these just like undecisive fights, passiveness on the map, who benefits from it? Fusion?
I mean,
Fusion
whilst
or CDEC?
Chronosphere... Well, the fact that Chronosphere was used there, I mean, that is undeniably a CDEC win. But, yeah, whilst Chronosphere is on cooldown, if they make these like little time-wasty plays, then it definitely goes the way of Fusion. But if Chronosphere isn't on cooldown, then...
Yep. And straight into the pit.
Yeah, this is really bad. But this is the... Quack.
Quack.
Quack. Quack. Bringing down Roshan.
Do you think he ever says like quack while he's playing?
Hope so. Hope he plays a little
You
sniper
you
with
tell
the,
him, why did you buy Manta? He's like, quack.
just shuts down and doesn't answer the question at all.
Yeah. Just stares at you. Bobs his head a little bit to the side and
Quack. Quack.
tilts it a little bit, you know.
We have a Warlock Medallion Lizard. Wow.
Quack.
And according Quack. Yeah, what's this? What's this for?
Medallion?
Yep.
It's to buff up your teammates a little bit. To buff up Quack, so he damages a bit harder.
Quack's in trouble. Podlo's going to take him down. Nice Aegis, bro. Podlo just jumps in and kills him off. I mean, that is a Blink Dagger reveal, so can't really blame him for getting caught there, but still a pretty big deal. And hey, buddy, what happened to your Aegis?
Quack. Quack. What happened to your Aegis? Quack. Yeah, like the medallion, you don't see it very often any longer. You don't see this, you don't see Solar Crest as much as before, right? But it's still an alright item, especially if you don't have any big rush taking heroes. Medallion can help out with that. And you're a Warlock, like what does a Warlock truly need? It doesn't matter, right? Like as long as it helps your teammates in some fashion. It's good, so you're not going to be buying.
To Statsman Snare, this is the first medallion on Warlock this patch. The last pickup was at TI.
Warlock is a hero, and that's not
true.
not reliant on items. So it's like if you go medallion or glimmer, what's the difference? You know what I mean? Like, you just thought that you needed more rush potential, you got the medallion.
Absolutely. Does delay his shard somewhat though, and now Podlo jumps in, finds Undyne here though, tossing him into the creep wave. It gets the job done. Undyne will fall 7-8.
7-8.
He is rolling past, but not really getting much done here with this one, that's for sure. They back themselves away. So again, Podlo finding some value out of the Blink Dagger here, as these tinies in China often do.
They can finally play, right? The moment he got that Blink Dagger, suddenly Fusion is activated. They're not reliant only on the Chronosphere to start things off.
Yep.
And they will take this tower most likely. But
the left strike strat, just sitting in the trees.
The Exorcism will pass, and then you have the Warlock ulti to play with Marcy.
Unless the jump around the backlines. Oh, Fishman misses the silence, but they still bring down the Marcy regardless, and a big shield crash coming out from the Pangle here. The Supernova does come crashing on down here, but not really landing onto anybody, just kind of forcing back the side of CDEC, so that'll be that. Undyne does get caught eventually. Now, CDEC reinitiate, and they're looking to go onto the Void. This doesn't seem like a good idea at all. Chronosphere going to be dropped down to the both of them here. One dead, they'll look towards the other side, comes through, stops the stun, and it's going to be God King now on a killing spree as they take down that Centaur. CDEC get blown up here.
Yeah, they're just trying to re-engage, even though Fusion have got more gunpowder left in store, right? Like they still had the Chronosphere on the Void. Egg was used a little bit too early on, but they still had Chrono to play with. And yeah, Centaur and Pango went a little bit too deep. How many heroes did they lose in that fight? Like 4 on the side of CDEC, right? Like everyone but Morphling. Yeah. Do you think that Quack can just 1v5 this eventually? I don't think so.
I mean, we've already talked about the fact that they've got so much percentage-based damage. You know, that's only going to be more of an issue later on in the game. So no, I don't think so at all. I think he needs a team, and that team is looking awfully weak right now. I got to be honest, 70 on the Pangolier has just kind of been rolling around the fights, not really getting much done. He kind of needs another hero to play with, and the Centaur does not seem to be... What the hell? There's a Basher on Centaur. What is happening?
Don't ask me.
I wasn't going to. I was leaving it open. You know, if you want to go for it, please
first
do.
for me as well. You do get Vanguard with the Abyssal, right?
Yeah, it's a build up, I suppose, but
so I guess he's thinking that they need more control. So
he's got 1.4 second attack speed. Look at that Pasha go. Oh,
it's about the Abyssal, right? Like,
yeah, of course.
Still, though, it's sus. It's very sus. Especially if they think that they need it, that's even more sus. Because what do you have? You have Dispose, you have Centaur Stun, you have Rolling Thunder afterwards, and you still feel like yeah, you still feel like you need more. Right, so it's always nice to have more versus Void, right? Like just stopping him from time walking away when you catch him.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I'm still surprised that we haven't seen any Stampede plus Wraith Pact games. It's kind of the same concept as Underlord, where you have a ton of damage reduction on your team and also applying damage reduction to the enemies, which makes it stack additively rather than multiplicatively, which just makes it way more value. But we don't see it ever, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't understand this math you were talking about, you know.
Yeah, it's boring anyway.
Smoke up.
Man
Spirit.
Man up. Here we go. Jump in. Oh, we got the Basher off as well. And now they go forward onto the Void Spirit. Can they take him down in time? No, they can't. The Golem's going to whiff as well. And now they look over towards Quack here. They want to try and take him down. Mance comes out from him, but there is not much to be done. Turns into the face of this Void. They will drop the Chrono for this, but they'll be more than happy to do so. They will kill the Puddle. And now they look for more. They move over towards the Centaur, but it's going to be an MT2 who goes down first. And now they look to take down the big boy Centaur. Cannot get away with this one. He's going to fall, and it is just another disaster for CDEC here as 7E, trying to get himself away, swashbuckle to the side, roll up as well,
Doesn't
but
help.
the inevitable will come, as it does to us all, and death will settle into the hands of 7E, as Fusion, once again, a huge fight from them.
Yeah, it feels like CDC, they're trying. They're trying to play the game a little bit faster paced, right? Like play against the Chrono, play against the Egg by smoking up, but it always feels a bit too late. By the time they do it, there's Chrono, there's Egg, there's everything, there's Exorcism. Yep. They're trying to play the tempo, but not really. You know, it's a bit too slow. Also, the Rock didn't connect on the Void Spirit. So they got the Basher, they got the stun, they got the Rolling Thunder, but the Rock was a bit too late. So the Void Spirit survives. When the Void Spirit survives, your fight is... You just committed so much into him and you didn't take him down. The fight is over right there.
Yeah. I mean, it was really awkward because he jumped in and first hit bashed him, but he was already stunned from a Who Stop, so it didn't matter at all. It was just kind of funny. But yeah, he's got the Abyssal now, so they'll definitely have the chain lockdown to kill him off next time around. But is it too little, too late for CDEC? I mean, they need to go now. That's the thing. Like, I'm looking at this team and just going, let's make something happen, guys. Come on, let's move. And
I guess Morphling is getting bigger, right? So maybe some good fight around the pit can change things for you, but they heard you.
I am in game, so it makes sense.
You're like the voice of God in Dota. When you speak, it just goes through. It
Transcends borders, jump in Abyssal onto the Death Prophet. They'll force Starfra away, and that's going to allow us to get off the BKB and try and turn this one around. Imitator on the cliff. Fishman still alive. The Spirit Siphon's just doing a whole truckload of work, and they'll turn around, and they will kill off this Morphling. Oh, no, no, no. Whose 4-staff was that? Whose 4-staff was that?
It felt like they forgot about her after the force, right? Like, oh, never mind. Oh, DP is still alive. Oh,
wait, was it?
Damn.
Was it a dispose?
Probably.
Because there's no 4-staffs in this game.
Yeah. Don't debate me, Nomad.
Oh.
Not in the lobby.
Oh dear.
Don't debate me with the 4-staff.
Oh no, Ponlo God.
He got out a little bit and then got all the siphons plus the Sun Ray and the BKB, and then suddenly this DP that you were about to kill, that's 5% HP, lives. And again, the same thing happens for CDC. They commit on a target, they are unable to take it down, and then they just lose the fight.
That they do, my dear Lizard. That they do. All right, Ponlo, play of the game so far with that one. Then that was insane. And you'll be very surprised to hear stats from Snare. The fastest Abyssal of all time on Centaur. I mean,
Wow. You know, you should.
What a timing.
Some players should just spam all the items that are never bought Ponlo, Abyssal.
Yeah, they've got the Abyssal. Lockdown is there. Will they finish the job? Oh, the bash!
Are they doing this just out of spite versus Void?
Kind of feels that way. Undyne in a little bit of trouble, but he's going to be able to get himself back. Heroes are respawning on the side of CDEC, but that Chronosphere ever present. The threat looming in the back lines. And I love how they use this as well. Like they just let their support sit on the high ground, go and ward, go and de-ward. They've got a Void behind them. You want to come and kill these supports? Yeah, good luck. You're going to get a Chrono in your face.
Exactly. You don't want to commit on them because of him. But every time you committed so far, it didn't work out when it was on the cores, right? So I still think that around the pit would be their best chance, best opportunity to fight.
Well, they think so too, listeners. They're all smoked up.
Wow.
Wow. Quack. Quack. Yeah, that's the thing. They need to kill this Death Prophet first, but they're just struggling. Even with this extra lockdown from the Abyssal, it's not quite enough. So instead, this time, they're going to go for the Void Spirit here. Once more, do they have the damage? They need a little bit more, and they are going to get him down. But now the Chronosphere! Oh, no. It is on to just about everyone on the side of CDEC, or at least the 3 cores caught inside of it. They will cook up 70. They move across the Morphling as well. Morphling waveform down to the low ground, using that Faceless Void's form to try and get himself away. But the bash comes in, another waveform out, another time walk out from Quack here, but God King, Tater's gonna come through, throw him away, and save his Morphling, says, get out of here, I'll give my life for you.
Yeah, he tried with the Tiny. He tried to jump in, catch, but it was a bit too late. Void Spirit did buyback, but that should be free rush for Fusion. Also, Void Spirit was in, White Album was in a really good position to break the smoke. He actually broke the smoke, but then went in instead of out. He kind of, perhaps it was a bit too ballsy of a move. Did make him die, but in the end, for a greater good, right? Like they won the fight. Straight onto the tier 2 on the mid lane.
Gotta be honest, Fusion are kind of owning this game. They feel very confident with this lineup.
You see it, like my prediction was on point.
Yes,
just gotta go against you and it's all easy.
Assuming I'm going to be wrong is a pretty good play. I wonder if there's any like better out there who just listens to me and just does the opposite of what I say every time. They must be rich.
It isn't a person. There is a bot. It's a bot. It's inverse nomad. It basically tunes up to every stream you have, and then it just does the inverse of what you're saying.
And is it your bot?
It's my bot. It's already a millionaire. It's making me dull.
But it's turned sentient and won't give you the money back. Did you hear about that with the Google bot? Some engineers saying that one of the Google AI is turned sentient and has hired a lawyer.
Yeah.
Pretty funny.
Some Google engineers as well resigning. They don't wanna work. It's too hard with these sentient bots. It's too emotionally taxing.
Imagine you design an AI and then it becomes your boss. Don't feel bad. Yeah, Podler's gonna go down in the top lane here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Rest in peace, little pond. But they're just gonna trade towers here. Or are they? Actually backing out on the top here. CDC feeling a little bit scared, apparently. That's surprising. I feel like this is a regular thing we see.
Yeah, it's like how many heroes are showing on the map is your is always the problem, right? Like White Album isn't showing. If he isn't, there's a chance he's setting up for something. Do you really want to risk that, even with Tiny being dead?
Yeah,
probably not.
Probably not. I just noticed something with those, those hand towers? I've got those equipped. I don't think the observers do, but when you kill the hand towers, they do a thumbs up as they sink into the ground, like in Terminator.
I didn't see that.
Adorable.
I don't have that.
That's actually brilliant. Yeah, I don't have it equipped on the stream either, so I'm just a lunatic. But if you
No
have a
one
hand
knows what you're
whip,
talking about, Nomad, but we will let you enjoy your delusion. You know,
Thanks.
no one is gonna fight you.
appreciate it.
So they're basically just trying to split top, right? That's what they're doing at the moment. But it's just the two supports and the centaur, and centaur has been caught.
He has indeed, yep, thrown into the arms of Faceless Void, where we all long to be, and, oh, Chrono, alright, well, that's not very nice. Oh, they're disposed to get him out of it! It's not going to be able to keep him alive, sadly, but still a cute little play, and they're going to be able to find the Warlock as well, so, no Dwayne The Rock Johnson for a little bit of time now, as he's going to be out for 45 seconds.
It's so sad as well for the Warlock, because that wasn't his fault that he died, right? It was literally just the Marcy. She's the one that made them investigate further, made them go into the trees, made them search for more heroes, and Warlock was like, oh, damn it.
Why me? I'm looking for Marcy. She went that way.
It was a nice attempt, though, with the dispose, right? Like,
Yeah.
going in, trying to save him, but it was never gonna work. There's just too many heroes there. If they're committing that chrono, there's 100% enough ammo to take him down no matter what.
But Lizard, my question is, why are Marcy's hands stronger than the forces of time itself?
What do you mean, why? Did you see those hands?
Yeah. Just
Yeah, they're-
tore him out of the time void. That's not okay.
They're amazing. Those hands can break worlds.
Oh, okay.
If
If you have
she's-
some
If she's
unresolved
pissed
issues there.
enough. If she's pissed enough. But imagine the back massage. Oh my
Oh,
god.
that I
I'd
mean,
kill for that.
might be fatal, but worth it. That'd be deep tissue.
Did you ever have a sports massage?
No, I haven't. It's I've had like a relaxation massage, but didn't really. I don't know.
Relaxation, but please no further. No more. No more. God King getting to his Kadi, Centaur to the BKB, Morphing, I believe, has that small crit completed. What else? With the little critty boy.
Little baby critty boy. Gonna do anything with that? Is it gonna grow up?
Perhaps. I don't think you need it right now. Perhaps the buyback would be better to save it, right?
Yeah. Always nice to have buyback versus Chrono, that's for sure.
It's like the way you play even versus the Chrono back in the day and even now. If you die as a core versus Chrono, you just have to have buyback.
Yeah.
That's like the number one rule. It was also versus that Prophet when she was, well, she's still utterly broken, but
Yeah.
it was against all these heroes. You just have buybacks and you fight around big objectives, around Rosh Pit. That's why I'm saying Rosh Pit, because these other fights, you're not gonna win them if they have big ultis, but they won't matter as they'll have ultis again when a necessary fight occurs.
Yeah, that's kind of what we saw, like, the first Roshan and the first big advantage from CDEC happened was when they chronoed to try and kill 70, which I think they did, but then they just go and take Roshan. They just go and take some objectives, you know, and it ends up being better for CDEC, so... Been harder to imitate, though, later on in the game because these chronos have just been so good. They've been getting very key kills. Yeah, all comes down to this next Roshan. Very, very important.
70. He has Ion Disc.
He does indeed, and he's going to use that to get off the Rolling Thunder, doing a ton of work here, just stunning up all these heroes, but there's 4 heroes here. I can't count, there's 5 heroes here. He's just running at them.
Look at top lane.
Ace
though.
raced.
Yeah. Morphling hits hard now. I think he completed the Daedalus, right?
Indeed, yeah. And they're just going to dispose him out of there, run away, but 3-man avalanche coming out from Ponlo, but they're just going to turn around and try and blow up Mr. Rockman here. as the other rock gets dropped as well. Rock's all over the place as Quack will finish the job onto Ponlo. Now moving across, looking towards that Phoenix, but the Chronosphere comes down. There's a lot of healing coming through into the Morphling, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to fall. 3 heroes down on the side of CDEC. They get punished for it. Ponlo with the initiation. Once again, that 3-man avalanche setting up beautifully for this series of play. A cascade of disasters for CDEC.
Yeah, like you said, Ponlo just setting things up perfectly with that avalanche, jumping in, avalanche on 3. You could see the reluctance of Phoenix to use the egg, because there's a Morphling with the BKBs. Basically, you lose the egg if you use it. He didn't. He waited for the Void. Void TP's in. They clean up. Again, Fusion just being one step ahead, and now they're pushing in. They don't have ultis, but they don't need them. There's no Morphling for 40. You could arguably go for Rosh instead of this.
It does look like they're making that play now. The pings come out. They run themselves over. 30 seconds still on the Morph. But, of course, God King being the true carry player, stops for a small camp. And a big camp.
and the Ancients, perhaps, as well. And then... small camp respawned. We need to go again. Oh, never mind. Everyone is up. We can't rush anymore.
Yep, they're in the pit, but 15 seconds on Morphling. No Chronosphere available. How quickly can they bring this guy down? Answer does look to be quick enough. Things are there,
approaching them,
but yeah, I mean, it's not that quick. They could contest this, but CDC needs to be a little bit faster. Making their way over. Morphling also farming Ancients. Guys, there are more important things in the world than farm. As they move over towards the Void Spreader, he's got an Aeon Disc, which he will now assemble. And meanwhile, through all of this, Roshan is going to be claimed by the side of Fusion. Ponlo gets a pick up onto Undyne in the backlines as well, so no Warlock for this fight. And 7E going to have to pop the Rolling Thunder to try and get himself away here. And he's not going to be able to find any more kills on this. And now God King comes in looking for the kills. They're going to be able to chain stun him up, but is this really the kill you want to go for here as they just unleash everything down onto CDEC? The Morphling dead and buried as they get the initiation out onto him. Fusion. There is no brakes on their train at the moment.
Yep. The way the Void Spirit bought just enough time for the Faceless Void to take Roshan, and then every ulti is back up. They just start fighting properly. CDEC kind of scrambling once again to actually initiate. It's like they don't... In this game, it feels that they don't have a single voice that's leading them, right? It feels more of, okay, what are we doing? Let's kind of try, let's kind of do this, but not really commit to anything. And I can't hold it against them, because early on in the game, when they were committing on these big pickoffs, it didn't work. It never worked, right? So it kind of, you can see that it messes with their confidence now. Yeah, this game, though, now with the Aegis, with the Cheese, with the Aghanim's picked up on the Faceless Void. What do you think about the Ags here? I guess if you get it early, it's a big deal, but when you get it this late in the game on Void...
Yeah...
Is it like that important? I'm not sure. I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I mean, it's a good support bullying item, and I guess that is kind of his job this game. You've got these two big frontliners in the Faceless Void and the Death Prophet. And he's in a little bit of trouble here. Hexed up, and he's just getting beaten on down. He's going to lose his life. Apparently Ponlo has a Hex. Apparently Ponlo has Blink Dagger, Force Staff, Hex, and Mules. What the hell?
Oh, here we go. There's a refresher, by the way, on Gwen, so keep in mind that Chrono can come out once more. He doesn't have mana for it right now, but it can happen.
The 12th fastest Hex of all time on Tiny, according to Snare.
Why isn't he sending these stats to me as well? He's just
You already look smart
DM.
enough.
I see.
Yeah,
I see.
I need all the help I can get to sound smarter.
I just want to feel included. I won't use it, you know, like I want to feel like he cares.
7-8, Aeon Disc gonna get popped here, and now they come in, but out again. The dance potential from these guys is very high. Well, Dispo's back onto the Faceless Void. They're going on the Aegis target. Is this recommended? Well, they're going to get him once, but White Album now coming in with that AoE silence, going to force the BKB out from the Morphling here a little bit early. Can they bring him down a second time? They're trying to bring him down, but he's going to get the BKB off. And now he turns around, Refresher Orb out with the Chronosphere coming down onto 3. Cook up those supports and taste them. They delicious. And now they go into the high ground, looking even into the fountain as the Hex down into the Morphling. Can they bring him down inside its own base? Yes, they can, Fishman. They're just tearing through everyone. The buybacks are coming and they mean absolutely nothing here as poor old CDEC literally getting fountain farmed out of the game. Game number 1, it goes to Team Fusion convincingly. My goodness.
I love your and taste them. They delicious. You know, I love that part of the team fight. The supports were definitely a very nice snack for Fusion, for Void. He enjoyed dying there too because it allowed him to use the Refresher Orb, right? Like he couldn't use it before, he didn't have mana. But the moment you kill him once, he can actually pop it, he can use the Chrono finally and take the fight. No, Fusion had, in my opinion, a better draft and a better executed draft one as well. What do you think, Snare?
They played, I mean, I'm not surprised at all. This was my boy Ponlo on Tiny doing amazing things throughout the game. We've seen XCJ, this is his 3rd most played hero on the Phoenix, and of course, White Album back on Void Spirit. This was written in the stars. No, I'm kidding. Honestly, I was a little bit worried about this series coming into it because of how good CDC looked, but after seeing this game, now I'm just despairing as to where was this Team Fusion all along. They're 3-3 in the division right now, but if they played like this every game, I have no doubt they would have gone 7-0. What a performance from them. What a strong, dominant game 1. And it's kind of surprising that they look this good, given just how it looked like CDC might be able to mount some degree of challenge early on. But unfortunately, Lizard, at some point in the game, you asked the question, can Quack on Morphling 1v5?
Quack.
Unfortunately, Quack as a player can do it, but Morphling... lack of faith in this hero is certainly vindicated right now. And Team Fusion just looking hella decent in this particular configuration. I want to talk to you about something here, Nomad. Obviously, Team Fusion did a lot with their itemization. That was kind of interesting, but the moment that they unleashed that Blink Dagger on Ponlo, they started just bouncing from kill to kill all across the map. What do you think CDC could have done differently to try and preempt that kind of movement? Should they have gone maybe for the double blink a little bit faster between the Pango and the Centaur instead of going for a short blink instead?
With the Blink Dagger on the Tiny, you just need to have the vision down to you know, I think the Morphling's first death was fine. Like, he dies with Aegis, always feels bad, but at the same time, you know, that tiny blink reveal is always going to result in something. It just so happens to be the Aegis, which is a pretty annoying factor. But I think CDC, you know, they weren't really looking to do too much with that first Aegis of the game. So I'm not super concerned about that. I think you just need to have, you know, better vision down when you're going for these kinds of plays, you know, up in the top lane, I think is when they got caught out the most. Show him some respect as well, you know, where like if he's missing, you can't be in a position where you're going to let him get like a 3-man avalanche off or something like this, you know. Yeah, so I think vision was the main thing, honestly. I think that's the best counter to Tiny with Blink.
That is actually a very good point. I mean, there were several points in the game where it felt a bit dark for the side of CDC, and especially with White Album. If you don't see White Album, you don't see Tiny, you can't actually play this map. And unfortunately here, Lizard, one of the reasons why we don't see the Centaur as much these days is that it's kind of difficult to configure kill duos with this hero. And there were a lot of times where he'd find himself on the map, there's a potential target they can go on, they'd go on that target, and they're like, well, we don't actually have damage. All of our damage is on the Morphling. There's not much we can do in these fights. So going forward, what can they pick in the support duo to try and at least give them additional damage for those kind of jumps?
My problem is that they is not necessarily like what duo of supports. My problem is just the fact that they had Morphling and Centaur, 2 beefy boys, playing against a lot of damage over time, percentage-based, right? Like percentage-based damage. That's the issue. Because also you had these situations on White Album, you jump in, the Rock isn't there on time, he survives. You had a couple of these fights in which you go in, you don't kill the target, suddenly you can't fight it any longer. It happened twice on the Dead Prophet, once on the Void Spirit. So I would blame the draft only I don't think the draft in general is bad. I think it's just not that great versus Death Prophet and Phoenix, and the execution wasn't truly completely on point. That's it.
This is one of those fights you're talking about here. They really thought they had this kill, but my boy Ponlo is out here with that 4-star for salvation. The heal from the Sunray, the Spirit Siphons, the BKBs, and they just out of damage. They're like, well, we can't get these kills, and you spend so much time just trying to bring her low without being able to get that kill. Provides the opportunity for Voids to catch up, both of them, in fact. And then game just feels very hard at that point. And also, it just, if you can't be killing Void Spirits, if it takes this much commitment and you're forcing these huge chronospheres just time after time after time, this is very problematic. But honestly, Nomad, it's emblematic of where Morphling is as a hero right now. Long gone are the days where he could show up, burst one hero, and move to the next target. Now it's a considerably higher effort for him to bring down some of these beefier targets. And in this game, just sadly, that effort was not enough at any stage of the game.
I don't want to harp on the Morphling, honestly. I really don't feel like the Morphling was the issue here. It would have felt nice if you had a different carry, I would say, yes. But he still was able to get like a bit done. You know, he was still a threat in these fights. When he picked up this Daedalus, this Skadi, he was a bit of a beast. But I mean, I just felt like 7E on the Pangal here was so ineffectual for me. Unable to really make anything happen. And then it just kind of felt weird that the Centaur goes for this Abyssal. I can absolutely see this being a build in the right kind of game for it, but like, you've already got a Pangolier, right? Now you've basically got two frontline heroes entirely committed to just locking down heroes, and I just didn't really get that, and they kind of just didn't have the damage. Like, where was the damage coming from? You can't expect the Morphlings just do everything like this. Yeah, there's only a few heroes in the game that can really do that, and they didn't have them. So I don't know. It felt like a really weird plan from CDEC.
I'm looking back at some of their mid-Pangolier performances that they've played in the past successfully, and the most recent forays that have worked out, they had Brewmaster, Death Prophet respectively in their off lanes, and they had Terrorblade with TA in the safe lane. So definitely more spread out damage, not just all in on the lockdown potential in that regard. Unfortunately now, for CDEC, they'll be looking into game number 2 to try and recover the situation, because these fights, these chronos as well from the God King were just so crisp this game. But it's very easy to get off these chronos when you're not the priority target every single fight. You literally can't get gone on first. So it's always space for you to just wait and see where there's going to be the most effective chrono. And of course, when you're finishing the game with farming heroes in the fountain, you're feeling yourself and you're feeling very good about the upcoming game. Regrettably here, Lizard, this game is meaningless for the DPC as it is, because Team Fusion already are consigned here to Division 2, CDC already promoted to Division 1, but this is all about getting yourself into good confidence mode for the TI qualifiers, and they look hella good from this perspective. Do you agree with this MVP pick, giving it to the God King here, who also, more than one on the goal to damage ratio? Shout out to him, he's improving.
I do. Let me think. Maybe Ponlo.
Ponlo, come on, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe Ponlo instead. But the Void did a lot. Like, he had a rough lane. He showed up with every single chrono. Every chrono was on point, and he was using them pretty much off cooldown constantly in the game. So, like that bottom lane rotation by Void, where he nets them 2 kills very early on, right? Like when tier 1s are still up, it meant a lot. That was a game changer. Then again, Ponlo, in my opinion, perhaps did a bit more.
Obviously, I can't talk about Ponlo because #bias, but I fully agree. What I want to talk about here, Nomad, the point that you made about the spread of damage from CDC relative to what Team Fusion was doing. We saw it there on the chart right now. They literally doubled the damage output on the side of Team Fusion. But unlike what happened on CDC, where the damage was concentrated on 2 heroes mainly, much more spread out on the side here of Team Fusion. This easy contribution, heroes like the Death Prophet, Void Spirit, with the Faceless Void as well. This ease of execution, as we get deeper into the DPC, it does feel like this is where the meta is trending, making it as easy as possible to win out team fights in particular. Given that this Death Prophet was so effective, is she back here, Nomad? Is she starting to become super highly valued as we used to see her in the earlier weeks of the DPC?
I mean, Death Prophet never really left, right? Like, I mean, she's not going to be at the same level of popularity as she was before, of course. You know, last patch she was just absolutely bonkers. She got toned down a little bit, but she's still a great hero. You know, I think she's consistently been in the top 10 of most contested heroes in the DPC across most of the regions. In China, it's always a little bit more favored. I don't know why. It's just a China favored hero. They've always liked playing it a bit more than the other regions, and for good reason. They have a lot of specialists, I think, in the region. And Fishman definitely looked awesome on this hero. The amount of times where he just ends up surviving. His item build was great. His gameplay was very measured in that he was aggressive when he needed to be. He didn't overstep his boundaries very often, didn't waste Xism. DP can be a punishing hero, but at this point, so many of these players in this region are so damn good at the hero that it just feels like it's a really easy to execute hero, and it's not, but that's just how these players are making it seem.
So
We will see, though. Yeah, Lizard?
he's just saying pressing R is difficult. I agree.
Yeah, says the guy who wanted to put Faceless Void as the MVP, Lizard.
Oh, Lord.
That R is more
pressing
difficult.
R.
You have to R and
That's a
click
very hard
somewhere.
R.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a different R.
True.
And sometimes you have to press Q before you press that on, man. Oof, it's
That's
very high execution.
High APM stuff right here, yeah.
We'll be seeing in game number 2, though, if CDEC can bring that kind of execution to the table to try and force a decide in game 3, or if it's going to be the case that Team Fusion continues to roll this series, continue to look this strong, and continue to make a strong case for themselves for the TI qualifiers. With that, we're going to be taking a very short break. When we return, though, the continuation of this series, the continuation of the final week of the DPC, and the continuation of the Ponlo Fan Club panel. I'm just kidding. We'll be right back with some more Dota 2 action. See y'all in a second.
英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Ladies, gentlemen, and the rest of the Dota universe, here we are. It's game 2 coming up between CDEC and Team Fusion in the Chinese DPC. It's also the third and final, or not the third and final week, excuse me, the last week of the third tour as it stands right now. So after this, no more DPC until the next season. It's all about the major. It's all about TI. So some very important games coming up within this week. To start this one off with game 2, I've got Nomad and Lizard back with me. Lizard, do the hard work here. CDC are one game down. What do they do to come back in game number 2? And how's their mentality, do you think, after a loss that heavy?
They can roll it back a little bit and play a bit more standard of a draft. Just full meta, no full comfort zone, and I think they can easily come back into the series and into game 2. I think they just tried to kind of mix things up a little bit too much with the Morphling, with the Centaur, and the draft itself was weird overall. Like, if you remember, they banned out the Razor to pick the Morphling. I don't know why. Plus, they picked these two heroes into a lot of damage over time, a lot of percentage-based damage. Didn't work out. Doesn't matter. Forget about it. Go next, and just it's gonna be easy, right? Like, even in this game, I feel that if they picked Morphling, but something different on offlane, something that can actually initiate with a longer stun and actually contributes to the game a bit better than a Centaur that dominates early on but then falls off heavily, the game would have been different, right? Because they made the right moves. It's just that all the moves did not work. Why didn't they work? Because they had to chain 5 stuns to take one hero down. It's not like 1-2 and someone is dead. No, you have all these small little stuns and all the heroes kind of do the same. And it's hard to kill off a void that way.
We have a.
Let's see if they're going to be taking that advice, though, as we get into draft number 2. And you know what I'm very happy about, Nomad? My boy Warlock is back. Death Prophet's still in the game. Yay, Death Prophet. Awesome. But they ban out the Brewmaster. So this means that Team Fusion most likely going to grab a strong victory here because they get this Nyx Assassin as well. So we're going to be getting a Ponlo Nyx. I'll be honest, I haven't seen him play Nyx all that much. Does obviously preempt some of the mid heroes that are very popular in the meta right now. They don't necessarily have to ban Puck anymore. What do you make of the openings from both of these teams right now so far?
I love them. No, I don't really love them. I think that CDC's opening is a little bit weak. Again, I don't think Faceless Boy is strong enough to first phase. Like, you just got beaten by it. The hero's not that good. You just had a really bad draft against it. So, yeah, I don't know, man.
Why Nyx, though?
Why Nyx? Well, I don't know. Warlock, Stun, Fatal Bonds, Barrack Carapace, Dawnbreaker, Preemptive Counter. Nyx.
Quack. It's also, I guess, vision all across the map for Team Fusion. I think they've looked their best generally when Panlo is allowed to play heroes that can move around. So Earth Spirits, Tinies, Nyx Assassins should fit that bill as well. We've seen some Treant Protector from him as well in the past. And I imagine that, like I was saying, Tiny was banned. They're like, no. Not going to allow this ever again. Sorry, Panlo, you played it once, and that once is a bit too much for us to let it through once more. I'm also wondering what they're gonna pair this with in the off lane. If it is gonna be DP, it's still pretty decent. If it isn't, I'm looking forward to the strength hero they're gonna put for Fishman.
Dazzle.
This is a peculiar hero. Dazzle. He's been gaining some popularity in Eastern Europe, Blizzard, so you should have seen this hero in recent times. Has it been proliferating in your pubs?
No. I actually haven't. I mean, in pubs a little bit, but I haven't seen it in pro games. Must have missed all those games, but yeah, they're setting up for something. They went Dazzle Nyx. They're setting up for something. That's how I feel. Grave is good versus the Chrono, but not amazing. I'm expecting some cheese here.
It's only the 4th Dazzle in China so far, so not something that we see all the time. It's been paired with, in order, Alchemist, Nature's Prophet, as well as with a Spectre. It's unlikely that it's going to be either of those heroes, though, in this particular game. CDC, grab Razor. They banned this last phase, like you mentioned. Them grabbing it now does scream to me that they're going to put this into the off lane. They're anticipating that there's going to be some beefy melee hero paired with this Dazzle, so they want to preempt that by getting the Razor in the lane itself. And you know that you're playing a lane into Dazzle. You're not gonna have too much pressure applied against you, so you have a pretty free time as this Razor. And it's a pretty decent lane here. Razor Marcy can do quite a bit between these two heroes.
That's a really good lane, yeah. It's really, really strong. Very hard to play into.
Yeah, they can just get a Lina last pick on the mid lane, right?
Is it a lizard cast without a Lina suggestion? It is legit though for 7E. Chronosphere, some additional damage into the bubble, big burst, which they lacked last game, a way to kill the Death Prophet. Yeah, I see it. There's a reason why you keep recommending that hero.
There's just
It'll be banned.
Yeah, there's just a lot of games where Lina looks good. That's all. When I see damage that's lacking, and also some setup from the offlaner or the safe laner, such as Chronosphere, Lina makes total sense. It is one of these outskirts hero, and that's a problem. I would actually like Spirit for CDEC more. Any sort of a spirit, like Ember Void, whatever.
Hard to justify into the Knicks though, to play one of those heroes.
Doesn't matter. Like, it's just a Nyx. It's a problem, but you're not gonna go and pick Dragonite now because of the Nyx Assassin, right? Like, it's nice Morphling pickup. Like, we were talking about this last game. Why ban Razor if you're picking Morphling? Because overall you enjoy playing against Razor. It actually forces him into bad item builds. Like, it forces him into Lincolns or something. Why ban him? And they have this. What do they have? They have Dazzle. Morphling is that strong? Not necessarily some great combo, and I don't like the supports on the side of Team Fusion at all. But you do get the heal in the lane from Dazzle, and that's what it's all about with these position 5s now.
I'm constitutionally not allowed to talk favorably about this Morphling hero, even though I do think Team Fusion is great. So let's see what CDEC can master in the counter departments here. Still need a mid hero for 7E to play. Zeus is banned out, no Visage either. That would have been an interesting hero to pick up in this situation. What are you feeling here, Nomad? What do we want to see from 7E? They need a little bit of more tempo, moves that they can make on the map pre this Faceless Void getting very strong. So Spirits do seem like the most likely option. What are you feeling here for the boy 7E?
Give me a Snapfire mid. That's what I'm in the mood for. But no, I don't know. It's a hard pick for them. I would say. I think they're in a pretty difficult situation. You want to go for these high nuke heroes, but they've already got a Nyx on the side of Team Fusion. You want to play Lina into Nick? I guess I don't really have much catch for it. So yeah, I can see that.
You don't have last pick. I think Lina is the most obvious solution here. You don't have last pick. She doesn't lose the lane versus Death Prophet if she's mid. If she isn't mid, she still doesn't lose the lane. She's good with the Void. Is there anything else like that I can think of? No, I don't see a better solution.
Ooh.
Earth Spirit.
Okay.
That is very interesting.
Yeah.
Ooh, so what are we getting? Core Marcy or Core Earth Spirit in this game?
I have no idea. I think it's going to be a Core Earth Spirit. That's how I feel.
Yeah, they want the Spirit Vessel, right? They want the Spirit Vessel as early as possible, so they go mid laner.
They just want a mid laner that can roll.
Stephanie's like, I can't play Pango, but I'm going to play Earthbird. That's fine, boys. Everything's A-okay. I mean, we have seen in China before some experimentation with this mid Earthbird in particular. I don't know if 7E has played it. I'm going to check for a second. Would be interesting. We've also seen some offlane Marcy's in recent times, so that could be an option as well. It's unlikely that this Faceless Void does anything but occupy the safe lane. Now we just need this last pick for the side of Team Fusion. Pretty much the pick that decides where Death Prophet is going. Is she going into the off lane or being played in the mid? White Album has quite a bit of time to make this distinction. And they have actually played this on 7E before. He has 15 games on the Earth Spirit. Last time around was last year in February, though. So it's a little bit unlikely, Nomad, that he's going to bring this one out in this game. But he has done it before. It's
Wait
not
and
like
see,
it's completely
baby.
off the
Wait and
cards.
see. I'm telling you. It's going to be Earth Spirit mid. I bet my job on it.
That's your job. All right.
We're in the final weeks of China DPC, literally the final week. So I bet my job.
In chat,
Twitch.
let us know. Is Nomad keeping his job? 1 or 2?
Yeah.
1 for he's keeping his job, 2 for he is screwed, and he's done right now.
Twitch chat can
we do get
host
a
for me
spirit, though.
next time.
Okay.
All right, let's see it. 70 mid, boom, easy, get wrecked.
My man.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you've got an unstoppable timing here on CDEC now. You get the Eye of Scanning on the Faceless Void, you get the Shivas on the Razor, and you get the Spirit Vessel on the Earth Spirit. That's like minus 100% healing reduction if you try and heal someone and actually damage them instead. And Dazzle's going to kill his own Morphling. So that's what's going to happen this game.
I like the draft from CDC more now. Right, even though there's some crazy Earth Spirit mid, I don't care. I still like their draft more. Like when I look at Team Fusion and I see these two supports, Nyx and Dazzle, I shiver. I'm not happy with it. I think the Dazzle is pretty damn good at the moment with the Shard as well. Shard has been buffed. I do think that the hero is strong, but I don't believe in Nyx. That's one of the things. Like I believe in Nyx in certain situations played by certain players in certain teams. As a random pick in first phase, I don't like it.
First phase, Nyx Assassin, generally speaking, the only teams that I see being able to make this work are teams that have Kaka on them. So he's done this before when he was on IG, done this successfully right now on RNG in Division 1. Whether or not Ponlo can pull this one out is a bit of an unknown. I'm not also that convinced by the support duo. And also, I just hate Morphling in general. Nomad, how do you feel about this? You said that you really like the CDC lineup. So tell me, how does Team Fusion win this game, despite a bit of a wonky support duo?
I still think it's a really good Morphling game, but I think, yeah, this Spirit definitely does a good job in answering it. With the early Spirit Vessel, they have options now, at least. So, yeah, good to have options. I think this is very even. I think the Ember Spirit, the one we haven't really talked about a whole lot, is also very, very good this game. Like, he's really nice to play against a lot of these heroes because he's got so much mobility and so much poking ability that he doesn't really need to commit to fights. You know, he's like the king of soft committal. So in that regard, Fusion have a lot of options. So yeah, I think I can go Fusion, but I am going to go CDEC because I kind of want to see a game 3. So yeah.
Okay, let's see if we'll be getting a game 3 or if my boy Pondlo will make this Kaka Nyx Assassin work. In order to find out, we're going to throw it over to our wonderful casters, the dulcet tones of the alluring Nomad and the luscious Lizard. Take it away, boys. Talk to you after the game.
Luscious.
Again, he's trying to make that one stick, isn't he?
Luscious.
What about you is luscious, though? You don't really have much hair.
What do you mean I don't have much hair? Did you see my eyelashes? They're luscious.
Oh, God. I was so worried there for a minute. But Fishman's dead, so that's kind of more important than anything else, I guess. Who got the first blood? Oh, Razor. Very nice. All right, enjoy the offlane, lads.
Yeah, now you get the boots and the raid band or something like that. Feels pretty
3
good. 3
bounties as well. It is over.
Yeah.
Throw it back to Snare. We're done. Let's get the panel back.
Yeah. Rank. It's done. Yeah, I like their draft. I like their chances more in this game, but we'll see. Still have to have this Earth Spirit do quite a bit, right, from the mid lane. Yeah. And they do have, you know what, like Earth Spirit is one of those heroes that can do a ton if you give him a lot of early game advantage. Like suddenly his level like 10, 15 are incredibly strong. Combo that with Fatal Bonds and he can wreak havoc on the side of Fusion. But yeah, we'll see if they can do something about that.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Unfortunately, if he doesn't have a good start to the game, the hero does just feel like it on the support.
Yeah, he feels like that guy that buys 2 bracers and there you're justifying your mid lane farming priority for 2 bracers or spirit. You know, it just feels bad.
And it does.
Yeah, and then he's kind of stuck trying to. Ooh, that roll. Okay, misses 2 lasters because of it. But yeah, then he's kind of just stuck getting, I don't know, a BKB forever. It can backfire. That's true.
Yeah, but hopefully 7E can make it work in this game. If he can, then it's going to be very impactful. That silence, it's got so much utility in this game that all these heroes you want to silence, every single one of these heroes doesn't want to be silenced. Yeah. People like casting their spells.
For me, the biggest difference for Fusion is the amount of impact their position 4 can have in this game. Like last game, it was this crazy Tiny played by Ponlo, and he was doing a ton, right? This game, he's a Nyx assassin. Like, some games Nyxes can do quite a bit of work. This isn't one of those. I don't feel that this is a game in which Nyx assassin should shine, but maybe Ponlo can prove me wrong.
Maybe, as we have a battle for the water rune, but 7E is going to have to roll in to grab it there, but that's going to be okay. So yeah, let's talk about this top lane then. I mean, Razor versus Morphling. It's a matchup you mentioned last time. You like it for the Morphling?
Yeah, of course. Like right now, Razor is perhaps doing a bit better, but first you can't dominate the lane the way you dominate versus some other heroes, right, on Razor. And secondly, most importantly, in team fights, you just don't have what to do as Razor.
Oh, toss back onto God King here. He's going to be losing a lot of his damage at the very
XCJ?
least. Probably not a kill, but yeah, they move targets now over towards the Dazzle. Dazzle trying to get away,
Creeps.
and the creeps come through and save the day. Thought they were going to ruin him there, but they actually end up saving his life.
MVP creeps right there. We
Yeah,
know
give
who
those
to
guys a
MVP.
raise.
Yeah. Like, we should give creeps MVPs sometimes as well. Like, they do so much heavy lifting. Like, they push the towers. They put their... So many these little guys die every single game for our selfish cause
For our
of defending the
sins.
ancient. Yeah.
Indeed.
And they never
martyrs.
they never get recognized, no matter.
I feel like you relate. Oh. God King once again taking some heavy hits here, and once more they'll move targets to XCJ, and he is going to get run down with ease in this top lane. This Marcy and Razor lane always gets kills. It is just so hard to play into, and that's
Always.
unfortunately he's a squishy little pink dude.
Yeah, they always find work, and this Razor, he had the first blood as well, has boots to raid bands. It's like in pro games, having this laning advantage is so significant because players really abuse the fact that they got like a first blood on a hero such as Razor, right?
Yeah, hell yeah.
God King getting really low.
Cheeky little bottle refill in the middle lane as well. Love to see it. XCJ just making the most of his death.
Cheeky Lil. Did you speak with T Governor as of late? Like, you cheeky little Brit.
I mean, yeah, we're just British, aren't we?
Yeah. God King. He dropped extremely low. He might die here.
Yeah, he's in the wrong side of the heroes. He's like, wait a minute, that's not my tower. Uh-oh.
He tried to get the courier, but sadly he deals 0 damage, so didn't help. Didn't work.
Not this time. Justice for couriers.
Yeah, so how's bottom lane doing though? Void actually winning the CS war against Death Prophet. Meanwhile, Morphling losing the one against Razor. Razor on top of the network charts. So CDEC having... I guess they had a really good lane the last game as well, right? Like, the laning stage was pretty good for them. This one even more so.
Yeah, let's hope that they can keep that advantage going this time around.
What do you think about 7E's build? Like, no bracers, Soul Ring and Magic Wand?
Yeah, it feels very I guess this guy wants mana, I suppose. I'd like to see one bracer at the very least, but I guess not.
I don't think you're gonna get it, yeah. With the wand and the bottle and and the Soul Ring, there's way too many small items. I guess he's always going to have enough mana, right? And you're playing versus an Nyx, so that does make sense. Like, he mana burns you, use Soul Ring. You can fight after.
And Imitator just coming through and securing the active rune for the Earth Spirit here as well. White Album actually was a little bit... He could have secured the power rune, but he actually jumped the gun thinking it hadn't spawned when really it had, and jumped down to the bottom rune. So a little bit of a rare mistake in the rune control for White Album, and that means that we're going to see an Earth Spirit with an Invis rune. Could definitely make something happen with that, but they see his rotation very, very easily here. So yeah, they're going to know he's coming in by an absolute clear mile.
Yeah, but can they do anything about it? Marcy's still in.
Wait, they're just staying. I don't know, man. This is odd. They saw this coming, and now look at the damage coming out from them. Complete disrespect going the way of CDEC here as they're going to get both these kills. First rotation for 7E, and it is a massive success.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was scouted out, like you said. It was scouted out by the observer board. Not sure why they didn't just run straight back. They decided to kind of trade a couple of hits with the Marcy and that just seals their fate, right? Like
is under attack.
Earth Spirit gets enough time to rotate in and finish them off.
Morphling couldn't resist just blasting some right clicks into that Marcy.
It does sound really good, nice, right? When she gets the ulti, when she starts hitting you.
Oh, it's such a nice sound design on that one. It's like banging a drum made of meat. Like banging a meat drum definitely sounds like a
So it's
euphemism.
something like Rocky, right? Like you're in that, what was it, like some
Dire's middle tower
meat
is under
factory,
attack.
meat storage unit?
Oh, right, yeah. And punching the, yeah.
Yeah, punching the meat.
Ooh.
Whack. He's fine.
Whack. Dodging it out, kind of.
When are we getting new Rocky, by the way? It's been a while.
Yeah, it'll come. They're remaking everything these days. Oh, God, I sound like such a boomer.
How many do you think we're gonna get? Like 10?
We'll
There's
get a
still
new
8,
trilogy
right?
and then a couple of spin-offs. Yeah,
Is
10's
there
not
a-
very ambitious.
Yeah, is there already 10? I think there is, maybe. Not sure. Bottom lane, he has Chrono. They're diving
Yeah.
hard, though.
There's a 3-man chrono available here, and he can't resist. I mean, no mortal man really can, but he's just going to get himself stunned and killed, and Quack is dead. And now Rizzy comes in as well, looking to finally finish off Fishman here. We'll be able to do exactly that. So it's going to be 2 kills going the way of CDEC, as they do get some revenge. And now they look for more, but White Album's ready. But XTJ, is he going to die for this one? He gets the Shallow Grave up onto himself. 70, he really wants this kill, but he's going to trade his life for it by the looks of it, getting very, very low here. But in comes a Marcy, trying to save the day. She's got the Dispose, throws him back. It's not enough damage to bring down 70. The Earth Spirit makes it out. And, well, Imitator
White
might
Album?
be trading his life for this one. Undyne can't really do much here. Quickly, Fatal bonds him. Fatal bonds him. Oh, he's dead.
Undyne might die as well.
Yeah, I think he is going to. Stuck around a bit too long, going for the TP. Outside of Fist available, not enough damage. Warlock gets away. And a sloppy old fight there. It kind of
Yep.
feels like it ended up going a bit even, maybe? Oh, no, I guess you've got the Morphling farming the entire time, so Fusion will be kind of happy.
I felt that it was kind of even, or maybe favored for CDC when Razor got some kills and Avoid died. But yeah, after all is said and done, definitely Fusion favored.
Yeah, White Album doing a bit of gamering here in the middle lane, though. It's going to be Ponlo who falls. Static Link going to work.
By the way, our resident statsman, current resident statsman Snare tells me there have been 9
Radiant's
What
bottom
the
Rocky
hell?
movies with all the Creed movies.
Radiant structures are
I
Oh,
haven't watched the
Creed,
Creed
yeah,
ones.
yeah.
Yeah, I did.
They have already remade it, okay.
I actually didn't see those. Gwen, top lane, God King.
Yeah. They've got the Static Link available in 1 second. Will now connect on up here with Mr. God King. He's got that waveform up to the high ground, though, and that means he's
Jason,
going to be
70.
safe for now. Yeah, 70 is not letting up. The rock thrown his way, roll to follow as well, and they're going to be able to bring him down. 70 on a mega kill streak now, making this Earth Spirit work.
under attack.
Yeah, where are you now, Soul Ring doubters? What did you say about his Soul Ring wand build, Nomad? How
I said
dare
it was
you?
perfect, that I loved it, that he was going to get a mega kill streak by 11 minutes on it, and I was correct. My exact words. Don't believe me? Rewind. Just kidding, you can't, it's Twitch.
They do lose the bottom tier 1 tower while all this is happening, so a bit of a silver lining to losing your Morphling.
Wow, what difference is that going to make to the map?
It allows you to start converging on the mid lane. Like your teammates aren't necessarily as separated, right? So it also means that you can waste your
Ooh,
time
Morphling.
defending top. God King. He has Nyx here.
He's taken so much damage already, though, having to morph up. Oh, no, he's not morphed into strength here, but he doesn't have enough damage. Quack's still in the early days and can't bring him down. And actually, the Razor getting very low. The right click, though, is not enough. The Link's dealing his damage. And now, hello, 70 joins the fray. The Rock comes down as well, and they're going to be able to take down God King. And now Ponlo looking like he's going to follow him to the grave. Not before they pick up the side kill onto Undyne, though. At the very least, it's wiped out and jumps into this party. But nah, they're done. They're done. They're going home for the night.
I'm actually very surprised that Morphling went top again. Like, he just died twice in a row.
Mad.
Yeah, he had a pretty decent game. He was free farming.
Yeah.
And now he just lost like 4 minutes.
And like they just took the bottom tower, right? Like that opens up the entire bottom side of the map. They've got it well watered as well.
Exactly.
The supports have basically like rolled out the red carpet for him in the bottom lane, and he was like, "Nah, I'm just gonna go through the back alley and get stabbed instead."
And I said that I wanted him to go. I said that I wanted them to go and defend, but not necessarily the Morphling.
Yeah,
He's the one that I didn't
knew.
want. Yeah.
Fishman looking to make something happen in the middle lane here as he pops that ultimate for 70, actually initiating onto him. They're going to dispose him back. They want to try and take him down before he can get off these Crucipans, but there comes a Dazzle. XCJ giving his life to get off the grave onto Fishman. Fishman, he's not healing through it. Too much damage coming out from the Razor, and it's going to be a double kill for him as they will defend this tower successfully. That's Exorcism absolutely pinned here. CDEC feeling good about this one, jumping forward, looking for the dispose, not going to find it, but the roll forward as well from 70, but also doesn't catch. And now the Nyx Assassin just going to sneaky off to the side here, and then her up as well. Just to do a little bit of scooting.
That was an owie. You go and you hit that Nyx. You kick that Nyx when he has Carapace on. You're like, owie, my toes.
Stubbing your toe.
Yeah.
Oh, Imitator. Cameraman. There's an epic chase. Oh, never mind. Never mind.
Didn't happen.
Didn't happen.
Yeah.
Basically, to fill everybody in, the Marcy was running around low health, and Ponlo on the next was trying to chase him down, but he got to the tower in time. It was very tense, very exciting. Put some music to that, some tense music, and you've got a Scorsese Oscar. Pretty sure Razor saw him warding there, but...
Did he? I'm not sure. Like, he was hidden behind the trees. Maybe he did. It doesn't matter because that Razor is about to get a BKB. White Album has no mana here.
I think Imitator's just straight up dead though in the middle lane. He's gonna fall.
This is probably the biggest difference maker in the game, right? Like Razor's BKB. Once you get it, you can start taking towers, start pressuring the map. But do you understand now why I had my reservations about Fusion's draft?
I do.
It just feels like later on in the game, it can definitely work. Like they can piece it together, bring it all together, right? But right now, it just feels like that Prophet wants to pop her ulti and push, and then Dazzle can grave her, but I don't know. It's so weak against what CDC have got. Nyx Assassin as well, just running around.
Is there a term like ramping cores? I don't know. It kind of feels like
Ramping.
you know. They'll jump in here as 70 finds XCJ on the bounty rune, but XCJ still got the grave, so we'll probably be able to survive through the magnetize. Let's see. Grave comes out and he's fine.
Bottom lane Fishman should not be fine though, right? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
We have a bit of fun here. Fishman doesn't quite complete that TP. But yeah, like by ramping calls, I mean like calls which get stronger the longer a fight goes on. And Razor is kind of like the king of that, which kind of makes Dazzle feel a little bit bad because you're like, oh, I'm going to heal you, I'm going to grave you, you're going to survive. But realistically, there's a Razor just zapping you with Eye of the Storm, bringing your armor down, you know, taking your damage as well, giving him more damage like that. Like, that just doesn't feel great.
Yeah, there's Razor, there's Slark. There are some heroes that
Yeah, Slark's another really good example.
definitely benefit from prolonged fights. And yeah, like you said, this Razor will be linking anyone if he gets a chance. God King's Morphling is a perfect counter to that, but he has other things on his mind as Morphling, right? He's afraid of the Earth Spirit, the Chronosphere. It's not that easy.
Yeah, in the fights as well, yeah. We just made it in the game, and I was like, yeah. I click creeps. I got king.
Need farm. Need a ton of farm.
Yeah, the hero definitely does. And like, I kind of feel like this part of the reason, I don't know, Morphling doesn't have any farming capabilities really. Like he's got no farming spells, right? It's just attribute shift, which
Well,
does
waveform.
a ton of damage. But
Lane Fishman.
yeah, waveform as well. I guess. Fishman in the middle lane once again being taken down by this Razor. Once again, in comes the Grave, but Fishman seemingly gonna drop here regardless. And my point illustrated beautifully there by XCJ.
Ponlo.
Oh, they managed to catch Ponlo out here as well. Yeah, dropping a sentry under the tower. Chad move. As they're going to be able to bring down Ponlo here with that. They're all over them.
Yep, 70 with the 5th fastest BKB timing on Earth Spirit. Thank you, Snare.
What the hell? This
To
is...
get-
What happened, Snare? Thought you were my guy.
You can go back to Nomad, Snare. I'll survive. It's
What
fine.
have I got now? I've got nothing. I'm just a pretty voice.
But a very pretty voice.
Thank you.
So basically, yeah, you have 2 BKBs. Another one on pack coming shortly.
Right.
And you can even think about going straight into the pit, forcing a fight there. Meanwhile, that Prophet just completely isolated. The Morphling is having a bad game, but that Prophet is having an even worse one. Yeah, you have XGJ there, but so what? Like you said, you get graved, you still die. And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a cute idea, but it just doesn't work against this Razor hero, unfortunately. Feels like it's a pretty bad matchup for the Dazzle. But alas, we move on with things. How's White Album doing at the very? He's having an okay time, right? He's been able to snipe a couple of kills on the backlines, bully this Warlock.
I would say he's the only one on Fusion when it comes to the cores. That's been on point so far, but even his presence on the map hasn't been felt in the last, like 5 minutes?
Yeah, not really. Only killing off the occasional support doesn't really feel like it's enough.
What's he got, a BKB? BKB Orb of Corrosion on the Ember?
Yep, that's it. Shiny new BKB, 9 seconds, available.
It's
Whenever
good,
he needs.
like it's good, but it's not as big as these BKBs on CDEC, right? Because you pop the BKB, they pop Chrono on you, you still can die.
Yep, or Rock if they need just an extra little bit of lockdown for you. Catch you out, as the case may be. 70. He's going to get about half health here by the DP and the next assassin, so not too bad, but then the Warlock just drops a Shadow Word on him and says, be healthy, my friend. Be well.
Morphling was rotating from behind, but yeah, him as well. He's going for a Satanic, Manta Satanic. Damn, that's some hardcore HP survivability. Almost.
Yeah, looks like there's a bit of a fighter brewing in the top lane here. Exism going to be popped, and CDEC just say, all right, well, can we get away? Imitator absolutely cannot. Uses the Unleash to just try and get out of the chains, but alas, tis not to be.
Exorcism used though, right? And
Yeah.
there's still
Very
half
sure.
half a duration, so maybe you can take the tier 1 on top.
Radiant structures.
Yeah, I mean, a top tier 1 at 20 minutes is not really what you want to be getting out of these Exorcisms, I'll say.
Yeah. If they could have somehow combined that kill into a Roche, it would have been much better. But at least the tier 1, right? Better the
Yeah.
tier 1 top than nothing. So.
I'm so split about the Satanic on the Morphling because we've just been talking about how they really benefit on the side of CDEC from long team fights, and Satanic is definitely going to make the team fights longer. But it does mean the Morphling will be able to survive through them.
Radiant structures.
But at the same time, if you can turn into that Razor, then that advantage kind of becomes neutralized. So
Yeah,
then you also don't have either Storm, so
Scanning.
very confused.
the only difference now is Oh, Imitator goes in.
Yeah, he's a deep hit, but they're going to drop the rock down. They don't want to take out the Dazzle straight off the bat here. He's going to be able to get off that grave, so will be dying eventually. Now they're looking forward for more. They could go for a Sham, but they want to go for Fishman instead. The bash there from Quack. Can he get another one? He has got the Chrono should he want to use it, but they're trying to be greedy and they're trying to make it last, and they're going to absolutely get away with that as Fishman dies under his tier 2 tower. The aggression from CDC is unrelenting here as they get themselves a couple of kills and now head back towards that lovely little pit.
Yeah, because there's nothing to worry about. You kill off the Dazzle first, you get a ton of damage on Razor, you go for the DP. DP also doesn't have ulti. Plus she popped the BKB. This means that Roche will most likely be completely uncontested.
Looks that way to me.
Yep. Morphling left. At least that was good. He wasn't trying to fight with his teammates a losing battle Instead he just went bottom and continued farming. It allows him to fight some other day, right? And that's what's the most important thing here. You need to get this Morphling to some point in which he's able to solo carry you. But do you see that point, Nomad? That's what I'm asking. Like, this Manta Satanic for me feels... You were talking about the leash that you can steal from the Razor and compensate for your damage that way. Well, Razor actually has... if he doesn't have his Lincolns completed, he's very close.
He's got his Lincolns, yeah.
Yeah, so...
Sitting pretty, going for Refresher next.
Exactly, so you won't even be able to link him, right? Like, you can link someone else, but then Razor gets to do whatever he wants to in fights.
And according to Snare, it's the 5th fastest BKB and Lincolns of all time. That seems... it's very, very impressive, actually.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Pretty good timing. They smoke up. This is probably some invasion of the triangle, right? Like, you're thinking, if you're Fusion, you would think that they're behind the Void right now. Still on top lane.
Yeah.
It's a cheeky one. The smoke.
They're lurking, seeing what there is to see. But Fusion are making themselves elusive. They read the play very nicely, and they get themselves out of that hot spot in the map, out of that triangle. Yeah, but the Void just being a good objective-based gamer, you know, he's not running around with his team trying to look for kills. He's shoving in that top wave. He's showing a little bit of caution now as his team start poking at mid. And now Imitator once again just going to break free from those chains and run herself away. But meanwhile, the Warlock has been caught. That's a pretty decent kill to start things off for Fusion. Now they look over towards Razor, but the Razor's a very tricky one. But the Chrono's through on the backlines. They want to check out the Dazzle, and that's exactly what they'll do. Quack, he doesn't have enough damage to kill a Dazzle inside of Chrono. Finally gets a bashes off at the end, but he's going to buy back into this one. XTJ, on the sidelines, Fishman's in trouble. Can they bring him down? Yes, they can. Quack gets a double. Now they move on towards Podlo. Podlo, Grave is out onto him, though, so it's going to keep him alive a little bit longer as the Razor finally goes down. White Album looking for more. He's getting off good damage here, but the Dazzle will fall again as Quack will run him down, and now look over towards Mr. God King himself. Rolling from 70, that's going to connect. They've got the silence, so no strength more for you. The Faceless Void will be losing the ages with an ultra kill in his belt. He doesn't give a shit. And now they move in towards White Album as well. Can they get them the rampage on Quack? I don't think so. White Album a little bit fleet-footed here to get himself away, but they want him. They'll kick him forward. Go, my son. Get your rampage. And with the bashes coming through the silence, it's not going to be enough. White Album, he's got that Remnant to play with as well, so he is absolutely safe here.
He's going to go for this, right? He's going to go for 70. Yeah.
Yeah. He's got that bungee cord attached, so he can just jump off the cliff, no problems at all.
Okay, so all things considered, a huge win once again for CDEC. They force a buyback, they kill off the Morphling. They do lose the ages, but it's no biggie at this point. And you can see just how much easier their fights are. It's hard to deal with the Chrono, it's hard to deal with the Razor. It feels like Dazzle needs to think about everyone and everything, and it's just not really possible. How do you feel about the Satanic now? Like Manta Satanic. He's gonna be lacking some damage, but he's going for a crit to compensate as well. Do you like it?
Yes, I mean, I still think I would like to see the crit first, honestly, and I don't say that often. I'm a very defensively inclined player, but when I see this kind of draft, I just want them to be able to rip through someone to start off a fight. They go on this razor in the start of the last fight, right? And they take so long to bring him down. The Void's just able to get a Chronosphere on the Morphling and the Dazzle in the backlines, and yeah, it's just not quite cricket.
Yeah. By the way, you were talking about different item builds. Void almost has his Skadi. Meanwhile, the Earth Spirit is going into Shiva's. Everything, like you said, I think it was your Snare that said, basically, they get these items and they own the Morphling. He can't heal.
Yeah, that was me. That was me.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, very hard for him to play into those two though. Like the healing de-amplification means that morphing strength is a bit of a sad situation for him.
It's like you're taking some stale medicine. Is that how it is? Like you take some antibiotics with expired.
Yeah. You
date.
don't finish the course, it comes back even worse.
Oh yeah. You don't finish the full 10 days. How many times did you do that, by the way? I've done it quite a few times. I've been.
I think twice as much as I can remember. I think I'm gonna have to do it again though, soon.
Just to see how it is.
Yeah, it's been a while, Love me some antibiotics. No, I've got a gammy leg. Scraped it climbing, and it's just kind of not healing. It's usually an issue. I don't know. No one cares.
That's you just being old. You have to
Is that
get
how it
used-
gets? You just take longer to heal.
Exactly. You have to just get used to it.
I need a dazzle around to give me some good juju. That's what it is.
I'd love myself some good juju right now.
I think
What
we all
about
would.
bad juju?
Not bad juju. Nobody wants a bad juju. We're on the bottom lane. This is Ponlo in a spot of bother, and Imitator will say, yeah, I'll take that kill. Thank you very much, 70. Thanks for doing the hard work here.
You can see how much different this game is. Chrono with the DD, never mind. No Chrono debated. Maybe now.
Gonna go and hit him. Why not? I mean, there's a Hex actually coming out with that shard from the Dazzle, and they bring him down. Quack!
Whack! You just got whacked.
Didn't respect the Dazzle shard at all.
Did he see it even? Was that the first time it was used? It
I
wasn't,
think
right?
so. I think so. I don't remember seeing it.
Yeah, that shard is insane, by the way. One of the best minute 15 shards. But, yeah, he just didn't have to go out for it before.
Minute 29,
7E.
still effective, and now 7E as well. He's forced to pop the BKB just to get away from this one. CDEC, they're showing cracks. Will they crumble? That is a question. Imitator, he's got a BKB. I don't know where he pulled this one out from, but it's not going to get him away from him. Been killed off here, so...
What the hell just happened? What the hell just happened for CDEC? They had this game so comfortably in control.
Yeah.
I don't think that it's like over or anything. They're still comfortably 10k ahead, but
Just a
yeah.
bit of cockiness.
Yep.
Oh no, looking for the Earth Spirit here and somehow connecting with that
BKB,
with that
right?
spike carrot, but there's another hero going down. 7E's gone. Used the BKB earlier just to help himself survive, and Fusion are just pumping the gas right now.
Got like a 5-6k swing in pretty much 2 minutes.
I think so, Lizard. I think so. Not good. Not good, but, you know, they're still in control. They got to mess up a few more times
Is under attack.
to let this game slip. But for sure, definitely going to knock their confidence here. Heading into Roshan, which is an incredibly fast respawn. It's almost min respawn here for Roche, so... Big boy is back again, and Quack scouts it out with that Time Walk shard. Quack. Quack. BKB and Refresher up on the Razor, though, so he's a big boy. He's ready to play, but the Morphling has now taken the top spot for, I believe, the first time in the game, for a very long time at least. So he has that Daedalus completed. He's scary mode now. He's definitely scary mode.
As long as he doesn't get chronoed and killed off instantly, which he shouldn't. like on paper, you do have this Dazzle, and Morphling plus Dazzle should never be caught in the same Chronosphere, right? So he
Like
should
last
be.
fight?
Yeah, I mean, come on, don't nitpick. It happens once in a while.
Yeah, you get reminded about it. You're like, oh yeah, we probably shouldn't hug each other.
Yeah.
Probably shouldn't hold hands and skip into the fight together.
CDC smoking up, going in. Refresher Razor.
Oh, this would be such a good pick on the Fishman, but they don't connect. They find the Dazzle instead. All right, it's a consolation prize. XCJ will fall.
Yeah. Straight into the pit, right? He bought
Yeah.
back as well before. 50 seconds that timer. Double damage. Oh,
Oh no!
snatches it.
I mean, all right.
Was that good actually? Because it now allows them to perhaps fight in the pit.
Possibly. I mean, it's. I
It's
don't
like,
know,
look,
dying for the DD.
Yeah. Dying for the chance to fight in the pit. I think that's better. Perhaps.
Better
More
terminology,
optimistically.
but
Yeah.
semantics.
Fishman.
Fishman, oh no, trying to run away, but the Lightning Revenant will tear him in twain. And the Refresher Orb comes out now as well from Razor as he connects up with God King, and they're just going to sit here pounding away at each other. But his team's not here, so Razor's just going to have to back away. In fact, he's going to die to God King here. The Adaptive Strike will finish the job, though. Didn't have it. I don't know where his team were. I think they were chasing the Ember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were chasing White Album.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, they will not catch him, it seems like. They did get the Aegis, the Rock was committed as well. I think, well, like, not sure what Warlock was trying to do there with the Rock. It wasn't that necessary, but it was committed.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So again, the cracks are starting to close up for CDEC, but they're definitely still there. If it's a vase, it's kind of like, looking like one of them ones they found in the Roman times. A bit battered, but still very pretty and intact.
Polo. Blink away, but is it enough?
KB, all right.
Like, one thing that I want to see is Dead Prophets finding a way to survive the Razor just running her down, right? So far,
Yeah.
it's always the same. Razor just gets on top of her, and that's it. I feel like if you have Exorcism, you just pop it, and okay, you're gonna leash me and chase me. Sure, you can, but my spirits will kill you while that's happening. Imitator.
Yeah, BKB gonna have to be popped here as it turns around on the Fishman. Fishman gonna pop the Exorcism. Can he actually find a fight here is the question. The answer seems to be yes, but the Chronosphere comes down from Quack, and he starts bashing away at this Morphling. Can they get through him? The Grave from the Dazzle, it's pretty damn good. Now, can he get the Satanic off and start healing? Yes, he can. Turns it around, and the Morphling is back into the game.
No
but
crit.
the Daedalus is, the Satanic is now on cooldown. Can the Void take advantage of it? He gets a bash, but is it going to be enough? Imitator comes in and they'll get the kill. The Morphling's gone. XCJ, he's out of Graves, and now have to back himself away. But they are giving chase right here. CDEC are looking for the targets. Meanwhile, the backlines, Polo gets a cheeky little pick-off onto the Razor. So it is a trade, but a trade which greatly favors CDEC.
Well, they lost the Razor, they lost the Chrono, they also lost the Aegis. They might get the tier 2, but at max it's a tier 2 mid. So overall, it was a win, but not a huge one for CDC.
The vase is wobbling again, but it's staying on its podium. And Ponlo, oh dear, that's another questionable move by him, I think.
Yeah, no grave there. To keep him alive was a little bit too far away with the Dazzle.
Yeah, graveless. You have an Aether on the Dazzle? No, he doesn't. That's a bit sad. Your range is already pretty good on your spells, though, I guess. But I don't know. I always like Aether versus Faceless Void.
On Dazzle, yeah, it's always nice. I mean, it's a very luxurious item to buy on Dazzle.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah. Like what do you
A
want?
very luscious item.
Yeah, very luscious. You want the glimmer, you want the shard. Aetherlance is amazing. Like, it used to be the first item purchased on Dazzle. a long time ago, but not any longer.
What are you feeling about this game then? Do you feel like there's a comeback brewing for Fusion?
I have to say that I'm positively surprised by God King's Morphling and how much he's been able to achieve in this game, but I feel that it's just so much easier for CDEC to win it. There is like definitely comeback potential. You have Ember plus Morphling cores. There is a way, but it's just the chances are very slim, I would say.
Oh, in the middle lane as well, Fishman. I mean, yeah, you talk about how impressed you've been with Morphling, but I have to say I've been incredibly unimpressed by the Death Prophet this game. Which is a shame, because last game it looked so damn good, but this time around, not looking great. Quack. Oh, no. Chronosphere completely whiffed, but will it get them the kill regardless? I think it very well might. The Morphling, he's in without the bungee cord, and he's going to go plummeting down. Zoning Chronosphere, perfectly used.
He waveformed immediately, so nice dodge by him. One problem is he didn't have Dazzle or Nyx Assassin around, so the two supports couldn't really do much, couldn't help.
Zonosphere, pushing him out.
Zonosphere?
That's what it was.
Nice.
Thanks.
You know what
Razor.
I didn't hear in a really long time? Lodasphere.
The Lotus. Oh yeah, well, it's probably because Loda doesn't play anymore.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but I still I didn't hear anyone using that expression for a while.
Yeah, I mean, Dota players have brain rot though, so the moment something stops happening, they just forget. Jump in, finish the tower, jump out. I'm gonna say it again. It's time walk with the shard. It's like a bungee rope. Bounce in, bounce out.
Especially with time dilation, right? Jump in, time dilate, jump out.
Yeah, it's so super annoying. Can you not? So 25 nearly reached on the Faces Void. That'll get him some backtrack, which will make him even better against this Morphling. Yeah, very strong power spike for him. Meanwhile, the Morphling, he's already 25 and has those waveform charges available. Which is interesting, actually, because that means he didn't waveform in the last fight. Why? I don't know.
Do you think he had it in the last fight, or he perhaps just used it, I believe, earlier?
Yeah, that might be it. Maybe he did the old double waveform or wave down just to kill a creep wave. Usually one will do the trick, so I don't know. I don't know, man. Brain empty. Whack. Whack.
Earth Spirit has that refresher as well, so a ton of damage will be dealt, ton of utility from him in this next fight. Is there anything big for Fusion? And Nick Sags is good, right? Like it kind of helps them in fights, but is it massive? I don't think so.
I still think he kind of just dies, right?
Yep.
Like, 40% damage reduction is good, but you're playing against Razor. This guy's just gonna zap you down eventually if they have the vision. Telescope picked up from the side of Fusion. That's a really, really nice pickup from them, actually. That is huge for the Dazzle.
Instantly give it to the Dazzle.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
No, he's a core player. Instantly send it back to base so that Dazzle has to bring out his courier for it.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. How hard does it trigger you when they get the item? You're right next to them, and they still send it base. Fishman, hold that thought.
Holding it as they move on towards the DP. His BKB is about to run out, and it's going to be a sticky situation when that happens. Dispose back into Quack, but the grave is there. Golem comes down. Oh my god, the Morphling! He's just getting absolutely obliterated on the sidelines. He is gone. Instant buyback, but what does it really matter? Ember Spirit's still jumping in and getting something done, but he's going to get himself hammered. Now the Chronosphere comes down. They want the dieback on the Morphling. They're just about going to get it. See ya later, little puddle. You will not be an ocean today. And then they move forward with the White Album as well. The bashes are there, but it's not going to be enough to get him killed off. He'll get away, but this little Nyx assassin, he's going to be put into the grave. 3 heroes dead on the side of Team Fusion, making it forward as they move towards the Dead Prophet as well. She is gone, and those golden Gs, she'll be coming out any second now as Ponlo will throw him down here. And Team Fusion will be losing game number 2 to CDEC. What a just explosive finish. That was just out of nowhere.
Explosive finish, but it was kind of inevitable, right? Like, we were waiting for this to happen for the longest time. At least I was. The draft from Fusion really left me wanting for more. I feel that these two teams have some interesting ideas on the meta when it comes to the heroes that they pick. Like in the last game, Morphling plus Centaur. This time around, Morphling again, but with the Dazzle and the Nyx. I still do not know why those two supports were comboed together. Like Dazzle and Nyx doesn't strike me as a pair that's going to do a lot for my team, in the game.
Yep. Certainly something that we saw throughout the game here, gentlemen, that support duo didn't allow them to do much across the map. We compare and contrast what could be accomplished with the Smarcy, what could be accomplished with this combination of the Warlock and the Earth Spirit, Fatal Bonds plus Magnetize, huge damage coming out. And then from Team Fusion, it's like, well, XCJ, well, I hope you're nearby, buddy, so you can press W, because if you don't, suddenly our team fight, it does nothing. So I imagine that part of the rationale was, well, even in the phase of the game where the Morphling is away farming on the map, we can just put this Shallow Grave onto the Death Prophet. She can roll into the team fight with the Ghost flying all about and dish out that damage, but it just turns out to not be enough. CDEC, good victory for them, and just a very strong finish. But it was a start to finish kind of game here, Lizard. It didn't necessarily feel like they started ramping up at one massive moment. Just from the laning phase, you could already sense that this is looking very strong for them. Amazing start in the top lane with that Razor Marcy. Quack didn't do the worst in the world on his Faceless Void, got all the farm he needed. And 7E just had a resounding performance on that Earth Spirit. I mean, it breaks my heart. Why didn't they dodge that first rotation? I feel like if Morphling survives that first one, maybe things are different. But what happened, Lizard? Why did the Team Fusion just let that kill happen in the early game?
It just happens. There are some things, they just happen. You make a mistake. It do be that way sometimes. But the worst thing is, like, Razor getting it. There's just a lot of heroes on which they get the first blood. Okay, it helps, but it's not amazing. On Razor, it changes the game. Like it literally just changes the game, because for him, it's all about ramping up those first extra items early on. And if he does get them, you just can't lane. No matter what you are on the long lane, you can't lane against him. And that's what happened. Yeah.
No, Matt, we've seen this how many times in the past where you play this offlane Razor and he sort of becomes a pseudo core and just becomes a carry when your main carry is not doing the job. In this game, like Lizard mentioned, he gets those early kills, gets to the top of the net worth, and stays there pretty much throughout the entirety of the game. This is now back-to-back games where we've seen the one draft have this Morphling relying a lot on him to provide the damage, the enemy team having multiple sources of that same damage, and that's what ends up winning out. Do we need to stop seeing the Morphling, or at the very least, if we do see Morphling, get something more around him to enable him to not be the only damage dealer in the game?
Yeah, I always like to see extra damage with the Morphling. I mean, they had that this game with the Ember Spirit. The problem is they just didn't have any frontline. So you want someone else to come into the frontline and try and, tank some spells and be a bit of an issue, maybe a bit of AoE lockdown. I don't think this DP Morphling combo is something I'd like to see again. It was a little bit awkward, but I mean, this DP's game was just awkward from start to finish, right? Like, you talked about the Razor. He was 14-4 this game. You look at the Death Prophet, she was 1-12. Now, I don't really like to rely on KDA ever as a good standard of how someone's performed in a game, but 1-12, guys.
Yeah, not great.
Not great.
Not what you want to see. For me, the one key stat that I always look at to assess a Death Prophet's performance, if I'm seeing a Death Prophet having done practically no building damage, then it's like, yeah, you were never in a really good position to utilize this hero properly these days. Feels pretty bad.
And most of these replays that we see, the common theme that we're going to have is the fact that Team Fusion not necessarily able to do all that much, in the sense that if Pondo doesn't get a very good impale, if there's not an amazing searing chains from White Album, the team fight just falls apart around their ears, and it's just much easier to just press R on Quack. Press R, win team fight, makes life so much easier for you. This damage output from him, damn, like what could they have done differently here, Lizard, to try and prevent the Faceless Void from just running away with each fight like this?
They didn't have a lot to work with, right? Like, if they killed him as surprise effects, right? Like some dazzle with a shard or some random impale happening. Like that's when they killed him. That's it. I do think that overall, if the game went better for them from the early stages, it could have went differently, right? Like if Razor wasn't completely snowballing out of control, then everyone else wouldn't too, as it would be easier. Like White Album, you didn't feel him in this game, right?
Yeah.
Like it was always Fishman. He runs up close, runs up first, dies, and then everyone else kind of tries to do something afterwards, and they fail. That's also partly because White Album wasn't really that beast that you expect him to be, that beast that he was in the last game.
It's kind of unfortunate though, because he actually did dish out a substantial amount of damage in this game. 51k hero damage emerging from this Ember Spirit. But unfortunately, there's a Faceless Void with the Aghanim Shard. There's an Earth Spirit that can just get away from you. There's a very tanky Razor in front of your face. There's this Marcy providing sidekick heal. There's this Warlock just healing everybody up as well with the Shadow Word. So all that damage ultimately goes nowhere. Like, they were just kept without being able to kill these heroes for so long. I mean, this was another one of these fights. Look how low QAQ is, but he's in no real danger of actually dying in this fight. Team Fusion has to desperately buy back XCJ, but it just turns out that he's just buying back to be additional food here. Every single fight just looked like this. And even worse, Nomad, as soon as these BKBs went down, Team Fusion felt like they had, you're talking about how they don't have any frontline. They don't even have any survivability without the BKBs, despite having this dazzle in the background.
Yeah, I mean, even with a BKB, we saw Fishman going down a lot of the times regardless. They've got a ton of physical damage, even Imitator contributing a lot in that regard as well. Very, very hard to play into that. I mean, it's just a team you don't want to be behind against, so yeah, it is what it is in that regard. There's not much more to really do when you get to this point in the game. You know, there's no item you can get which is gonna make the game any different for you anymore. You know, as I say, it comes down to draft, and it comes down to how bad this laning phase went. If there's one thing we do want to look back at, I would say it's probably the laning phase, because it did go a little bit too badly. I would say for Team Fusion, they didn't really have a way to really play the game.
Those first 10 minutes just went very poorly for them. Overall, they got everything they wanted out of the side of CDEC. And 7E, our MVP for the day, showing us why he can utilize this mid lane Earth Spirit to very good effect. Gets the big dub out of himself. As we mentioned earlier, it's his first game this year on the hero. Hasn't played it since February of 2021, but showing us that he's certainly been practicing this in his pubs, because whew, looked hella fresh with his movement across the map. Turns out giving this guy a hero that can go forward always gets you into good positions. So before we go into this third and deciding game, we have to remember that this game literally does not matter. CDC already qualified for Division 1. Team Fusion not going anywhere, sticking here in Division 2. This is mostly about practice for the TI qualifiers. Before this break here, Lizard, talk to me about this. Team Fusion, let's assume they get a better draft in game number 3. Is their mentality going to be upended? Because usually when we see them lose, it's under these exact conditions. Them dominating game 1, losing game 2, and then feeding very hard in game number 3. Will history repeat itself in the series?
Why not? Why not in the last series of the season for them? Right? It's the last one, right? Why wouldn't it repeat? Because you know, stay true to your colors.
Break the cycle, break the chain.
Hold them strong against the wall. Nomad.
Time, new beginning, new year, new me. Hashtag reinvent myself. Hashtag Instagram realities.
That's for the next. That's for the next league. That's for the next season.
Oh yeah, I guess. But it starts now.
It starts right here, right now. This is where it has to begin. I didn't even notice this a very late pickup of this, not the scepter, sorry, the Scythe of Vice sitting on this razor. So Xiang Yu, yet again, just demonstrating why he is so good in this off-lane position. We'll be seeing whether or not in Game 3 they can shut him down at all, whether or not they can draft better on the side of Team Fusion, or if it's going to be CDEC yet again coming through with an upset against some of these top squads here in Division 2. And we will be right back with some more Dota. Don't go anywhere. Keep your eyebrows flexed and return fresh in a couple minutes for some more Dota 2 action.
之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome one and all back to the Division 2 of the China DPC. We are in our third game between CDEC and Team Fusion, the decider of this series that has no real bearing on their position in the standings, but ultimately has bearing on their position in the TI qualifiers. I'm Snare, I'm joined yet again by Nomad and Lizard. Before we get into this game here, Nomad, put me on. What's going to happen? Game number 3. What's the situation that we're looking at right now?
Well, we're going to have a clash of pride here more than anything. I believe these two teams, they want to beat each other. I think for Team Fusion especially, they want to prove that they belong in that top 2. And one way to do that is by beating one of the top 2 teams. So destroying CDEC would definitely be a big move for them. I feel like this might be a good situation for them to be in. There's less on the line now for them. Their Division 1 dreams are smashed across the rocks. So I don't know. Maybe this is going to allow them to let loose, play a little bit more freely, and that could be what they need to really come online in this third game and show us what they can do.
All right, let's see if they will be able to play freely. Will they be able to pick the heroes that enable them in that regard, as we do have our third and decisive draft on our hands here. So let's get into it. Draft number 3, but I am already terrified for the prospect of Team Fusion. They let through the Brewmaster Lizard. They let it through. CDEC first pick it because they know what's up. What do you do to deal with this? I am terrified, honestly.
Please tell me more. Why are you terrified? I'm just very interested.
Sean, you Brewmaster, dude. He plays this hero. The only Brewmaster player I've ever seen in my life that's ever been close to him was a guy named Air back in the Hyper Glory team days. He also played this Brewmaster to some phenomenal level. He knows exactly the timings to reach around the map. He solo pushes bases by himself. He's one of the few people I've seen in the current meta who actually knows how to make the Void Ruling look useful in the game. His laning phase is amazing. Everything he does is just crisp, perfect on the Brewmaster. I'm rambling a little bit though, bro.
No,
tell me why it's
I'm
bad.
very happy I asked you. I'm very happy I asked you about the.
We're enjoying the enthusiasm.
I'm enjoying it. Please, more.
Now we're tapped out for now. The enthusiasm will come after this performance, because what's going to happen is I'm going to hype him up so much that he has no choice but to fail in the game. So I'm going to keep it low key to make sure I don't cast this curse him, you see.
Yeah, but you want Punlight to win, so surely you want to cast this custom as much as possible. I know your game.
Ooh, hey, you've got me there, actually. You've got me in a very interesting bind. But Ponlo's also in a great position because he's back on his tiny. He's like, all right, boys, let me actually play a hero I can do stuff with. There might not be a puck, but there could still be a Void Spirit in the mid lane. We already saw how good he can be. And what's really great about Tiny, it's one of the few heroes in the game right now whose spells can prevent Brewmaster from splitting. Avalanche has there's no point anymore where you can actually get off the full split. So you can guarantee kill Brewmaster. Maybe that's why they let it through. They're like, you know what? We're listening to Lizard. We've got a counter ready. We're not just going to ban it every game.
Got a round in the chamber.
Yeah, and they snatched the Phoenix away from them as well, so they're not gonna have any Mars Phoenix combos, nothing like that. Yeah, there's also a ton of damage.
Sorry, also just removes the Morphling threat from CDEC as well, which has been.
But last game Morphling was picked into Phoenix as well. Last time.
First series, yeah. First game, sorry.
The first game of the series, exactly.
Yeah, and it lost.
Okay, they get themselves some Nether Toxin as well on the side of CDEC Gaming. They take this Rubik, and the only job that I can see for this Rubik right now is to steal Nether Toxin. Like, everything else is bad, right? Like, from Phoenix, spells are okay, but nothing special. It's just the Nether Toxin that stands out quite heavily. The Abaddon,
that and Avalanche. If they get Avalanche, then you just like get perma disabled. You get lifted into Spear, into Avalanche, and you're just like a very sad boy. Can't do anything.
It also does a ton of damage as well. Like, it really catches me off guard.
Yeah, okay, Avalanche. I guess it's nice as well.
Begrudgingly concede.
I'll take it.
So this is going to be the 70 Mars mid, which is something we saw him doing a lot last season. It's okay, but Team Fusion already have the Viper to lane against him in the mid lane. I don't know if he's gonna have a good time versus that.
No, because CDEC they picked the Abaddon to kind of counter the Viper, I guess, on the safe lane, right? Like, you use that Aphotic Shield against him. It's a bit harder to lane. Plus, like, Abaddon is one of those heroes that's really good versus Phoenix, as you can always take the Fire Spirits off, and then you get one hero with no mitigation on his attack speed hitting the egg.
This is their first game on Viper as Team Fusion, so it's going to be interesting where they position it. I think both Fishman and White Album have played it for other teams, but we don't know exactly where it's going to go in this particular game. Do probably feel it's probably going to be in the mid lane, but I think they'll wait until the end of the drafts to make that decision. I personally would hope that it's off lane. I don't like Viper Tiny. Doesn't feel like a great duo to me. Every time I see a hero in the mid lane with a support Tiny, I want it to be a hero that has tempo, can get forward as well, like some spirits, some pucks, these sort of heroes, not necessarily these more anchors like the Viper. But we'll see how things go right now. I'm still very interested to see what QAQ is going to be playing in this game. They do not have last overall pick, so they need to make sure that whatever it is can continue to lane and scale throughout the game. as they get a Jug from Team Fusion. I like this, actually. Picking up the Juggernaut, the hero that can beat into the Phoenix Egg. This way, you get the hero. If they want to go for another egg hitter, what's left? Like Lifestealer, Ursa are the options for them. And if either of those are picked up, you already have both Viper and the Phoenix. So percent-based damage and some kind of break to deal with those kind of heroes.
I still think they'll ban the Ursa on Team Fusion. I think they should. So Beastmaster taken out from CDEC definitely makes a lot of sense. That'd be really, really strong for them. Morphling taken out by Fusion, so they still think it's worth banning, even though they've got the Phoenix. That is interesting. Phoenix and Viper, nonetheless.
No Morph Beastmaster banned at the very end. In China, this hero just gets banned very often, doesn't get picked all that much. It would give Team Fusion quite a lot of tempo. I would like a hero that plays quickly. I don't want to see something else that's really, really slow at the end of their draft. What are you feeling here, Lizard? What do we want for Team Fusion? And actually, wait, where do we want the Viper? Is this definitely mid, or would you prefer it off lane, given how the draft's unfolding?
I think I'd like it mid more, and then you last pick your offlane on Team Fusion. Some extra stun and some extra frontline. It wouldn't be bad on the offlane position 3 Viper too, but like why? If you have a Mars lane mid, like you know you're gonna do well there, and on the offlane you have Abaddon where you want you can still do well, but not necessarily. Why not put it mid? Who's got the last pick, by the way?
Fusion have last pick.
Okay, so they get to decide, really. In the end, they get to decide where Viper can go. They just see what CDEC picks last, and then they figure it out, right? Like,
Yeah,
they don't have to make that call.
I really
straight
felt they
away.
need a Giga carry. That's why they've banned out Morphling and TV. So I think they probably take Medusa here on CDEC.
Wow, I never thought I'd see the day when Nomad was calling for a Medusa pick.
I can see it though.
Yeah. Something to stay far away with the Mars being there, sure. Up front, you have a ton of frontline for you. It could work. It's decent laner with Abaddon too. Like these Drows and Medusas, they all could work.
Let's see here. 25 seconds left for CDEC. This game going to be very important for them to demonstrate that they belong. Being top 2, it wasn't a fluke that they've been beating out some of these other squads. With the Brewmaster, they're positioned quite well, so we just need a hero that QAQ can sit back and deal damage from. And that hero will be Clinks. Okay, haven't seen much of this Searing Arrow hero in quite some time. Fell off a cliff, kind of, from a situation where, especially in Div 2, he was being picked quite a lot last season. What do you make of this here, Nomad, this last pick for CDC?
I'm a Clinks enjoyer. I like this hero a lot. And I'm not sure I like it this game though, honestly. I don't know. You want so the good Clinks games are the ones where everyone's kind of like grouped up together. You can get a lot of value. Basically, Burning Barrage is your hero in kind of like a game. Like you can get some right clicks as well, but it's mostly the Burning Barrage. Juggernaut's just going to spin. Phoenix is going to egg. Viper a bit too tanky. The Tiny's going to be like going in as initiation, hopefully. Yeah, I don't love it. I really don't love this Phoenix, this Clinks pick here, and I really like Clinks. So, but I'm interested to see what they can do with it for sure. I don't know if this is an experiment or how this is going to work. Another problem I have with it as well, just to finish up, they don't really have long lockdown on either of their support duo, and they don't have initiation from either of their support duo. It's really hard to play Clinks if you don't have like one other hero to play with who isn't going to go in and set up for your Burning Barrage for you. So like just one like initiation stun, long range stun, anything like that. Like lift is okay, but you want something just a little bit more reliable. You don't really have that. So I think it's a tough Clinks game. Sorry, I'm being very casual, guys. I'm sorry. So yeah, I'm gonna be going against the Clinks. I'll be going Fusion for this game 3, I think.
Fusion for game 3. Lizard, they've played this Clinks before on the side of CDC, and the last time they played it was when they were in the quarterfinals against IG Vitality, and it gave them a dub in that situation. How are you feeling it here, or you also have the same reticence to promote the Clinks that Nomad has?
Yeah, I'm not sold on the Clinks overall. I don't think it's the same hero that deals with Yegg like he used to, but they must have a plan behind him, and I'm ready to be like surprised by the strength of
One
the hero.
over.
That I actually, I haven't seen it in a while, right? Like it's not played very often. I know what it does, the Maelstrom Barrage build, but I don't truly believe in it. Perhaps they can make me a believer.
They'll try and make you a believer indeed. It's only the second Clinks in China, only the 12th overall in the DPC, so certainly not a hero that's enjoying a lot of play for many reasons. So we're going to be seeing in this game whether or not the side here of CDC can make it work yet again, or if it's going to be Team Fusion with this last pick Dawnbreaker. Looks like Fishman's going to have a pretty good game on that one. If they can bring this one back, if my boy Ponlo can pop off again on this Tiny. Let's find out together though, gentlemen. We have a game of Dota, game number 3. Please take it away. Nomad the narrator and Luscious Lizard. Talk to you after the game.
Yes, your nice luscious eyebrows, Lizard. Indeed, we get into game number 3, the deciding matchup between Fusion and CDEC here in this Pride game. It is a Pride game. It's Pride Bowl. And yeah, I don't know. I like what Fusion are putting down for this one. Now, I just want to highlight the positive Clinks because, I want to get on my soapbox because I think this hero is actually good. It has a place in the game. So one good thing about it is that he's a tanky boy. Like he's a tanky boy with that 15 talent. He can do a lot of damage with the 15 talent as well. But it's all about survivability. He just gets so much HP. You build a Scotty at a decent timing, and he just becomes an absolute beast. That's something which Juggernaut's going to struggle to deal with, and the Dawnbreaker. So the Scotty timing is going to be the most key thing about this game, I believe. That'll be the decider. If he can reach good timing on Scotty after his Maelstrom and his Dragon Lance, then it could be a good game.
Do you think that he has a problem of like heroes that get on top of him easily? I guess Viper isn't that, but you have Tiny, you have Dawnbreaker, perhaps the Jug with a blink eventually.
Maybe because you don't like building BKB, like it really messes with your timings if you have to stop for BKB on Clinks. It makes you very sad. But I don't know if they have enough damage. And also look at the heroes they've got on CDEC as well, right? They've got Brewmaster and they've got Mars, so and Abaddon as well. So I think they've got enough defensive abilities to stop the Clinks from having to worry too much about that. They can keep him alive as long as he's got that death pack running. He'll be okay. He'll have the tankiness to survive through it. He's a really tanky hero, so I'm not super worried about that. Yeah, it's just the things I mentioned before, which are the problem with him is that like you need to make these burning barrages go to work, but the hero also scales like an absolute beast as well. Like you see his 20 and 25 talents, they're absolutely bonkers.
Yep. Like, I'm just overall not sold on the hero in the competitive. Like, you get the dust in the early game, you get on top of him in the laning stage, kill him off. I think I've seen quite a bit of actually this Dawnbreaker against Clinks, in which Dawnbreaker just crushes him.
Yeah, it does seem like a tough lane.
Yeah, but then again, he has Abaddon, right? So he should be on paper fine. Like, ton of heals coming his way, ton of dispels coming his way as well.
Yeah, on paper is one thing, but in action, it can be an entirely different thing. And if you get jumped by this tiny Dawnbreaker, I think plans want to go out the window. It only takes the Abaddon just be slightly out of range for it to go horribly wrong.
On paper, Snare really likes this Panda mid, but in reality, he has 2 CS against 11 CS and 8 denies of the Viper.
Yeah, they've actually swapped it up, right? Like, this is something very unusual, but yeah, it's going to be the Brewmaster mid and the Mars in the off lane. 70 playing in the off lane. That's a strange sight.
And this is a slaughter. This isn't unusual. This is just, I don't know what this is, but yeah. Like, you don't want this. I don't know what this is, but you don't want this.
This is White Album saying, guys, come on. Like, put some respect on the name. Come on.
It's like there have been Pandas mid recently, like in Eastern Europe as well. They're playing it mid. Yeah. With quite a bit of success, because the whole lineup kind of goes around the Pandas and you fight 24/7 every time you have that ulti. But you have to do well in the lane. 18 CS against 3. Dude, this is me.
4.
This Panda is literally me on mid lane.
5. Yeah, this is It's time to hit the jungle, I think. Jungle looks fun. Let's go do that.
This just remembers me of my games versus like really good players such as no one on mid lane, right? Like I play against them with some shitty visage. I have 3 CS, I still win the game because the hero is broken. But I don't think Panda is that broken. Like
Yeah. I mean, Snare did curse this guy into the ground, right? You know, he got in a soapbox, he gave a little soliloquy, explained to us why, well, it's the greatest thing that's ever happened to the world of Dota 2, so if anything, this is Snare's fault. Thanks, Snare.
thank you, Snare.
Yeah, 5 and
Thank you
0
for
versus
ruining-
27 and 50.
Mm-hmm.
This is the biggest SmackDown I've ever seen in the mid lane in my Dota career.
Really? Yeah, it's pretty bad, I guess.
This is like irredeemable.
You are playing against a Viper, though, right? Like as a
Yeah.
melee hero, you're playing against a Viper. You didn't manage to control the equilibrium properly. He did, and because of that, you can't approach the creeps anymore. Now Pondo is rotating into. They want to kill him. Seal the deal.
Yeah, this is just mean at this point. You're rotating on the guy who's 8 and 2. Like, come on.
And you fortify the creeps so he doesn't get exp.
Jesus. And Ponlo's
Yeah.
like, yeah, I'll take first blood. Thanks, buddy. You got enough. You're 31-16 in mid.
Yeah, but the fact that they fortify the creep wave there so he doesn't get anything. Like the creeps would have tanked the tower. That's not the problem. 7E.
Yeah, kicking a guy whilst he's down. They just want to destroy him. Not just in his game, but in his mind as well.
Yeah, Viper definitely dismantled him in the lane, so not much more is necessary. Polo bottom lane 7E.
Oh, that's cute. Gonna make a difference though. 3 Radiant Heroes converging on 7E here. 7E in the tree line. Is gonna get away with this one. Imitator? He's pretty far forward, but he's going to be able to get the kill onto the healing ward. And I think they're out of spells. XCJ's actually just straight up going to die. Nice play from Imitator there. Just using that little wizard staff fizz to right-click the guy down.
Yeah, but he wasn't truly the one that killed him. It was the tower. They didn't switch the aggro. They didn't play around the aggro. They just left the poor Phoenix to get killed off by it. I just wonder if there's going to be this point in the game in which Panda just pops the ulti, kills the Viper twice, and then it's one of those question mark moments in the chat, you know?
Yeah. DM him. Nice Viper, bro. See you at LAN. Feels unlikely at this stage, but you know, there's a lot of Dota to be played. You know, long game ahead of us. Maybe, or it might be very quick if this Viper just rolls everybody over. The thing is, though, it's a Viper, right? Like he scales better than he used to, but it's still not like, I don't know. I don't know how scared I should be of White Album Viper, but I guess we got to find out.
Jug.
Yeah, he's dead down to bottom. 70 grabs a kill. Big pick off the CDEC.
Yeah, nice arena used, the first one. He's definitely, well, not used. He nice arena gotten by 7E. After that kill. But now he's gonna use it.
Going for White Album in the middle lane here. Split being used. Are they gonna bring him down? No. In comes a Dawnbreaker ulti, and actually Undyne is the one who's gonna fall, but the Pandas are still gonna get to work and get the kill. So level 6. Big timing here for the Brewmaster.
Well, it's such a big, because he also did it with Arcane Rune. So Arcane Rune plus he gets a solo experience, right, on the Viper, because Undyne died. The Abaddon wasn't there on time. I mean, he was there, he just died. So really nice for the Brewmaster. Kind of what we predicted, right? Like first Panda split, you kill the Viper, he feels too cocky, you kill him again, and your game is back. Even though you had no CS, doesn't matter.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh.
Ooh, toss back onto the Brewmaster. They want to bring him down again. He's going to go for the TP, though, and they don't have any break for that, so he is going to get himself back.
he usually would have to TP to base, but because he has Abaddon there, he just got the Photic shielded, healed up, so he doesn't have to worry if he's gonna tick down to the poison stacks or anything like that.
Yep. And he's somewhat back in the game after that split kill. He's getting a bit at mid. He's very much back in it now as Ponlo. Looking for something here, but yeah, it's going to be Imitator. Probably just going to tick out to the poisons here. Nope, never mind. Undyne's going to be able to heal him up with that shield. Take those poisons away. TP out. Ponlo, does he have anything? No, he doesn't. Once again, people just TPing out in front of him over and over.
I feel like Abaddon is doing quite a bit this game, right? Like so far, at least, saving heroes. How's our Klink's boy doing? 3.8k just behind the Dawn. Man, Dawnbreaker is crushing it. And look at these stacks, actually. Oh, this is gonna be juicy once that Maelstrom is up.
Yes, exactly. No, this Klink's is getting away with it, actually. The Dawnbreaker is doing well, for sure. Like, they're trading farm. But Klink's able to go brown boots into Maelstrom. Feels really good. You get that Maelstrom in like 10 minutes with Burning Barrage. You just clear through waves so quickly. And that's when he really starts farming. Like, he'll pull ahead of this Dawnbreaker for sure.
Yeah.
That is a nomad guarantee, trademarked.
Of course. My only question is, will Team Fusion try and contest those stacks? They did scout them, right? They know where they are. Now, Quack, he has finished his Maelstrom. I wonder, does he go straight into the Ancients or into the Triangle, that is? Does he farm the lane some more?
Another stack being created by Imitator here. This is intense. And yeah, look at that circling from Ponlo. Ponlo saying, guys, we've got a situation we need to take care of. And Juggernaut, he is going for the Maelstrom as well. But he finished off his phase boots first, so it's going to be a long time before he can come in, but he would be able to spin down the hard camp at least. But yeah, Ancient should belong to the Klinks, although to be honest, I don't know if he can take them down with just a Maelstrom.
It would take some time, right? Like, yeah, it would take some time. Meanwhile, the problem that Fusion have got is, even though they did scout the Ancients, they didn't put vision there. So the stacks, I mean, in the Triangle. So they don't really know when Klinks will go and farm them.
He's going for it again on the Rubik. Can he make yet another stack happen? Ah, he got the hard camp. He didn't get the Ancients though.
You got the hard camp. That's man, Imitator. You're a beast when it comes to these stacks. Always on point.
Yeah, that's insane. They have to protect them though. They can't let them get stolen. That would just be an absolute disaster. Klinks, it's time to go, buddy. Get in that triangle, my friend. Yeah, he's running through mid. I almost don't like the fact that he shows at mid here, because it is going to give Fusion a very clear indication of where he's heading next. Like, he's given them a pinpoint, he's given them a reticle, but CDEC are doing something really cool where they're shoving bottom at the same time, so creating more issues for Fusion to deal with. And honestly, Fusion aren't dealing with any of them. They're actually just kind of chilling.
Look at this. Oh, he's greeding out a bit with the way he's farming, yeah. He's trying to go for Ancients as well. Which he might be able to do.
He's kind of...
Smoke up coming. This is
Ancients. Yeah, this is a fight. This could be a really important one as well. Ponlo is going to come in. They're going to see him. Quag needs to be careful here. He has got that death pack going, so plenty of HP to work with. They can't let this this Tiny just wander around here.
Yeah, they won't be contested though. I feel like Lynx will take the stacks no matter what. And why won't they be contested? You're playing versus a Mars and a Panda. Both of them have ultis. Like,
yeah,
if you go in, you might just feed hard.
Yeah, Ponlo will be able to at least get the arena out of 70 at the. It's something. But yeah, there's not much being done here. And look at, oh my god, this is every carry player just clip this,
dream,
play it on repeat. You know, that is your therapy right there. Ever feeling bad, just watch that back and oh my god.
What was it, like 800 gold? 800 gold from the hard camp.
Straight up.
Very, yeah, just a juicy hard camp.
Wow.
He's fine.
He's rushing BKB on the Clinks. That is absolutely not what I expected him to do.
Okay, really wants to be engaging early on then, right? Like that's the BKB, that's what it's for. Imitator?
Yeah, just rush Scotty, dude. I'm surprised, but nevertheless, Imitator, he's gonna steal the healing ward. All right.
Jabeta the Omni Slash as well. It's only level 1 Omni Slash, right? And there's Abaddon nearby. The chances that you kill the Rubik are really low.
Yeah. I do like that Imitator is playing Rubik, though. It's very on brand. He's going to imitate the spells. Big fan.
He's always, you know, he always thinks about the lore.
Of course,
within
you
his
have
nickname.
to.
Yeah.
Make sure people know the name.
That's why I only play Lizard heroes. You know.
Yeah, only Snap 5.
Kind of Venom, Viper. They
Bit
can
of Medusa
pass
maybe. Oh, in comes the egg, but they should be able to take this one down. But meanwhile, Abaddon just getting absolutely torn apart by the Viper. Not going to kill him off, though, by the looks of it. He's going to narrowly survive this one. Meanwhile, Pelno just chilling inside the arena, having a great time. Now in comes that Dawnbreaker ultimate, cutting the fight in two. Quack going to have to run himself away as he goes invisible and skates off down the lane. Meanwhile, Jinxley will be back to Panda form. A lot of trading, not a lot of killing. Just a couple of supports dying. No one really major falling in that fight, but it is going to be Fusion who are trying to take the initiative here as they run for this middle tier 1 tower. The ultimates are down and they survive the fight, so they're going to be very happy with that. Lynx is trying to make something happen here. I mean, he's going to clear through the creeps at the very least.
Yeah, he cleared the creeps and he killed the healing ward. I think that's what's most important. Like the healing ward helps Fusion push easier.
Man, this is such a struggle for this tower, and I think Fusion are realizing they're running out of gas a little bit, and they will back themselves away.
They just used too many resources. Ultimates from Dawnbreaker, from Phoenix have been committed. Eventually, you just need to cut your loss and go back.
And Quack did end up finishing off that Dragon Lance, as you can see. So he's got that extra attack range. That is a must on Clinks, I feel. Increases the effectiveness of Burning Barrage so much.
And that's why the BKB as well, right? Like you go into the Dragon Lance, you can disassemble it, assemble it again afterwards, and have the BKB for the next fight. They're still stacking for him. I have to really give props to the supports. They're stacking quite a bit for throughout the game.
Oh, what a deny. And I'm just going to go for the TP out here, but Dawnbreaker says no. Mother is here, and Undyne will be falling. So get a tower, get the kill, all is well. CDEC. They will be heading in towards ultimate timings now, though. 2 seconds on split. Arena is back as well. So it's going to be them looking to take the initiative soon. They'll be looking to take some fights. It is hard, though. Into this Dawnbreaker ulti, it is hard to make this arena feel nice. And Supernova as well. I mean, both teams having tremendous team fight ultimates. Really could be the difference maker. Let's see what they can do. Tiny to spear down to the low ground. Ponlo, though, being healed up by the Dawnbreaker, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Coming into play. 7E goes down. Fishman making the difference here. Imitator juggling heroes right now, and in comes the Abaddon, trying to keep Imitator alive here, but not able to do so. It actually just straight up didn't use the Aphotic Shield. Toxic. Meanwhile, Ponlo throwing back the Abaddon, cooking him up inside that Supernova. A lot committed here for those 2 support kills, though. Maybe a little overzealous, not really too sure. Quack is in the neighborhood. He really wants to see if he can get to pick up onto Ponlo, but not really going to be worth it if he dies for it as well. So he's going to chill out. Keep farming up, I guess.
Quack. Well, they do get 3 of them, right? 2 supports and Mars as well.
Yep, yeah, it's a good few moments from
considered.
Fusion, that's for sure. More importantly, they bled the ultimates again. Then another split kind of goes to waste.
How close is he to Aghanims? on the
Very far. He went for the Blink Dagger first, so he's still 3k gold off it.
That's actually very peculiar that he went for Blink. Like, he has a Mars as well, right? Like, Mars and Rubik, like, both of these could be your main initiators, and then as Panda, you just go for the Aghanims, you get double the ult imitator.
Oh dear. Been thrown back into XCJ and White Album, and Fishman also cleaning up Undyne as well. Just kills coming through thick and fast for Fusion at the moment.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, I feel it's kind of similar to game 2. You're just having way too good of a laning stage for the game to be taken out of your control after it, right? Like Dawnbreaker had a good time, Viper just dominated mid, Jug had a good time bot, and that mid, yeah. And then you just snowball off of that.
Oh, the hero dead.
Yeah. There, like, look at the net worth. There's a 1k advantage for Fusion, but top of the net worth is the Clinks, right? Like, he's 10k. So it's crazy just how much these 3 cores of Fusion have got.
Yeah. And Clinks has finished off his BKB, so
Yeah.
one would expect he wants to fight soon. Probably when this Brewmaster respawns, he's going to have Split available again, so it really feels like it's CDEC's turn to make something happen. They need to make some magic.
Yeah, and I think it's huge. Like, it's huge for him to have the BKB plus Brewmaster ulti. Suddenly the fight could change, because, like...
Oh, there it is. The Grove Bow finally drops for the Clinks.
Nice.
That was
Yeah.
scary as well. 4 out of 5, but it's there.
So, basically for CDEC, these 2 other cores, Mars and Panda, they don't matter that much when it comes to network. They do, but they can frontline even without it, right? Like, the Brew can frontline easily. Mars as well. So, it's all about the Clinks.
Oh, quick BKB from White Album. 70 tries to jump in with the spear. That's not going to happen, and now Fusion, once again, they're looking to be on the aggressive. Can they keep 70 alive? He doesn't have a BKB, and he is just going to cook to the Phoenix. Quack, though, going to pop the BKB and try and take down the Supernova. Does he have the damage to bring it down? Yes, he does, but he's got a Dawnbreaker in his face. Doesn't really care, though. He's so damn tanky with that BKB. Not really feeling the threat right now as he turns around, gets some clicks off onto Ponlo here. Ponlo going to fall, claimed by Imitator, but they have lost Undyne in the process. Now they look forward for more. Blink in from the Brewmaster. Throws down the Thunderclap, and now the Burning Barrage going to follow through as well. It's going to be an attack to bring down the Juggernaut. They're going to have to commit the ultimate from the Dawnbreaker to keep the Juggernaut alive. And that is going to cost Dawnbreaker her life, or to get God King out.
That was so funny, because God King went in with the spin to save the Dawnbreaker, right? Like, to prevent them from chasing, and then Dawnbreaker had to go back in, realizing that he was about to die if he didn't.
Yeah.
One thing that was very noticeable in this fight from Fusion is they took the bait way too hard. Like, and the bait was very obvious. It's that Mars, this jumps in. If you follow him, it wasn't truly a bait. It's just that you're overcommitting for a hero that will put you out of position. And it's difficult for everyone to follow up. It was literally just Viper and Phoenix hitting him. So the Egg dies, the Viper dies.
Everybody die.
Everybody dies, yeah. One really nice thing that I saw is just how much damage the Dawnbreaker dishes out to Pandas. Like, almost killing them on her own.
Yeah, it's a good hero. Dawnbreaker, she's just pretty ridiculous. But,
do you watch The Boys?
Yeah.
She's literally that Starlight.
Yeah. If Starlight did like a couple more squats in the morning.
Yeah, a couple squats a day.
On lane. Getting burnt up in the top lane. That's going to be a freebie. Go to HNC.
Oh,
Finish the job. Finish your greens. Finish your vegetables. Oh no. He didn't finish his potato, and now Ponlo running through the tree lines. Oh, lands the the crit arrow from Quack from downtown. Quack gets the kill. Now Undyne just going to TP himself out of this one. All's well. Brewmaster? You're just going to TP out? Alrighty. Easy.
Yeah. Not a lot of stuns. If Tiny is dead, there is only a Fishman with it, so yeah, just TP away.
Look at Quack's build as well. Goes, refinishes the Dragon Lance, so gets a BKB, gets the Ogreax back again to reform the Dragon Lance as he disassembled it for the BKB. Goes in for a Chrysalis now as the cheap damage item. Obviously also works with Burning Barrage. And now, what's next? I would like to see the Skadi, but he wants the full Daedalus. Okay, no Skadi. I'm so upset, dude. I've been asking for it all game.
Skadi is good, but if you're going for Daedalus, maybe Satanic is even better, right? Like to combo.
Yeah,
you're gonna have,
I guess,
a bit of both worlds, right? Like a ton of damage plus.
Like,
playing White Album.
Oh my god, the damage onto White Album. See you later, Sunshine.
Does it feel good to be this panda now?
Yeah, it does indeed. The lane was all worth it. To watch him die like that.
It was, you know, tactical feats on the mid lane.
Obviously.
Tactically not getting CS so that he can come back harder into the match.
Tactically face planting the lane.
The problem is, like, okay, you gave your Viper quite a good lane. He dominated it, but you can't let him just die like this. Like, it's one of those heroes that falls off heavily if he gets caught out way too many times.
Yeah.
Gotta play around him perhaps a bit more on the side of Fusion.
70 does have that BKB finish now, so feeling pretty strong and confident in the middle lane. Should be good. Quack, just doing a bit of baiting. Seeing what they can see. Meanwhile, Podlo on the side here. They're going to jump in on the Brewmaster. Everybody just jumping in on this one right now. They're going to turn around and try to deal with the Supernova. That'll be their focus. And now the Omni Slash comes ripping on through here. Not really going to be able to take anyone down. It just comes through everyone. And now God King, he's trying to leap at the crit. Where did that come from? What the hell was that range? Quack manages to find the kill and now turns around with Fishman as well. Fishman just trying to fight up into this, but the arena comes down, splitting them all up. Quack brings him down, moves to his next target. White Album is going to be the name, and he's gonna get himself forward. No, he's
Quack.
not.
He's going in.
Chasing. Quack's there as well. He's got the barrage. He's got the damage to get the kill. Even gets tossed away by the Tiny, but now he's being jumped upon by Undyne. Shixie himself throwing a little high five to each other, and they will finish the job. And by the job, I mean a full 5-man team wipe going the way of CDEC.
Yeah. Do you have time to go into the pit? Like, you don't have resources. You've used mostly everything. There is a Brewmaster Aghanim, so he should have another ult. But okay, they're trying to go in. Let's see if they can finish it fast enough. I think they can, right? Like, your heroes are quite strong.
I mean, there's also no Supernova. There's also no Solar Guardian. Definitely didn't just read that, because I forgot what it was called. There's no Omni Slash. You know, I think they're feeling good. They're feeling strong.
Omni Slash felt so sad in that last fight as well. Like, just jumping across the pandas and everything and doing pretty much nothing. The moment he got out of it, he died.
Yep. Unfortunately, it was an Omni or Die moment. He chose both. Jump in, another day, another split. Quack just unleashing now with the Burning Barrage. They're going to try and throw back the Clinks, but I don't think the Clinks gives a damn. He says, yeah, thanks for the Blink Decker, bro. Means I don't have to buy one. Oh, miss up high ground. Saves White Album's life at the very least. And now we'll jump in and move towards Brewmaster. Actually getting caught out a little bit, but he's going to be able to get off another split here. Solar Guardian coming on down here, but Podlo not quite in the radius, so he is going to die. And now the spear comes through onto 2. Fishman turns around with the BKB with that Starbreaker coming through as well. And there's, of course, that Sunray healing him up. So they will survive for now on Fusion, but man, it is painful.
Yeah. 4 staff, Aphotic Shield. Quack is here though. He's fighting.
Good lord.
Ton of damage.
Yeah, that Daedalus just absolutely going to work, and sharing is caring, and that's what they'll do to this Omni. XQC says, XCJ says, why? Why? I didn't want that clinks on my face. I really didn't, bro.
That is not helpful, Sir Tiny. Please don't do it again. I shall not report you this time. Yeah, like Clinks is just becoming crazy strong. I actually expected maybe Fusion to take this fight better, because Mars obviously TP'd out, right? Like, you saw him. And I expected them, okay, Mars... I knew they were gonna chase. I just expected them to do more after chasing and not just die. But Clinks... definitely surprising me. Like I said, I wanted to be positively surprised, and I have been. Pretty much doing what you expect from Klinks to do, but I don't know. I just don't see the hero enough, so I think I kind of, just assume that he's not that great. The stacks definitely helped, though, right?
They certainly did, yeah. They were a big building block of Quack's game. I still find it interesting that they, I mean, I guess Ponlo was rotating to mid a lot, but like, he was really hammering that nail in the middle lane. Meanwhile, the Klinks was kind of getting away with it in the top lane. They could have done more.
Oh, mid lane arena missed.
Yeah, he's just, he's building a giant stop sign in the middle lane. That's what he's doing. Nice circle with the strike across through it. Saying, stop playing. GG out. Whack. Oh no. Oh, the double crit! Are you kidding me? That's not okay.
Poor Phoenix, he just died in 3 hits.
He didn't deserve that.
Yeah.
Also went for Searing Arrow's multi-shot, by the way. Rather than burning barrage damage. That's interesting. As you see, his heroes just getting absolutely shredded. Another day, another crit. Quack just turning heroes inside out.
They do have buybacks though, if they want to commit them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they'll use it when on the Dawn, whenever someone needs saving. Let's see what they can do. Ponlo looking for the toss back, use it onto Quack here, trying to get him out of position. He is out of mana, so his damage output is limited. Might be going down the first time here. Has that Aegis though, so ready to jump back and come back into this one. Meanwhile, God King almost giving his life just to get the Aegis out of this Klinks' hands, or bone hands. Bone hands are still hands. That doesn't need to be corrected. White Albert, meanwhile, he's got a Panda infestation, which he can't really take care of. And it's just looking a wee bit sad at this point, really. Supernova comes down. They will all turn their attentions, taking down that big old pyramid. That will get torn apart. Quack is getting kind of low, but Satanic brings him straight the way back up again. Omnislash jumping through so many heroes, doing nothing.
Arena.
A beautiful catch there from 7E just to grab that kill. Fishman desperately trying to fight up into everyone, but there is nothing to be done. And there come those lovely 2 Gs to end the game. Game number 3, it goes the way of CDEC, and they remind us exactly why they are the second place team in this region as they kick Fusion's ass in this 3rd game.
This one was so on point from them. This whole strategy with the Klinks was just really on point. Getting all the stacks for him, making sure, like it's when you're playing a hero such as Klinks, it's very important that you're that 1 damage item ahead, right? Like so that you don't feel like a creep in fights. You use your barrage, then they jump you, and you have to run. It's very different when you get like a Dragonlance crit so early on, and you're getting the kills. You're actually dishing out that significant amount of damage.
Yeah,
which he was. Yeah.
He was dishing out damage like it was nobody's business. Amazing performance coming out here from CDEC. And Quack managed to claim himself the 2nd fastest daedalus all time on this Klinks hero. A decent return from him. Just everything that was coming together from CDEC. It looked so crisp from the mid-game onwards. But it was started to look good at the beginning, no matter. It was looking like Team Fusion had some degree of a handle on this. They were punishing that Brewmaster in the mid lane. They were making things look very solid from Fishman's side of things. He had a phenomenal start on the Dawnbreaker. Then it all fell apart so quickly. It feels like that one mid fight, that huge one where they dove in after 7E, I believe, on the he pops BKB, they kill him, they think they can take this fight, and then Klinks is like, wait, I have a perfect angle for all the damage. You were speaking about it during the draft itself. This hero was all about the burning barrage, and that certainly came in clutch in this game, dishing out a ton of damage that it didn't feel like Team Fusion was able to contend with.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Klinks is about, really. And I was worried because they didn't have a ton of lockdown to really set up for that, especially with their support duo. But, you know, when you get this far ahead, you don't really need it. Like, you don't need a slow, you don't need a stun, because the damage alone is enough. No one's going to be able to escape that in time. So, yeah, you know, you can see in this very first clip here, White Album, like, pretty much tanks the entire thing. Not good. Not good for Fusion, unfortunately, in this game. I just would have liked to see Ponlo focus more on the top lane and try and kind of punish this Klinks a bit more, because they were owning. Like, the Dawnbreaker was ahead, but they didn't shut down the Klinks with that. They just kind of let Fishman get really farmed instead, and I'm not sure that's the right play. Easy to say.
Let him get really farmed.
Yeah, when we look at the game back, we're like, well, we should have done more to shut him down, but in the time itself, it's kind of hard to do. Ponlo was a little bit late in picking up his Blick Dagger, 4 minutes behind the pace of the average and what he was able to accomplish in game one. And to make matters worse, Lizard, no matter how much farm you get on a Juggernaut, it's really difficult in a game like this to make that hero effective. You throw out the GG slash, there's Broodlings everywhere, there's just a Baton that can tank up so much of the damage. You're not really feeling like the ultimate is actually that effective. So your ability to dish out the spread damage is, in theory, equivalent, or it's possible to try and match this Clinks, but in practice, very far off what's actually capable, right?
I'm just not sure, yeah, we can blame it on heroes, on individual heroes, but I don't think that's the case. I really would attribute this loss, this win, 100% to CDEC, but and the way they played, but a little bit of it as a Fusion's loss. Because you don't do well in all 3 lanes as much as they did and then just get stomped like this 30 minutes into the game. Like, remember, this was the 20 CS versus 2 CS on mid lane Viper. Like, Nomad was right. He was correct. Clinks did get farm, but so did Fishman. He was uber fat. He was top of the network charts for the longest time. And also Gwen, he had a normal lane. So you won 2 lanes and one went kind of evenish. And you heavily won that mid lane. I guess one positive side for CDC is if you're going to lose the lane with one hero, losing it with Panda on mid lane is probably the best, right? You just need level 6, you pop it, you have impact.
Yep.
Just get that XP. That's all he cared about in the mid lane, honestly. That was literally it.
Get the experience. We've seen him do this before on this hero. I don't think we've seen him play it mid like this when they put 70 in the off lane, but it certainly worked out at the end. And their team fight just felt a little bit overwhelming, and it didn't feel like Team Fusion were able to deal with it at some point. But Lizard is right. They had a very blistering advantage early on. What do you think happened, Nomad? Was it a mental thing, do you think, after taking like a couple of bad fights where they start to feel, well, we're not as crisp with our execution. Let's maybe wait a little bit before initiating a next fight, wait for one more item, wait for this, wait for that. And before you know it, the time period where you're actually strong on the map has passed.
Yeah, I think they failed to abuse the Brewmaster cooldowns as much as they should have. I feel like God King felt like a little bit lost in this game. His laning phase was worse than the Clinks, but still fine. He was like 200 gold behind the Mars, so really not too bad. But yeah, he went for the phase boots and got the Maelstrom a little bit later. I think, I don't know, it felt like after they lost those stacks, they couldn't contest the stacks. It did just feel like there was a kind of hopelessness on the side of Team Fusion. Also, White Album Viper, I don't think that's a Google. Didn't really, he had such a huge advantage, and then he kind of just like, I don't know. It didn't really have much game impact. And I know that's hard as a Viper, but even so, I think his item build was funky as well. Going for the BKB and Dragon Lance, into the Ghost Scepter. I feel like there's things you can do as Viper, right? If you get a really good start to the game, you can go for like Gleipnir was exactly what I was going to say. Wow, we're so in sync.
You're in sync, man.
Clearly,
your luscious hair
with the same brainwave.
Yeah, with your luscious eyelashes, something like that would have been really cool. But instead, he just doesn't really feel like a hero. And considering he dumps at his lane, that's not a good sign.
We've seen this time again. Win lane, lose the game when you're playing this Viper. But I think the point that you were outlining there about them not contesting their stacks is a very good one, because we saw early on in the game, like at the 6-7 minute mark, Ponlo drastically spamming out pings, being like, guys, look, major stacks everywhere. We need to do something about this. He spent like a minute in the dire triangle just trying to deal with that. But he wasn't able to do it ultimately. And because they didn't, it's going to be CDEC that walk away with yet another victory here in the China DPC, rounding out their journey here to make it 6-1. To, of course, talk more about this game, we have one of the players from the squad itself. 7E is going to be joining us for a quick interview. 7E, obviously the mid laner of CDEC, former mid laner for eHome. And 7E, welcome. Congratulations on your victory here today. It was a bit of a close one. Talk to us about this. Was your team, did you have the belief that you were going to win this series out, or was it a tight contest every single game?
这场比赛的话打得非常焦灼，然后你们赛前对获胜有过预期吗？还是说你们打到比赛的时候才发现这比赛会打得如此激烈？
有过预期吧，也挺激烈的。
Yeah, our expectation going to this one is a very close one.
Certainly makes sense given how the games panned out. Talk to us about what happened in this particular game. I mean, you made the decision in this one to put this Brewmaster into the mid lane rather than the off lane. But at the beginning, the game wasn't looking very good for you guys. It was quite difficult. But then you started to come back slowly but surely. Whose idea was it to move the Brewmaster mid? And who made some of the calls in this game about taking some of these fights? For example, the fight you took around 20 minutes where you jumped in, baited the team into you, and then you died, but then your team was able to wipe the fight afterwards. Was that your call for that fight?
想问一下，这场比赛是怎么样决定去把九仙放到中路的？包括在前期比较劣势的情况下，几波翻盘的团战，包括像有一波20分钟左右你跳进去把对面技能吃完了，然后让队友收割的团战，你们是谁做的决定？
那个就是首先在中，这个是我们一直有的战术吧，所以不会说是临场决定，就一直有这种战术。然后20分钟那波团就大家觉得能打，然后我就去开个战场，后续能打过就是队友厉害，然后也没辜负我吧。
We always had the strategy to put the Brewmaster mid, so it was not during the draft we figured it out. We just always have that in our pocket. And the team fight you mentioned in the 20-minute mark, we had a discussion before the fight. We think we can take the team fight, and I just went in and started the fight, and turns out my teammate win the fight, and they didn't. So my sacrifice was worth it.
Hey. Lizard, as a sacrificial player yourself, you want to ask some questions of the man while we have him on?
Yeah, congrats on the win. Looking forward to watching you guys in Division 1, in the first division. Is there a team that you're looking forward at playing against in Division 1, and what do you think, what will your chances be like over there?
恭喜你们这次成功晋级。然后有没有一些想在 S 级联赛去打的队伍？然后你觉得你们会在 S 级联赛下个赛季取得什么样一个成绩呢？
不知道吧。我之前也在 S 级联赛打过，也没有说特别想跟谁打，但是更想的是是靠 TI 预选去拿到成绩吧。
I have no idea. I've been playing in there before, so I really have no idea who I want to play against. But right now, I just want my team to perform well in the TI qualifiers.
Okay, and what do you think? How are your chances in the qualifiers? Do you think that they're good, or like how do you feel your form is against all the other teams that will be in the qualifiers?
那你觉得现在队伍这个状态跟其他可能要参加 TI 预选赛的队伍打的话，是一个什么样的机会呢？
不知道吧，就尽力，就不能说的太那什么，但是肯定尽力去打败他们，然后想办法进铁。只能说尽力。
I have no idea. I don't want to make throw out the big words, but we're definitely gonna try our best and bring our best result.
Yeah, that's a perfect answer. Thank you very much.
That makes sense. Nomad, 7E Enjoyer, and Clinks Aficionado. We have the 7E on the team, on the call rather. Yeah, you want to talk to him for a little bit?
Yeah, I'd just like to ask, what does your shirt mean, and where did you get it?
Sorry, he just coughed. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. I just wanted to ask, what's the meaning of his shirt, and where did he get it? It looks dope.
Can we get
就是
one?
感觉你这个 T 恤非常酷，你知道这个 T 恤是什么意思吗？能跟大家解释？然后你是哪里把这
it's
T 恤搞来的吗？
Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah.
你可以回答一下吗？就是就是什么意思？能跟观众解释一下，然后就是哪里买的吗？
游戏王里面的一张卡。
Yeah, this is a card from Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah. So is he a big? Are you a big Yu-Gi-Oh player?
你自己平时会打游戏王吗？
有吧，但是最近没怎么打，这挺喜欢游戏王的。
I have been a Yu-Gi-Oh fan. I've played some those card games, but not recently. I don't have time recently.
Oh, that's a shame. I mean, maybe on LAN we can have a game together, 70. Thanks a lot.
One final question for you, 70, before we let you go here. As it stands right now, your team is undefeated in the DPC with Brewmaster. It's quite a while since you've lost with that hero. Talk to us about what makes your team so dangerous with that hero. And do you think it's still, is it first pick, first ban material in general or only for your team right now?
你们队现在拿到9仙还没输过，就是你们对这个英雄是怎么理解的？在你们队里的话，这个英雄的地位有没有达到这种第一阶段先办先选的一个地步？还是你们是怎么样理解这个英雄为什么在你们队发挥这么好？
因为我们3号位是这个英雄的绝活，然后他还能摇到中单去吧，就是他能保证，就我也同时能帮助他摇到中单去，所以就能保证他每次都很肥，然后很有诚意，他自己玩的也很好，所以对我们队来说是非班即选。然后但对于整个联赛来讲，没有那么别的队不会那么重视，除了我们队。
Yeah, so our offlaner is also a master of Brewmaster, so I can help him. So I can help him with the hero as well. So sometimes it's really flexible in our team. We can put him on position 2 or position 3. Also, sometimes if I'm using Brewmaster, I can make sure our position 3 has a really good game. So I think that's why this hero is very important on our team. But I think throughout the division, we are the only one team can do that. So Brewmaster probably is not probably doesn't have that high priority in the rest of the teams.
Certainly makes sense, and it makes sense to have an ace in the hole that you can pull out in these situations and you can pull out to gain these victories. So congratulations for this particular victory. We hope to see y'all do well in the next Division 1 for the next season, but mainly we hope to see you do well at the TI qualifier. So we'll let you go and prepare for those games. Good luck, have fun, and congratulations yet again for making it to Div 1.
恭喜你们拿下这个晋级的名额，然后希望你们下赛季好运，同时也祝你们 TI 预选赛好运。Thank you.
That was 70 from the side there of CDEC, and with Marshall helping us out with the translation. Well, we heard it there from the horse's mouth, Lizard, something that we've been talking about the entire time. As much as Div 1 is great, it's all about these TI qualifiers. And I know he was being a bit cagey about wanting to put his cards on the table and say, this is how strong I think our squad is. But you are going to be the one that's going to represent them right now. If the TI qualifiers were tomorrow, where do you think they would place relative to everybody else?
Not sure. There's a ton of teams that will be there, right? From the Chinese region. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. I don't think they would win it, right?
Oh,
but
murder
they
them.
could be top 3, top 4, perhaps. Yeah.
Top 3, top 4. Okay, that's a very bold prediction. No, man, for the other team here, we just saw Team Fusion losing yet again, unfortunately, in Division 2. It's not going to threaten their prospect of staying in the division, but it's certainly going to be a knock on their confidence. What do you think they can do to get back to winning ways? Because this team has an incredibly high ceiling, and we saw in Game 1 when they reached that ceiling, they look so good, but they just lack the consistency to stay there. What do you think they need to do to try and gain that consistency and play as well as we know they're capable of?
Practice. I mean, that's all it is, and I'm sure they're gonna like really step it up for the TI qualifiers because they have to. If they don't, they'll be in some real trouble. So yeah, it really does just come down to scrimming as much as possible, talking as much as possible. You want to make this your life, you want to make this team your life, and if they do that, I think this team can beat teams like CDEC on a more reliable basis. I don't know what happened today. Like if this wasn't a series they prepared for and they kind of just managed to play out game 1 and then game 2 and 3 they kind of ran out of ideas, or I don't know, but that game 1 looked really promising for me, so I'd love to see more of that. And I'm very excited to see what they can do in the future. I hope we can follow this team for a while now, especially if there's more smaller tournaments which are coming up in China. It'd be great to watch them play a bit more. So I'm very excited for the future of Fusion, and maybe, just maybe, we might see these guys at TI, but it is so hard. It is so damn difficult in this region. Fingers crossed for them, though.
Speaking of this being a difficult region, we are not done with the day of Dota 2 just yet. We have another series coming up today, which is going to be Team Saiyan going up against YBB Gaming. That particular series is quite interesting here, Lizard, because it's pretty much a relegation match. Whoever loses is done, going to get knocked out, will have to requalify, take the Team Fusion / CDEC routes to come back into the division. Who do you see coming out ahead in that particular game?
Oh, it's so hard to call. Like I don't want to. I don't want to lean completely into one direction. Perhaps YBB are my favorites, but we'll see. Anything can happen. When it's a relegation match, there's a ton of emotions on the line as well, because there is a lot on the line, right? It can go either way.
We'll be seeing, of course, which way it does go, because that game is about to get ready. So we're going to throw it over to a quick break as we prepare for it to happen. In the meantime, please make sure that you go ahead and follow at Lizard Dota, at Nomad as well, and shout them out. Say, what's up? Holla at them and tell them how much you love their casting. Also, make sure that you're following at Perfect World Esports. And remember to always holla at Lizard about his lusciousness. We'll see you all soon for the next series here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with some Division 2 action.
英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。 英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome, one and all, back here to the Chinese DPC. We are continuing with this final week of the third and final tour of the 2021-2022 season. We're running up to TI. We are running up, of course, to these teams trying to compete in the all-important qualifiers. But for now, we turn our attention to a relegation matchup. YBB Gaming taking on Team Saiyan, and the loser of which guaranteed to be bounced out of the Division 2 of the DPC have to make the hard road back if they want to compete once more within the Valve Leagues. Now, we are going to be looking forward to the series, hoping for another 3-game extravaganza here. And of course, I'm going to be joined by Lizard, and we've swapped out Nomad for our Cryptic. Good sir, how you doing today? And how are you feeling about these games?
I'm good, man. Yeah, thanks for asking. I'm excited for this game. I think YBB definitely have a little bit of an advantage here. I think there's a little bit more expectation from this team, but they've definitely not performed, here in Division 2. And so with that being said, it's pretty much going to be anyone's game. I'm actually really excited to see how this plays out, but yeah, should be a good series all around.
Speaking of YBB not actually being able to perform at the level we expect, Lizard, had they been able to do so more consistently, we probably wouldn't have seen them at this point. The one time they did was against Team Fusion, which we saw just earlier today, losing out to CDEC. And some really high caliber names on the squad here. If they can show us the degree of caliber they showed us against Team Fusion, this game should be easy for them. What are the odds of them being able to pull out that performance once again?
Yeah, it completely depends on the emotional state of both teams here, right? Because like we talked before Ricky joined us. Hi, Ricky, by the way.
Hello.
Like we talked before he joined us. Yeah, there's a lot on the line, and it can become Tilt City. It can become Throw City as well for both of these teams. We'll see which one of them has like a better control on their emotions and on the hype. I hope that we see good Dota. That's my wish overall, right? From Team Saiyan, like I don't know, from YBB I've seen more. Like I feel that I've seen them perform better, and I feel that they can win the lanes, they can even do well in the mid game, but then they just lose themselves on how to finish the games, right? Or situations like that happen very often with them. For Saiyan, it can get rough from the beginning to the end. So far, at least, it has been that way.
To vindicate this point that you're making, as we look at this sheet here, the lane advantage that YBB enjoys is more often than not, and exactly the opposite scenario here for Team Saiyan, really struggling to get off the ground with a running start. So we're going to be seeing if this is going to be a different story for us here today. Hopefully, they are going to make it a competitive series. And as these drafts are getting ready, there is a lot of heroes that we want to see. The most important one for Team Saiyan, though, has usually been this Dawnbreaker. Every time they do well is when Dawnbreaker is involved. Makes sense, though. Glowing hero for a team with a glowing name. Now we get into it, and no surprises, the glowing hero is going to be the first overall pick for the side of Team Saiyan. We're going to see what the duo is, but Death Prophet on the other side. She's back, baby. First pick, first ban every game. Yay! Quite enjoyable. But very interesting here, Ricky. They ban out this Brewmaster, despite the fact that Team Saiyan don't necessarily have the best Brewmaster player in the world. Son Goku has had a decent game here and there, but what do you make of them first banning overall Brewmaster from the side of YPB?
I think this is kind of something that they're just worried about being flexed, and like the control that comes in the team fights is really annoying to deal with. So it's pretty great at controlling up the Death Prophet. You can pop Exorcism, then sometimes you just get thrown right into the air. So rather than deal with it, they just ban it out. They get to pick their own Death Prophet. And now the Nyx assassin pick here is super nice. Ooh. This is fantastic. Counters out both Dawnbreaker and the Puck.
They had to expect it though, right? Like you're picking Dawnbreaker. Even with just the Dawnbreaker, I feel like you need to expect the Nyx assassin coming out. I wouldn't say that it's that massive of a puck counter, though. People keep on saying that. I feel that he's good, but he doesn't break the game for him. Like there are ways to play against. Like even when you spam out the orbs, you can go in phase shift and whatnot. But it's not enjoyable to play against. Like there are better heroes too.
You're just like on edge the whole time. That's the thing
Yeah.
that sucks, right? You're like every time you throw an orb, you can't risk not phase shifting because like the one time you don't, there might be a Nyx assassin there waiting with a spike carapace, which just sucks. Like it's so rough playing the game like that.
Just makes things much more difficult than it should be otherwise. The one bright spot as well with this Nyx Assassin is that there can be information acquired all across the map with this hero. Will be quite important though to pair him with something that'll still allow them to do stuff. We just hate to see another situation where this Nyx is the only hero on the map capable of making things happen for the squad. So we'll see how it goes. For Team Saiyan, they get some more initiation, some decent laning with this clockwork. Presumably, this is a clock Dawnbreaker lane, which seems pretty decent to me, Ricky. How do you like it into the Faceless Void now that we see being snagged up by YBB?
I think the clock's actually pretty flexible. I don't think it has to be like clock Dawnbreaker lane. I think these could be both your supports. They could be cores. So it's definitely something that they can move around a little bit. Dawnbreaker 5 or 3, Clockwork 5, 4, and 3 is usually like a possibility. So we'll see what they decide to do with
1.
it. Yeah, Dawnbreaker
2.
1. Yeah.
Sky's the limit.
I grab the Enigma. I mean, so far, pretty good pick is there's not really any BKB disables outside Chrono. So this means like if you find the Faceless Void in your Chronosphere in the late game, it's a pretty like free Enigma game. And now you have to draft like a BKB piercing disable from your mid lane. Or at least an Enigma counter from the mid lane.
It could be DP mid, right? Like you could put DP mid and then offlane Beast or something like that.
Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah.
It feels like they were telegraphing this Enigma pick, though. I'm looking back at their bans, and that first ban on the Warlock, now that I'm thinking about it, it's been a while since I've seen an Enigma game where they haven't banned Warlock and that it succeeds. So good understanding of what to do here. Lack of disables is starting to become a bit of a problem for YPB. Let's see. Their mid-game damage is okay once they get Bubble, Exorcism Ghost, there's impetus shots coming in. But if they miss that timing, to be able to fight around that feels difficult for them to take fights as long as this Enigma is getting farm on the map. Where do we go from here? While we're looking into that, it'll interest you to hear, Lizard, that this Nyx Assassin has beaten Puck in the DPC 9 times and lost 3 times. So for the most part, it has been doing fairly decently, but of course not as many games as we would like because many teams just ban Nyx Assassin when they are picking the Puck for themselves. What do you want to see here for the mid lane / off lane for YBB though at the end of their draft?
Do they ban him because they are picking the Puck or because they're picking Dawnbreaker Puck combo? I feel like they're banning it because they're picking Dawnbreaker. And then Nyx Assassin comes in and just ruins the combination. That's the way I see it. Because Puck was popular for the last 3 months and Nyx wasn't seen. Right? Like the first 6 months of this year, Nyx wasn't picked up at all. And now the Dawnbreaker is popular. Teams are starting to respond to it with the Nyx. And then on top of that, it's decent versus the Puck too, I guess.
It has been picked. You are considerably correct. It has been picked mostly and banned mostly when there's Dawnbreaker and Puck in that order being involved in these games. So that certainly is a correct read on the situation. It's almost like you know what you're talking about. That's why they pay you the big bucks.
Oh my! I just watched some games, man. That's it. That's all. Ember picked up, eh? What do you think? What do you guys think about the Ember? I feel like Puck should have a decent game here. He has Ember to silence, Void to silence and catch.
I agree. I'm actually not a really big fan of this Ember pick here. Like they have a decent amount of catch for it. They have follow up. And I was talking about their lack of disable earlier, and now it just is amplified so much more by just one of the perfect anti-mage. This is just an absolute perfect anti-mage game.
Ooh, where is Black? Somebody call him up and let him know we finally get this last pick anti-mage emerging here for Team Saiyan. So there is barely any lockdown on the side of YBB. At the very least, lockdown that's going to threaten him. You build Manta style, so you're not really concerned at all about the DP silence. The scaling potential of this hero is going to be decent. You can get involved quickly. This is terrifying here, Lizard. Make it make sense. How do they beat this anti-mage from the side of YBB?
They don't. I'm gonna go with Team Saiyan. I'm really heavily in their camp. And if YBB, if Team Saiyan doesn't manage to win this game, then I'm I'm jumping ship and I'm going back to YBB for the next 2 games, no matter what happens, no matter what the drafts are.
Oh
I feel
my
that,
gosh.
yeah, I feel Team
Ricky, do you
Saiyan is
think
that
it's
strong.
that much of an outdraft? Are you with Lizard that it's that deep? How Team Saiyan has rounded this out?
I mean, I wasn't really sure how they were going to deal with the Enigma personally. Like, I thought that was just such a major issue already. But now you also just have like the freest anti-mage game. Like, you can't really do anything outside of chronoing him. And even if you manage to find him in a chronosphere, like, you don't have the damage to find the kill. So yeah, I think if Saiyan like take this game past 30 minutes, this game is theirs. Like, the only way they lose is if they get massively rolled in lanes and this game ends at like 19, 20 minutes.
19, 20 minutes. Unfortunately, I'm looking at the heroes that they have on the side of YBB. And yes, I can see them being able to roll the laning phase, but they only have really this DP for being able to hit towers. Going up the hill feels fairly difficult from them. Saiyan has some ways to be able to get some deep push going as well. I think we might be Costas cursing them. We're going to have a 3-panel prediction in favor of Team Saiyan. However, they still have to play the game properly to win this one out. Will they be able to do so and grab only their second win in Division 2, or will it be YBB Gaming showing us something special with this bit of an off-kilter draft? We will find out together. And on the mic, we have Luscious Lizard and Pretty Boy Ricky. Take it away, boys, for game number 1.
Luscious Lizard. Ooh.
Luscious and Pretty Boy.
He he came up with creative names for you. I just get Pretty Boy. I don't know.
Nomad was the narrator, so I think he just. I think I just got the luscious word and that's it. You know,
Like good old alliteration there. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't really think this through. But
there's not a lot that you can probably rhyme with, R cryptic or I don't know. It's an R.
With Ricky, you could probably,
Yeah, like icky. Yeah, that's
prickly. Prickly Rickly. I don't know, something. Yeah, probably we could find something good if we thought about it. 3 runes going for YBB.
Yeah,
Game
I mean,
over,
this. Right? We can talk all day about like why this game is so bad late game for YBB, but let's talk about like these lanes, right? Because they do have what appears to be decently strong lanes, right? You've got a Death Prophet. They've actually gone ahead and swapped the lanes to get the Death Prophet into the safe lane, and they're going to take the Face's Foot aggressively into the anti-mage. And you also have Polosun's Enchantress there, so pretty strong lane here at the top side if they actually manage to make this work. And
I do like the switch up, and I also know that we've been very pessimistic about their chances during the drafts, but I don't think it's that black and white. I actually believe that they have a chance. You have this Void and Ember; they can scale pretty damn well. Yeah, there is a black hole, but there's also a Chronosphere, and yeah, there is an anti-mage, but anti-mage needs to find his farm before these two find theirs, right? Yeah. And can he do it? Yeah, but he's playing versus a Nyx plus Ember. If Nyx Assassin gets fast levels and he starts scouting his farming patterns out, you just set up with the Carapace, you follow up with an Ember, you can be feeding on that AM.
Yeah.
It's hard to execute, though. That's probably the point, right? Like, it's much easier to play the game if you're Saiyan.
Yeah, I would agree. I'd agree. What do you think of the off-lane Enigma, though? Like, this is not a hero that we see all that often. I think it, usually gets banned. Well, I mean, I would say more often than not, it ends up getting banned, but... Have you...
There's a reason. Yeah, there's a reason why it's banned.
Yeah, explain it to the viewers. Why is this hero so often banned?
No, it's just very, very strong right now. Even if you counter Enigma, he just switches up the item build. The player just switches up the item build, and then it doesn't matter that you counter, that you got some BKB piercing ability. He comes up with that great pack that's so naturally built on the Enigma as well, benefits the Eidolons quite a bit, benefits the team, goes into Boots of Bearing or something like that afterwards. Just has a lot of impact no matter what you do. Plus, the lane will always be easy, and it will allow your position forward to perhaps rotate around the map, do something else elsewhere.
Yeah, we see Aaron actually kind of duking it out with 928 in the jungle here. Is Goku able to just continuously use the demonic conversion to get his Eidolons up, and once they've split, it's really, really, really easy to get denies. It's going to make CSing that much more difficult for A unit here, and you can see he's already up to 7 on the Enigma. Probably just going to continue to expand that as we go on.
Yep. The classic Enigma, and I'll deny every single range creep, and I'll be level ahead no matter what you do.
Yeah.
Even with the nerfs, remember how hard this hero fell off the face of the earth when they nerfed Eidolons? I was the first one to say that Enigma is dead, and the hero was dead until it got changed up a little bit and some items got added to the game, and suddenly people realized that the laning stage is harder, but it's not impossible any longer. Like it's not that harder that you can't play.
Yeah, the cooldown increases definitely made it pretty rough, but Malefice got a couple of buffs over recent times, didn't it? I feel like Malefice actually got buffed while they nerfed the rest of the kit, and Malefice has felt pretty strong. But you're right, like the lane stage is just not like as, I would say, face roll as it has been in the past, right? And it requires a little bit more coordination to pull off, but as the game goes on, you still have an Enigma, and that threat is always going to be an issue, pretty much no matter what.
Yeah, top lane, they're crushing, by the way. AM, half the CS of the Void, really not having a good time, and that comes most of from the Enchantress, right? Like the Ench is doing some serious work on top lane.
He found the Harpy with his last enchant and just dropped the 3 Chain Lightnings into MS pretty much right away, which just, that's never going to feel good.
And then the Satire as well, so one after another, mana burn.
Yeah.
Chain Lightning.
Polo Sin actually caught off to the side. Sinful Soul's going to come in to try and keep him alive, but the Battery Salt will be able to finish him up, but pretty value trade there as he gets the kill onto that Anti-Mage. What? Just get bashed triple. He literally just triple bashed into 4 free autos.
Yeah, his bashes have bashes, and his bashes have bashes too.
That is
cool stuff. Cool stuff.
Level 3 time lock, 20%. I don't know about that one. That seemed
kind of sus.
Yeah, that's very unlucky for the Clockwork. You're just like, you walk up, you get attacked once by the Faceless Void, and you lose 450 health.
I mean, it's not luck, it's skill. The guy just knows how to bash. It's.
He primed it, is what you're saying.
Exactly. He was. He calculated it exactly. Like he was counting all his bashes. It's like counting cards. You just have to be good at it. It's not impossible. Do you know that you have to scream bash when you're hitting him as well?
Yeah. I heard the louder it is, the more chances you have of the reoccurring bash as well.
Yeah, but it has to come from the heart, You can't... The problem is players usually have bash, like kind of annoyed.
Ember, Leash is going to expire. Cogs to push him back, but
DP
he's going to survive thanks to the rotation from 928. That being said, did you manage to find the kill bottom?
Yep. Not even a black hole committed or anything. They just get that kill on the Dead Prophet. As supports rotate around. She gets
this tower's dead. It's got a catapult. There's no fortification left, and Aaron dragged the wave away. So 6 minutes, 40 seconds into the game, and bot lane tower is gone.
Mix Assassin can heal. He's not only going to live, they'll turn and kill the Clockwork. By the way, Clock probably one of the better heroes to play against the Nyx. Just feels good. You plant some sentries, some wards on the map. You know that Nyx will be invading. You just catch him. He can't destroy the cogs fast enough because of the battery assault. This was a different situation. And Clockwork was already pretty damn low.
So they do see the Death Prophet here, thanks to the ward. I'm going to go for maybe a wrap around. If the Dawnbreaker is able to get on top of him into the black hole, it would be huge. He does have the 6 Eidolons there, and Aiden's trying to run into the trees. He's going to get vision for a second. He doesn't. Just drops the black hole. Very much worth it, as Aaron will be the one that actually picks up the kill.
They really... making this DP very, very sad.
Yeah.
Because he was there to soak up some experience right under the tier 2 tower. But now he's dead, and the creeps will most likely die before he even gets there. So that's a level 5 DP, safe lane DP in a Tate.
Mid lane, Coil comes through. LWW going in, does catch a battery assault, but it's held Nyx Assassin in place. 928 will fall. Storm does need to be a little bit careful here, but he's got a remnant to safety. He's going to be able to bottle up the Invis rune, instantly going to drop it as well. Just trying to regen up a little bit.
He's gonna have to do quite a bit, right? When you're an Ember and your side lanes are suffering the way, well, it's your true off lane, right? Like your DP, your combo playmaker is suffering quite a lot, so it's on you now to really make that difference and reel the team back into the game. As Void, yeah, he's winning top. He's done quite well. He pressured this AM almost out of the lane, but he's not going to be the one making a ton of plays this early on.
He's actually got a Midas queued up. I'm not sure if you saw that. Sinful Soul realizing, Maelstrom maybe not going to do a ton of work for him this game, so he just would rather get a Midas instead.
Is under attack.
Okay, a little bit of a different approach. Kind of does the same thing, right? Like gives you that attack speed in the chrono too. Doesn't give you bonus Maelstrom procs, obviously. I'm surprised. I haven't really seen that build for a long time.
The Midas rush on a faceless?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he is off to a pretty amazing start in the top lane. Maybe that was like some of the reasoning behind it with how good the lane's going. But like we said, we both kind of worry, about their late game scaling into this side of Saiyan, especially if MS manages to get a decently timed Battle Fury. But he's having a really rough game as well. He's having a worse game than the Death Prophet.
Yeah, he's been crushed. Like that one death when he tried to go in and help out Clockwork, kill Enchantress. That one death really set him back. But not only that, they were just losing the lane anyway. LWW, LVV.
Ooh, they're going to come in with the Dawnbreaker and the Coil there as well, holding Storm into place, and that is a big pick off there for Saiyan. Chronosphere comes out from Sinful Soul. He's just trying to take down the Clockwork, gets the kill, turning his attention over to Aaron. Bash after bash, and from downtown, Polison grabs with an Impetus.
Yeah, really nicely done from him. He was actually low on mana before, but he got his resources. He was farming close nearby so that he can actually connect with the Chronosphere. It's more about that, right? It's not about the way he jumped in and used Chrono on 2. It's about the fact that he was there. He was not on top lane, not pushing some lane. He was farming very nearby.
Hook shot in, LWW trying to get on top of the Enchantress, just hits level 6, so that Untouchable does come out, but enough damage already committed. Wilson will fall, LWW actually stays alive thanks to the raindrops there. Storm doesn't have many spells left, so they will have to just back off. Zone falling super low here on the puck after just rejoining the mid lane.
You commit so much to kill that Enchantress. By the way, is that an orc? What's he building on Enigma? Is it an orchid?
That is an orchid.
That's an orchid.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is definitely an orchid.
How do you feel about that?
It is a little bit confusing, I'll be honest. He's got the recipe coming out, and he's about 100 gold off the Void Stone, so he's going to get it on this bottom wave. I'm trying to think, like, the main reasoning behind it. I guess he's not really planning on using the Black Hole all that much, but he's going to be able to have kill threat just off of, like, Malefice and, like, Midnight Pulse, as long as he has Eidolons.
It's a great item against the Void and the Ember, right? Like, it just it crushes them early on. If you can get that item against them early on, it's amazing. But my problem is Enigma at this stage of the game isn't the most mobile.
No,
right?
not at all. You just sit bottom. He's not like he's not planning on leaving this bottom lane anytime soon. He's almost taking the tier 2 tower actually, but the hero's super slow. You just throw Eidolons down the wave.
Exactly. So, will that work? Could actually be that useful? Will you be able to catch, I don't know, and chase Ember or Faceless Void before they get their respective items? Save them from the silence mid lane.
Yeah, nice engagement there. LWW might get saved. Nah, it's not going to happen, but Aaron will join the fray with the Exorcism. Thinking he might need to run. Enchant comes through. 928 is there with the Vendetta, hunting for heroes. They will finally just grab the kill. He actually snipes it from his carries.
That was actually a Clockwork initiating. He was the one that hook shotted in. And then there was a follow-up from the Dawnbreaker, but it was just a badly read situation. Because you're hook-shotting after all right next to the tower. You're going in the fight when tier 1 is still standing. I think you need to take that objective as soon as possible and then perhaps make these moves. Because it's just, you don't have the burst damage to take anyone down before there's a response from YBB. Like, look at it this way. That Prophet has Siphon, right? Like, you're not killing her. Ember, Sleight of Fist, and he just gets out. You have Enchantress untouchable heals. Faceless Void,
They
Time
smoked
Wall.
up mid. Looking for the Soaring Spirit. Goku walks in, but 928 is there just to prevent the black hole. Instead, they're going to turn their attention with the hook shot and find themselves a bonus kill.
Yeah. This is...
This is good. This is good.
Yeah, this is good. This is correct. This is much better. Like, you just bring in the forces and then you can do it. I'm not sure why they're not pressuring the tier 1 afterwards. I felt that was perhaps a natural progression to things. But,
especially with the Enigma, right? Like, yeah, you can always threaten towers.
Exactly.
But
exactly. I expected him to do it, but they just fall back to farm in their own jungle.
Man, Sinful Soul is super farmed. Has the Yasha done now after his Midas. Double Wraithband treads. He's just top of the net worth here, crushing it on the Faceless Void. How do you feel about the Sanj and Yasha, though?
It's okay, I guess. With the Midas.
Just makes him a little bit tankier, maybe? I don't know.
It's a bit of damage, a bit of tankiness. I'm just weirded out overall by the Midas, so everything else afterwards becomes a bit weird.
You know, sometimes you just let it rip. The chrono's off the mark, but he does catch with the time dilation, and that's going to be enough to take down the puck anyway. Aaron actually kind of jumps in anyway on the Dawnbreaker. LWW is nearby, but so is Goku. He's got the black hole. He gets the Orchid, actually. Drops it on the Clockwork, or onto the Faceless Void, and with that one, they will pop him. Enchantress managed to keep himself alive here. Those 2 points in the Nature's Attendants, doing a decent amount of healing. And Storm trying to rejoin the fight here. The Maelstrom doing work. He's got a Sleight of Fist available. Will he be able to get the kill? He does not. So managed to keep themselves alive. A nice enchant slowing up LWW on the Clockwork, but he's got the cog to try and keep himself alive. The one last auto attack's not enough.
Doesn't kill him, yeah. He had a hookshot there as well, available to work with. But yeah, Son Goku utilizing his Orchid into a black hole on the Void.
He's got a mid lane. Ember, the Orchid comes through, and MS going to join the fray as well. Just pops him with the Mana Void.
Okay, definitely.
That's the blink reveal.
Yeah, definitely putting his items to use. Still, though, after taking kills, after getting pickoffs, they don't pressure the lanes. They go straight back into the jungle.
Yeah, they find Polus in this time, but Enchantress is not an easy kill. The Soul Burn from the Orchid, not enough, but it will be with Aaron Starbreaker. And you're right, they're still not pressuring this mid tower.
Would you rather see Manta on Void than the SNY, or do you think SNY is better?
I mean, now that I see an Orchid on an Enigma and you're up against a puck, it's like, to me, right? I feel like Manta is necessity, but maybe go with BKB right after this SNY.
Yeah, he's got that Midas to work with. It's a very greedy build, though, and he might get punished for it. But so far, what we've seen from Team Saiyan is they're just happy to farm. And they do have an AM, so you can understand that way of thinking.
Yeah, they're definitely, you can see the net worth start to trend in their favor, right? Like, it was a little bit in favor of YBB at the start of the game, but for the last, say, like 7 minutes, it's just been all slightly trending towards Saiyan. Couple pickoffs here and there, but just the heroes in general farm incredibly fast. MS has that Battle Fury now on the Anti-Mage, so much more difficult for them to actually shut him down at this point.
Yeah. You know that same Battle Fury can mess with him a little bit because of the Nyx, right?
Yeah, that is always
What-
scary. He actually, I'm not sure if you saw that, but as he went up to farm the wave on MS, Aaron dusted the wave just to make sure that there wasn't like a Vendetta Nyx sitting behind it.
Yeah,
It was
it's always
actually like
scary.
kind of funny, but that is all. It's the same thing we're talking about with Puck, right? You always have to be careful of the Nyx assassin, but Anti-Mage does as well.
Yeah, just one of these heroes that get into your head, you know, like Nyx Assassin, Techies,
Pudge, my boy.
Fudge, yeah, they're always there in the back thinking about them.
Ooh, scan on the mark. Sinful Soul into the trees. The ward here doesn't actually scout him coming back, so I think they're expecting a TP out or something along those lines. His smoke does get popped here on LWW. They will see Enchanters. They will see Sinful Soul making their rotation on over. I think they know it's time to back on out. Ward Sentry comes down. LWW gets the cogs out, but 928's going to pop him with the Carapace. Orchid does come through from Goku, though. Storm here with an Invis Rune, looking for these targets. He wants to get that Enigma, but ends up walking under a Sentry, and he's just going to go ahead and settle for the Clockwork. Potentially, but a hook shot comes through, and he is out.
Radiant's middle tower
Not
is under
bad.
attack.
Good disengage there from Saiyan.
Yep. Managing not to lose anyone. Meanwhile, your AM still racking up that farm. He's even with the Battle Fury, he still didn't take over the Void, which is a little bit scary, but that matchup can go heavily in AM's favor.
You gotta tell me, what do you think? Oh, mid lane. They've caught Ember Spirit once again, holding him in the cogs. They are gonna have the Dawnbreaker to come through as well. Can they finish off the Ember? They do. A double kill for Aaron on the Dawnbreaker. Aided, pops BKB, and there's gonna be a Chronosphere from Faceless Void. But that is just for the supports. Oh no. It feels like you've committed a lot here on YBB now, and saying, I'm pretty sure they're okay with this.
Yeah, of course they are. They lost supports, AM farming, you killed Ember, you killed the Nyx. Your trade, even your trade was good as you forced the Chrono out too. So, if you're saying you're more than happy with what just happened.
So I gotta ask you, I'm not sure if you saw MS's build here, but it is a little bit, I would say, unusual. What do you think of the Anti-Mage going for an Aghanim Scepter? Second item.
Oh no. Are we gonna be seeing this in pubs all the time now? Please no. Please, Gaben, no.
Mid
What
lane,
do I
Orchid
think
comes out again onto Ember. Dude, his game is in shambles. Goku even committing the black hole just in case. He thought he was going to be able to get away, but 928 comes in. Spike Carapace plus the stun. Doing some damage, but it's not enough to bring him down. LWW gonna do what he can. Or, I mean, they do get the nice coil there. Olsen silenced up here on the Enchanters. Can actually continue the chase, and Zone trying to pop him with the Soul Burn. It doesn't actually do enough damage as he gets the heal off. Dawnbreaker off the mark there with that hammer.
Yep. What do you think about the Axe? I feel that it will allow him perhaps to be a bit more active earlier. You can spam those illusions on heroes and kind of be an active anti-mage.
Dire's top
But
tower is
overall,
under
I'm not a big fan, especially instantly after the Battle Fury. I feel that Manta is still too damn good for you. When you're playing
Yeah.
versus someone like a Void, you jump him with Manta, he just has no mana instantly.
Yeah, so that's what I was wondering. My only thought process is he doesn't want to jump the Faceless Void. He just wants to send the illusions at him or something. I can't
Yeah.
imagine there's any other reason than that. Like you doing, like you said, burning the mana on the Faceless Void is huge. It is not a super high mana hero, but top lane he's getting the runaround here from Aaron. But they will be able to block him off, trap him in the trees. And that's gonna be a kill going the way of the Faceless Void. Yeah, I'm curious to see how he uses this Aghanim Scepter, because I'm not quite sure how this Blink Fragment's going to come into play.
So far, I have rarely seen it do that much. Like, it's strong, yeah, but I feel that the casual build is still just as good as before.
Can you farm with these? Like, if you send them to farm waves, they only last for 7 seconds. And they do 25% damage, so I don't really know where that comes through. They are going to be able to get the scan onto the Roshan. All right, Blink Fragment might be kind of useful here in terms of scouting the Roche and getting in there, but on the backside, they've just blown up the puck right away. MS looking for his target. He's completely burned out the mana of that Death Prophet, but that is it. They just get the Roshan, the Aegis goes away, the Faceless Void, and you lose the puck.
Yeah, just a little bit of a disaster there for Saiyan. Did you notice just how much teams are struggling when it comes to the way they should approach Roche in Division 2? Like way more than in Division 1. Like when to go Roche, how to set up for Roche, how to defend Roche, from which side to approach Roche if you're defending. It's
I mean, you would think, looking at Saiyan's lineup, that they have this like ability to take Roche on pretty easily, right? If they scout anyone inside the Roche pit, it is just a blank black hole comes through from Goku.
Yeah.
But yeah, unable to make it happen, and he just goes right back to the bottom lane, continue the split push on the Enigma. Meanwhile, it looks like YBB wants to get a little bit aggressive here as they start taking away some of the jungle. Both teams just content farming. A slight gold advantage for Saiyan, but it's not much.
Look at them as Aghanims. Battle Fury, Aghanims, Butterfly next.
I mean, the Butterfly, I guess, is good because you can't, like, evasion does work against the Death Prophet ghosts, right?
It's good this game overall. Sorry, it's good this game overall. It's just, yeah, he's not the tankiest boy. I guess you get the Ogre Axe and the point booster from the Aghanims, which does help. But if you get chronoed, I feel like you just die. They don't need damage in the chrono besides the one that Void will be giving
He's
you.
already got a MKB queued up after his BKB.
Yeah.
So
he knows,
Faceless
he
Void's
knows.
anticipating this.
Yeah. He knows exactly, right? Like.
Yeah, he does. Top lane scouted out here by the Faceless Void, able to just catch him. YBB should be able to bring down the Dawnbreaker pretty easy. The BKB actually comes out from the Faceless Void. He drops the Chrono as well. He really wants these 2 kills, and he's going to do it. The question is he going to get punished for this? The Silence on the backside manages to find the Death Prophet, try and zone her out. LWW keeping himself alive with Sinful Soul, kind of just playing games with them. He can't actually secure the kill. And now, meanwhile, in the center here, in goes Goku. He gets the black hole, but it's only onto the Ember Spirit. The BKB committed as well, but now he's got to find a way out of here. It's just going to be a Bash City here from Faceless Void. 3 dead on the side of Saiyan, and a tier 2 tower to boot.
I don't know, man. I didn't really see that Aghanims really doing a lot.
I didn't even notice it once, if I'm entirely honest.
So Snare sent us some stats, so I'm gonna use Snare, the stats man. By the way, Snare, you can always come and talk to us as well about these stats. You don't have to just message them. So Faceless Void, out of 61 games, this patch only the 10th Midas, and Anti-Mage has never made this build before. Like, this is literally the first time this build has been made on an AM. In a pro game, that is.
That's pretty wild. Like,
Dire are scanning.
I don't know. It's like it's a weird one for sure. Oh, they managed to find Polson on the Enchantress. Catch it with a hook shot. Science comes through, but Sinful Soul on the backside with a big time dilation. He's gonna try and turn his attention on over the Anti-Mage, but he thought it was the real one. It wasn't. Instead, they will take down the Clockwork, now trying to focus the Dawnbreaker, and they've managed to catch Goku in the center. No ult from the Solar Guardian, and they've taken down 3.
Yeah, you were right, by the way, when you said this game should be done 26-30 minutes in. And YBB are definitely showing us why. Honestly, I don't even see this AM carrying the game any longer.
Nah,
like,
I don't either.
I don't see us getting to that critical point in which AM just becomes a beast. His itemization just will not allow him to do that. As it was already supposed to happen, right? Like around this mark, it was supposed to happen that he joins the fight and he just destroys.
Or that he's at least further ahead than the Faceless Void. Like, he goes as Aghanim Scepter, which doesn't help him farm at all, right? Like, the Faceless Void went a very greedy build, Hand of Midas into Sanj and Yasha before going for his BKB. Like, and he got away with it completely. He's 8-1.
Yeah, there was absolutely no Yasha on AM as well, so he's moving kind of slower than He usually does.
Yeah, just unfortunate for MS. Like, he's just not going to be able to hit, you know, the timing or keep up with the Faceless Void at this point. And, you know, maybe if they can hold out, they have the late game with this Enigma, right? Goku having the BKB, queuing up the refresher. I mean, these are big items for that Enigma, but
Yeah, those are some big items for Enigma. Also, some big optimism from him.
yeah. Aaron did finish up the Aghanim Scepter, though. So you do have that on the Dawnbreaker, which is a big deal, especially dealing with Chronosphere, that 60% evasion. And until he has the MKB completed on the Faceless Void, that should keep your Chrono targets alive.
Together with the Holy Locket, right? Like it
Yeah.
it actually does a ton.
It's a lot of healing.
Dire's top tower is under
Dude,
attack.
Polison is super farmed as well. Wraith Pact and a Holy Locket himself, working towards a pipe. Both teams just back to farming, it seems. Like they're just no one's really sure what to do at the moment.
Yeah, the game is like that, isn't it? Like both teams, even though there's everything pretty much on YBB's side, they have the Chrono, they have the Death Prophet ulti. Rosh isn't about to spawn anytime soon. They're just happy with taking this top part of the map and just letting the AM farm. And he's getting a lot. Like, he's getting the Ancients on the right side and he's getting the bottom side of the map. So it's not like it's not like they're choking them out and just keeping them in the base. Nothing like that. I do believe that they could use their big ultis, not necessarily to take a fight, just to scare Team Saiyan from being so free on the map.
Well, they do manage to finish up the Butterfly on the Anti-Mage, so lots of evasion. Mid lane zone with the DD rune, drops the coil, and that's going to be the Anti-Mage just throwing those fragments in. So first time we've really seen that come to effect here. Question is, can they find something else? And they're going to try. They smoke up right away. As they try and find potentially the Death Prophet in the top lane, but 928 is positioned perfectly here on this Nyx Assassin, ready to try and break a team smoke. Players coming through from LWW, and they find nothing.
Yeah, they were hoping that someone was left behind in the trees, maybe on top lane. AM would find him, then they can follow up, but they got out very quickly. Plus there's a tier 1 on top lane, you can't really rotate around hit. You would have to go straight up, head first into the Nyx Assassin. Which...
Yeah, I mean, they got tier 1 mid even still. It hasn't gone. It hasn't been taken at all.
And that's the biggest issue. Like, you have this tier 1 mid, how do you smoke? Like, if you're smoking up, YBB really have to be completely tunnel visioning not to see that smoke coming. As like, you don't really have many places to be on the map. That tier 1 will break every single smoke, more or less. You just have to... Basically, when you have tier 1 tower as Radiant, all you have to do is sit on the triangle, on the high ground. And you'll break the smoke, you'll have high ground vision advantage, you'll win the fight.
Yeah. All right, Aaron just, maybe he just didn't see the Polison Enchantress walk up, but he just places a ward right after it gets dewarded. So, unfortunate for him. Wait, is Anti-Mage's Blink Fragments not affected by Untouchable?
I'm not sure. Why wouldn't they be? I think they should be, right?
I feel like they should be, but it doesn't look like their attack speed's being slowed at all by the Enchantress Untouchable.
Yeah, not sure.
Maybe he just has a ton of attack speed, but it was attacking pretty dang fast, so we'll see.
He does have a ton of attack speed, that's definitely true, so...
They smoke up. They're going to smoke up as well on YBB, though. High ground advantage definitely go on the side of the Radiated. He's going to pop that Exorcism, turn with BKB, but the Nyx Assassin gets a huge stun into a perfect Chrono. Goku gets a beautiful black hole on the side, though. It's found the Faceless Void as BKB is there, and in comes the Dawnbreaker. Sinful Soul managed to survive for now, but Enigma is falling low. You lose the Dawnbreaker, you've lost the Clockwork, you're going to fly back into the game. You're just crumbling on the side of Saiyan, and they find the Anti-Mage. The Orchid comes through, big hook shot, but it's not going to matter. They get the kill. And without an anti-mage and no buybacks, Saiyan
Straight
in
into the
a
pit,
world
right?
of hurt
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, that whole fight just demonstrated the weakness of the anti-mage's build. Just does pretty much insignificant amount of damage. Also, the moment he gets Orchid, he's unable to do anything about it. No manta to get rid of it. Just dies afterwards. Nice black hole. It was decent.
Yeah, I mean,
the problem
did a
is
ton
there's-
of damage this fight, but
Yeah, and Enigma did like 5k, but there's just no one else that can do much in these fights.
yeah, the MKB being finished plus the Mindbreaker on Sinful Soul was just way too much for them to deal with. The Dawnbreaker ult not really able to save anyone. The Butterfly and Anti-Mage, of course, not really coming into effect. It was just too good. And I mean, eventually Ember Spirit's gonna get a Bloodthorn too. I mean, he's a while away, but that's, you know, another form of True Strike. And at this point, like, Anti-Mage's build, yeah, it's just not paying off at all.
Yeah, he had some idea, some experiment in his mind that he wanted to try out. I don't blame him. Like, it happens, right? Like, we all sometimes have felt that our build is the best and that it makes a ton of sense, but sometimes the simplest and what everyone does is probably better. So
Yeah, you always gotta give certain things a try, right?
yeah, I mean, I remember some builds that were so flamed for, like offlaners building Poor Man's Shield, even though they're not agi, like their strength or something, and then everyone started doing it.
Yeah, and then every hero in the game built it, and then they're like, all right, we're just gonna give this to melee heroes. We're tired of it.
Yeah, exactly. Zone, mid lane.
Yeah, another pick off. That's just the double like 2 silences, right? The Death Prophet as well as the Orchid. Doesn't have a BKB, doesn't have a Yules, doesn't have any defensive items. It is just Blink, Witchblade, Kaya Sange.
Yeah,
I feel like Saiyan's getting so heavily punished for their lack of defensive items.
Which they should be, right? But like when you think about it, like the way they itemized, like Orchid on Enigma, or like full offensive items on the puck, same on the AM. I don't know. They probably expected the Dawnbreaker to save all of them. She does a lot, but it's too much to ask from one hero.
Well, MS, you know, he threw the Blink fragments at the Face's Void, managed to burn a little bit of mana, but they find the Clockwork outside the base, and that's going to be a troublesome... Ooh, Chrono off the mark there as it's dodged out by the Anti-Mage. And Goku, he's got a black hole. They've lost one lane of barracks. They'll lose a tier 3 in the mid lane, and YPB is just going to back on out.
Yeah,
Storm tipping his own carry, like, nice one, bud.
You get that level 25 talent. Okay.
Hey, with Chronosphere AoE, he's so not worried about dying at all this game.
Yeah, you get that level 25 talent, you get the big bubble, and you still miss it. And you're like, yeah, sure, doesn't matter. Let's go back, farm up, push out the lanes, come back when the Chrono is back up. We still have 2 minutes on the Aegis.
He's actually queued up an A on this. Do you feel like that's necessary?
Who did Void?
Yeah. He's got like 6. He's got 7. Okay, boss. He's queuing up a hex. He's got 7,500 gold. I was like, don't you just buy like a refresher or like a I don't know, something else? But yeah, he's just gonna go hex, it seems, and then after that potentially a refresher.
Hex?
Yeah, Scythe of Ice. That's the Face's Void item, I guess. Homeboy needs mana and an instant disable so he can land his Chronospheres.
Yeah, I can't Chrono, so I'm gonna buy Hex. Makes sense.
That's quite funny. It also, I'm assuming, will pop the Blink fragments immediately, so it's one of those things where it does at least help you find which one the real anti-mage is.
Yeah, that's true. That's some next level thinking that I didn't consider.
Well, he's found the real MS in the jungle here. The question is, will he get him? Oh, finds the Aaron instead, gets him with the Hex reveal, and he's just instantly dead.
And now he feels like, this was supposed to be my game-winning Hex, goddammit, and I had to use it on this Dawnbreaker.
I mean, there's, like, MS is still got to be very scared about this Hex. There's not a lot he can do. He's hiding behind his tier 4 towers, but... Oh. Yeah, Yeah, LWW is like, careful, buddy. This dude's gonna sheep you, and at that point, you're just dead. Chronosphere coming off cooldown in just a few seconds, but he's out of mana now. Okay, this is quite annoying for the anti-mage. So no mana for Hex.
Yeah. Did you know that this is all me, not Snare sending at all stats? The second Hex of all time on Faceless Void. That
The
sounds
second of all time?
That sounds very unbelievable, Snare. Maybe in the last patch or something last year.
I feel like there's
But
definitely
all
got to have
time?
been more than one Hex built.
I agree. In pro games, I feel that 100% because Faceless Void was played on offlane a lot as well. He was
Yeah.
that utility position 3 at one point. I don't know where you're getting these stats, Snare, but they're kind of sus. But I'll believe you. I'll trust you.
Refresher done on the Enigma. He's almost to his Aghanim shard. He's just not going to worry about buyback potentially. And, you know, this shard is quite good. It's definitely like it's something you have to worry about in the fights. You can't really just stand still.
Yeah, you get a little bit of that pull.
Yeah, but the real question is it going to be enough? You know, like, okay, yeah, the Untouchable Slow definitely works on the anti-main
It
illusion.
works, yeah. He just has a lot of attack speed, so maybe
Yeah.
it was level 2 untouchable and didn't look that amazing.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. He did finish his Manta, but
You know what? There's this deal with Manta against Enchantress as well, where she just takes an illusion away from you.
yeah.
Sends it at you.
That's
So
pretty
maybe,
annoying.
yeah, maybe that's something.
Oh,
that
they've caught the
he's thinking
anti-mage. He finds the real one. He baits it with the Hex, and in comes a Dawnbreaker. It's not going to be enough to save him. The MKB just doing work. Goku's on the side here. He uses the black hole by mistake. He's going to pop the refresher, try and drop the second one, and that will come through. The buyback from the AM ends up putting good work, and the question is, can they get more out of the storm in the enemy base? We'll just be able to remnant on out of here. Buyback in from the Faceless Void. He's like, all right, I want to close this game out. Goku sideline, no black holes available.
Okay, this is a crazy game right now. There is no Enigma, yeah, sure, but also Faceless Void doesn't have a buyback, doesn't have a chrono, doesn't have a buyback. If you manage to kill him, perhaps the game opens up for Team Saiyan. Very unlikely, but perhaps
As
possible.
EXO
Top lane, pushes happening in.
Yeah. He's looking for his real target on the backside. He's just going to go ahead and settle for one. That's just the the Clockwork, because the Enchantress was kind of baiting that one out. And with this Exorcism, he gets a stun onto the puck. It's 928 is a follow-up there. MS goes in on the Anti-Mage, but he's just 1v4 for the moment. The silence comes through, and that is it. Anti-Mage is dead. No buyback. Syrian Chains in from Storm, trying to hold this puck in place. We'll be able to do so, and Sinful Soul just did so much work on the Faceless Void this game, and Saiyan, that's it, gonna tap out in game number 1.
Very nicely done overall by YBB. They didn't experiment way too hard. Sinful Soul, okay, he didn't buy that Manta or anything, but it wasn't that crazy of a build. Went Midas into SNY, MKB after he knew that the Butterfly was coming from the Anti-Mage. The Chronos were on point. The rotations were on point from Ember as well. Itemization wasn't poor. Meanwhile, on the side of Team Saiyan, it was just wacky all over the place. No defensive items from any of them, right?
Yeah,
Like,
not
yeah,
at all.
Enigma-
They literally only have like BKB on Enigma.
Yep.
They eventually got an Aeon Disc on Puck, but this was after like Kaya Sanj, the Witchblade, the Blink. He had an Aether Lens queued up at one point and had to like cancel buying the Aether Lens to go back for the Aeon Disc. Like it felt like Saiyan was on a different page here.
Yep. There were many pages that they were on, but none of them were there together because it was a very disjointed game. I mean, we did get a lot of fun coming out of them, right? Like an Orchid first on this Enigma hero, very rarely done. It's only the 7th one all time being done. And yes, believe me when I say it's only the second Faceless Void Scythe. I thought it was weird as well, but I was like, oh, okay. Most Voids aren't going for the Hand of Midas. He's like, let's do it. Let's try this out. But ultimately, when it comes to wonky things that happen in this game, itemization was wonky for the side of Team Saiyan, but where I really think the W came from, gentlemen, is how they handled this anti-mage. So many games in the past where you see an anti-mage pick, the team that picks anti-mage will last ban a hero like the Slaughter, for example, just to make sure you get some laning advantage. You do not want to play up against some passive ability that just bolos you in the lane. Unfortunately for them, on the side of Team Saiyan, YBB looked at it and was like, wait a second. We have a hero with a very good passive who matches up very well against AM early on. This feels like, you mentioned it in the game just now, Lizard, we used to get a lot of offlane Faceless Void in these kind of situations, and they read the game perfectly. Bring it out, deploy it again in the laning phase. Don't even allow anti-mage to, and it never really happened for him. He was poor the whole game, and even when he got some money, how that money was spent was a little bit bizarre on the side of NS, but ultimately they end up with the L here. It feels like we're watching Vici Gaming because we have no option but to talk about these items, Lizard. Ags first. Why? What happened? What's this about?
Look, I have a friend, we're playing Turbo, and he goes Ags Moonshard every single game on Anti-Mage, and he swears by it, and it's trash. And this build from AM didn't seem any better, but it did seem like a build that Team YBB was completely prepared for. As if you look at the Faceless Void, he instantly went for that MKB, right? Like there was not a single component of Butterfly bought on AM, and he was already purchasing parts of MKB on the Faceless Void. So he knew what was coming. It's not something that they haven't seen before, perhaps something that Team Saiyan has experimented with in scrims. Right now, it's like that always when you experiment. You either look like a genius or you look like a fool, and I'm leaning towards this other one in the last game. Yeah.
I mean,
Rough
you just
game
spent
for them.
4,200 gold to not farm on an anti-mage. Like that's my biggest complaint here. Like if he just has a BKB or, I mean, I would argue that you could go Diffusal this game. You could actually go Diffusal this game on the anti-mage, and it would be way better. But you just get the Manta into like BKB or something, and like suddenly he's able to fight, or you're like very safe split pushing. Yeah, it just feels super unfortunate for him.
The Manta timing that he got for himself at the very end of the game was, unfortunately for him, the second slowest Manta of all time. And we've seen a lot of anti-mage over the years, so that's not a good timing at all. And unfortunately, it's not just the fact that the Manta was late because of the usual progression of this hero. The Manta was so good in this game. There were several times where we saw him dying underneath either the DP silence or the Ember Spirit Orchid silence, simply for a lack of defense. You actually can't do anything when these jumps would happen onto you. And unfortunately, it just became a huge problem down the line. He presented no threat to the Faceless Void. Faceless Void always had mana available for the most part, so he could do what he wanted in the midst of these team fights. And there were a couple of cool black holes that did come in from Son Goku. This Orchid build was seeming like it was working out at the beginning. A couple of big catches onto this Ember Spirit especially, and there was some glimmers of hope, but eventually these lack of defensive items really started to catch up to them. You can't play a game this greedily, I think. Up against what YBB has, especially when Cryptic, you were mentioning it, if they need to get into a dominant position within the first 20-25 minutes of this game for YBB, once they're in that position, suddenly the responsibility is on Team Saiyan to just hold. Just try and hold, and you just can't do that if you lack the items to survive any of these initiations, made much worse by the fact that this Dawnbreaker, you're relying on her to break up these team fights, provide you with heals, but she's a support. Not going to be getting as much farm as you would prefer in this game. And anytime she just gets looked at weirdly, she'd also just fold over, it felt like.
Yeah, but you know what, actually? Like, why buy Manta and use two illusions at the same time if you can buy Aghanim's and send one illusion after another whenever you wish to? You know?
Yeah, I mean,
why be wasteful? I don't know. Ricky is complaining a lot about this, but why be wasteful, Ricky? Why not just... You know, we're living in a world in which we have shortages. Like,
yeah.
So
it's true. I mean, I understand the ideas behind the Aghanim Scepter. Like, it's to just mana burn these heroes that don't have huge mana pools. Like, if you can prevent Sinful Soul from ever being able to chrono because he has no mana, it's really good. But he just gets a BKB, and like the second you send one of those illusions on him, he just BKB'd and then looked for a chrono target. He did it every single fight. And like once that's happening, like you don't really have many options left.
This fight just also broke my heart, having to watch an anti-mage just lumber around not being able to do anything, can't blink, can't move quickly. It's just impossible to play a game under these conditions. And it's got a little bit unfortunate because this Park for Zone didn't have the worst start in the world, and he was supposed to be able to supplement the team, create the space and chaos for them. But you just, every time he would go in for a fight, if they didn't have the full black hole committed as well, they just had no follow-up. Just, you didn't really feel that comfortable here. So turns out our Cryptic last pick Anti-Mage was a perfect situation for it, but YBB knew how to respond. Should we have had a lane swap earlier on, maybe from the side of Team Saiyan, just to try and ensure that you at least get an early game for the AM?
I don't think it was that big of an issue. Like, the lane didn't go great, but like your offlane Enigma was enormous, and Goku actually played a really good early lane. Like, once the lane stage broke down, like, he actually played really well. Like, I think his Orchid, yeah, it's like unorthodox, but he did what he needed to do with it, and then he just sells it and gets his regular Enigma items, and I think that's totally fine. It is. I think he actually played very well. It's just, there's just nothing else that happened this game. Like, it was just his Enigma finding pickoffs, really. So it just seemed a little unfortunate.
Yep. A lot unfortunate for them. And Sinful Soul gets the MVP award. Not something that we often see being awarded to Faceless Void players, but picks it up this game. Somebody please get a clip and take a small picture of his item build here, post it on Reddit and say, guess the hero here. People would have a very difficult time imagining that this was the Faceless Void, but it worked out perfectly for him. In retrospect, Lizard, turns out getting the Midas plus that MKB plus SNY gave him a ton of attack speed that it just was guaranteeing that he was at least able to kill the anti-mage every time he got caught inside the bubble. And look at that delta of damage in this game. So much more being dealt out by the side of YBB. Yeah, they had DP and the Ember Spirit, but I'm not sure any of us were expecting the delta and damage to be this large between them.
Yeah, they just itemized better and dealt more damage, and I don't even want to open up the scoreboard and see how much damage Anti-Mage dealt, because it's probably not going to be quite a lot.
I can just tell you it is the fourth lowest on his team.
Yeah.
Oof. It's worse than that, all Cryptic. It's almost as much damage as Polison's and Enchantress did in this game.
Your Clockwork did more damage than your position 1 Anti-Mage. That, you know, like that's... It's a position 4 Clockwork, but still.
I would understand because here there's scenarios where like an anti-mage doesn't do any damage, right? If you're like playing the split push farm and then you just lost the early game too hard and the game ends at like 25 minutes. Like those games, you're like, yeah, okay, anti-mage didn't do any damage, but that's just like the nature of what happened this game. This was a game where like he could have popped off. I think you get to that 41-minute mark. Your anti-mage should have more game impact than this, and it just didn't happen.
This, especially when this is a situation where you are lost overall picking said anti-mage. He is your win condition. He's the one that you're supposed to ensure gets a good game. And unfortunately for Team Saiyan, they were not able to make that happen. So now they have their backs against the ropes, because if they lose this next game, they are guaranteed to be relegated from Division 2 of the DPC. They cannot afford that outcome, so they need to punch back heavily once we get into Game 2. With that, we're going to be taking a very short break. When we come back, we're hoping for a better form from Team Saiyan. And we're, of course, hoping for YBB to continue looking as good as they did in Game 1. Hoping for more weird itemizations. I want to see, for example, another record being broken. Well, we had Ember Spirit, 2nd fastest, Bloodthorn on the patch, 8th fastest, all time, baby. So I want to see more stuff like that, more weird and wonderful things coming from the next game. With that short break, when we return, Game 2 of YBB versus Team Saiyan. We'll see you just now.
不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome one and all back here to the Chinese DPC. The third tour continues. The final week of said tour continues. And now the series between YBB and Team Saiyan, a relegation battle, will continue with the second game. Game number 1, YBB managed to figure out how to counteract this lost pick anti-mage. Also managed to exploit the interesting item build that we saw come out of that AM. Now, though, they're going to be trying to make this a clean 2-0, while Team Saiyan trying to maintain their hold in the division by coming back in this 2. We're going to be finding out what happens, and to bring you that action is myself, Snare, joined by R Cryptic and Lizard. Lizard fam, game was hard for the side of Team Saiyan. Where are they at mentally before this game number 2?
Well, I have no idea where they're at. If they're checking their items and going through like the stats post game, I just hope they put that game to the side, go completely with a fresh mindset into the next one. Those kind of games, if you like, if Zone is looking at it, he's like, what's my anti-mage doing? You know, like what's this build? 100%. There's no way in hell he's not thinking that way. So you have to just put it to the side and go. Just go next. Forget about it. It happens. He had some crazy idea. It didn't work. Because crazy ideas are like that, right? Your teammates, they love you. They're your friends, sure. But if your crazy ideas do not work and you're on the edge of despair, on the edge of being completely kicked out of Division 2, like, you're not going to like it.
Yep. It's just one of these situations where you tell your teammates, let's do something cookie cutter. There's a reason why the teams at the top of the division are playing a very meta style. What works, works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let us see, though, if they're going to take this advice on board as we get into our second and potentially defining draft of the day. YBB Gaming versus Team Saiyan. I'm already happy about this, R Cryptic. It looks like they looked at the game and said, you know what? If we want the option of Dawnbreaker, which has been our most successful hero, we have to ban Nyx. So they have taken away some lessons from game 1.
So I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this lobby is dead. There's only 4 heroes on this. There's only 4 people in the lobby on the side of YBB. So I think they are remaking the lobby.
Are they going to draft or
no?
I don't know. No,
Really?
like I looked at the chat and everyone had disconnected. So I think they're remaking the lobby. Yeah, we got to rejoin.
Yeah. That's a remake. All right. Well, more time for us
we
to
can still talk
exactly
about
how they
stuff.
come
You know,
back.
it's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
There's still stuff time.
First, so what do you
I
make
do-
of it? First ban Dawnbreaker. Does it open up them going for the first big ban on the Nyx? Sorry, does it open up for them going Dawnbreaker again?
Yeah, it does. I don't think they are going to be allowed to change the bans that just came through. Like that should be enforced. Like we obviously saw that, so there should be forced to do the same bans. Which an interesting one was the fact that they actually first overall banned an Underlord, which is I feel like kind of bizarre. Like this is not a hero where I just like look and I'm like, yeah, I need to make sure that this hero is not in my game. But maybe they have some idea planned and they don't want to play against an Underlord. So we'll see. But you know, with the next band, you can definitely go back for the Dawnbreaker. It makes your game a lot better for sure.
Lizard, what do you make of that Underlord ban? So it
I
opens up some
have
illusion
no
heroes as
idea
well.
what's happening, my friend.
Maybe it was like a misclick or like they like the lobby was dead, so they just like banned
Yeah.
something random. Like
Yeah.
that could be what it was. Like they just like picked something or was like, yeah, our player's not here.
Like, I really don't know anymore. I am seeing I'm seeing things. Anti-mage with Agnes first, Enigma with Orchid first, Underlord first phase ban. I don't know. Am I dreaming? Can you pinch me, please?
If I was closer,
the
man, I'd give you
Matrix.
a good pinch right on the cheek.
Here. I gave you my arm.
Hey, there we go.
Hey, that's not my arm.
Jeez, these guys. Why are y'all so good looking? I need to actually close this VMix so I don't see y'all and get distracted. My God. I'm actually kind of hoping that this is our first ban on the Underlord personally, because I'm hoping that it's not a situation of, lobby's dead. I want to see them do something interesting. The reason why is also, no matter who wins the series, they go up into a 2-6 position. Oh, sorry, 2 and 5 position. The problem with that is that their future is not actually in their own hands. If LBZS manages to win their series tomorrow, then both of these teams wind up relegated no matter what. So this could potentially be your last actual game within the DPC ecosystem for quite some time. So you might as well have fun with it, try to enjoy yourself, do some new stuff. And given the fact, Lizard, that this region tends to chop and change teams quite regularly, the rationale of these teams staying together, even if you do stay in the division, it's unlikely this will be the same stack you play with come January. So you might as well try have that last bout of fun right now while you can, right?
I guess, yeah. You like, no one is gonna be happy, but if you're feeling like this is it and you have no chance, then sure, yeah, have fun. It doesn't matter. But they have a chance. Like, both of these teams can still stay in, right? Like, they should still battle it out until the end. And I don't think that they should have way too much fun. After all, staying in division or dropping out of it, it's a huge difference, right? Like, you don't have
Especially
to.
in China.
Yeah, especially in China, it's not easy to
Yep.
get here.
Yeah, not at all. It's very difficult to get into China, and you lose out on the money, of course, once you drop down into those lower 2 positions. But an interesting point you raised there is the fact that this is not just about the division, right? This is TI qualification that's going to be coming down the line. And the higher up you place, the better your seeding is. And we've seen it before, our Cryptic make a massive difference where you are seeded in those qualifiers. So it is a situation where it might only be one spot up versus absolutely nothing, but it can make the difference down the line. It could be potentially going to the biggest tournament of all time, or having to sit on the sidelines and have another 3 months off practicing.
Yeah, no one wants to be the team that plays RNG turn one, or I mean, I guess RNG's pretty likely to go to TI anyway. But if they don't, right, not off the direct invite, like that is probably going to be your like number one seed to play against, and that's not going to be a good feeling. Yeah, I don't know. I think both these teams obviously want to keep their spot available. Do you happen? This is like super random. I don't know if we know this, but do you guys know if you lose and you get 7th to 8th here, are you out of the running to even play in TI quals?
I believe so, but I'm
Because
not
like you're
100%
relegated,
sure.
and I don't know when
There's no open
technically
quals,
the
yeah.
relegation
Into
happens.
nothingness, yeah.
Yeah, it's like,
I think you
are you
should
relegated
still play,
before the
right?
TI quals or after TI quals?
That's a good question. That's a very good question.
Because I don't think it's been
I-
like I don't think that has been
Exactly
like
stated,
said quite
yeah.
yet. Yeah, I don't think they've like gone into like how that works yet.
Maybe the rationale from Valve side, they're like, well, we're not even considering these teams at the bottom. If you get relegated, we wouldn't be able to make rules for you because we're just expecting that you're going to lose out anyway. But that is a good question, because if it applies beforehand, then it's an even bigger impetus to try and win out these games. Because if you don't, then you don't even get to be a part of those qualifiers at all. But if you at least get to stay inside it, then it might not be the worst thing in the world if you end up losing now. Either way, because we don't know, I'm not sure if the players know themselves. You know, that uncertainty, you would hate to be like, well, it's fine, we'll come back for the qualifiers. Then you discover day after that, nope, actually, that was your last hurrah. So certainly does need to be the case that rather do better now before that comes into play.
Yeah, better safe than sorry, right? Like, just prepare for the best situation. Go for that win. If it happens, it happens.
Yeah.
Dropping down is definitely not what you want to have for yourself anyway. If you drop down, like, do you even want to go to the qualifier at the same stack? Like, it's what are your chances? I still think you play, right? But maybe you can go for a vacation instead of it. Maybe you can take out your family. Finally, you can see your kids that you haven't seen in months playing Dota, right? Like, you can leave the boot camp for the first time, be blinded by the sunlight.
You're a Dota player. You never leave the bootcamp. You live in your chair. You live by your keyboard. And we live by the second draft because we are in it right now, gentlemen. Saiyan versus YBB. Sadly, the same bans are not being kept. So it turns out that was just a completely bugged lobby. So Team Saiyan will just remove Dawnbreaker entirely instead of dealing with the Nyx Assassin. And they take out the DP as well. Overall pick, they're still going to be relying on this young Enchantress. But for YBB, Razor overall, our Cryptic, what do you make of this hero offlane? I feel like this hero is a bit busted right now in terms of how versatile it can be. How do you feel about the hero overall right now?
Yeah, it is just a solid hero. I think for the most part, it is just such a good laning. It's a good laning hero. It scales really well, and it does just kind of by existing remove a lot of like heroes from the pool in terms of what you can pick into it, and I think that's what the strength of the Razor is. They respond with like a safe or with an alchemist. We don't really know exactly where this is going. It could be a 5, it could be a safe lane. But
Could
into
be.
the Razor, I feel like that is not
Yeah,
a lane that you can play, right?
Not if you're a 1, but if you go for something like a Weaver now, and you get like a position 1 Weaver with an Alchemist 5, that's a lane crusher against the Razor. It's kind of weird
Yeah.
because you have Enchantress already. So do you want to have those two supports? Probably not, but it's doable.
Lizard.
Yeah.
What if this is a NA specialty Enchantress safe lane here, with
Please
the
no.
Alchemist being the 5?
Please no. The way you said that, oh Lizard, I thought you were gonna say that I'm muted or something. I don't know, but
The Enchantress 1 like doesn't help in this case is the thing too. Like if it was like a really good hero to like crush a lane, then maybe, but it's not even that good against the Warlock or against the Razor lane. So I feel like the Weaver would actually be pretty sick. Something else that has minus armor and doesn't get punished by the static link for sure, I think is really important.
If you could hide it for a bit more for YBB to show their hand, it would be perfect as well. Because if you put Enchantress versus the Warlock, like you can take away the Shadow Word, like you can actually enchant it off, dispel it off heroes. So like both lanes would be pretty strong for you. But
right now, some strong lanes from Warlock. This Warlock is most likely going to be paired with some kind of hyper farmer. I wanted to actually ask you though, boys. Team fight right now from YBB. We saw in game 1 that once they found themselves in a good position to reliably take these fights, they just kept winning over and over and over again. And Team Saiyan didn't really have the best reinitiation chance outside of getting amazing black holes. Puck started falling off a little bit in the control department. Do we want to see more in the direction of team fight here from the side of Team Saiyan so that they at least have a chance if the mid game doesn't go as well?
perhaps my best answer sounds kind of stretching there, aren't we, Snare? A little bit.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Lol. Sand King, Coddle. This is not where I thought this was going for the side of Team Saiyan. This Coddle right now, could potentially be 4 or mid, but you already have Alchemist, Enchantress, Sand King. Where do you feel like it goes here?
I'm not sure, but Sand King plus Coddle used to be the most picked offlane duo for a really long time. You just push in the wave constantly with Coddle and Sand King, and you put that Coddle on position 4, Sand King on 3. It doesn't have to be. Like, Coddle is mostly played on mid lane. He's strong versus Tiny, if Tiny is mid as well. But I think it should be your duo on the offlane. The only problem if you do that is, like, you're putting Alchemist versus a Razor Tiny. And also this Alchemist, if he's a position 1, he's not that great versus Spectre once she gets some farm. So we'll see. The puck ban kind of makes me think that it could be even Coddle mid instead. And then they last pick some carry, put the Alchemist on he could be mid as well, an Alchemist, but it's also not good versus Tiny. So there are 2 options: either Coddle mid, and they last pick the position 4, or Coddle mid and Alchemist is the 4 plus they last pick the carry, or just the normal one, last pick mid lane, Coddle, Sand King off lane, and Alchemist safe lane. We'll see what they decide to do. I don't like the Alchemist safe lane option though, because of the Razor and the Spectre.
Yeah, such a rough lane. Well, what do they do here? They go for this Pangolier, which actually doesn't give us that much information just yet. It does seem now more likely that this Coddle will be a 4, Pango mid, Sand King in the off lane. But, Pango is also one of these heroes that can be somewhat versatile. What this does give us, though, Ricky, is you have several ways of de-pushing these waves. So no matter what, Team Saiyan can buy themselves time. So even if this Alchemist lane goes as poorly as we're assuming, at the very least, the game won't auto end in 20 minutes. They can try and just force this out for as long as humanly possible. But do you like this Pango in this game, given that there's not that much setup for the hero at this point in time?
I mean, Pango's just a strong hero in general, and I think Zone is the one who primarily plays it for Saiyan, so I would expect this to be in the mid lane. It's just the issue that I see here is the fact that we were worried about this Alchemist from the get-go if it is matched up into the Razor, because it's just not a great lane, especially with a tiny 4 who can just guarantee he doesn't get outside of that static link. So it's not going to be super easy for this like Alc to actually come online. And I think YBB right now just need to pick something just straightforward from the mid lane that counters the Pango. Yep, there it is. The Lina. I was like, it doesn't need to be anything fancy. And there's your damage dealer.
All right, we've got the Lina boy on the panel. Lizard, game number 2 of the previous series, I was the one that, game 3, sorry, I was the one waxing lyrical about the Brewmaster pick. It's your turn, fam. Give us this enthusiasm. Tell us why Lina is so great in general and why is he so good in this game.
Yeah, I'm not that enthusiastic about the Lina in this game. I think she's solid, but in some games, I think the hero is great. In this one, yeah, it does give you that burst damage that you need. So, will it be enough? I think so. I think their draft overall is looking better. You have the Razor Tiny on offlane, Lina mid, something that doesn't lose to the Pango, something that can actually pressure him. Your safe lane looks pretty solid too. Yeah, YBB. I'm not super enthusiastic, but I think they can do it. Unless Enchantress goes out of control, dominates the safe lane, and gives Alchemist the most perfect lane. That's not going to happen.
All right, our Cryptic, this time you have the homework section on this one. Lizard did not want to play along in game 1. You have to do it this game. How does Team Saiyan come back and force a game number 3 with this draft?
I mean, they have to somehow find a way to make this safe lane Alc pop. Like, it has to get super farmed. You're going to need like a Silver Edge, you're going to need a BKB, you're going to need Blink Dagger. And that's after your first farming item. So you have a lot of things you're going to have to pick up. I just don't know when it's going to happen, but that is it. It is all on MS this game to carry.
MS carrying a game. He has done it before on Team Saiyan, and in general in Division 2, we have seen him on some very interesting games where he's dragged his team from the depths of despair. Will he be able to do it again is the question, because if he doesn't, Team Saiyan will find themselves being the first team who will be relegated from Division 2 in this tour. Let's find out if he can do it or if it's going to be YBB Gaming claiming a clean 2-0. And to find out, we have some stellar casters on the mic, stellar luscious, lavicious, and one luxurious Lizard, joined by the pretty boy ravishing our Cryptic. Take it away, gentlemen.
There it is.
Game number 2.
That is a good word. I like that one. Well, here we go, Lizard. Game 2, Saiyan versus YBB. Neither of us really too impressed with the Alc, but let's focus on YBB for a moment and talk about their draft, because right now they have this Spectre on the top half of the map. He definitely wants to be bottom, right? Like into Sand King. Like he doesn't actually want to play into the Alc, right?
I believe so as well. Where's Warlock? That's where the Spectre should be, and that's where the Spectre will be, so don't be fooled. If Warlock is bottom, Spectre will go down bottom as well. You just want to have that combo, spam the heal on Spectre, and that's it, right? Like, make your life as simple as possible.
Well, it's going to end up being 3 runes for the side of Saiyan. Ainid's just going to slap MS here. Do a decent chunk of damage. So out coming to the lane with quite a big chunk of his health missing, but
yeah, half of his HP already.
Static Link at least on cooldown is like your silver lining, where like maybe you're not going to get completely crushed in the first wave as turns of last hits, but there's a Tiny coming in with a big branch, so that's not going to be easy either.
Yeah, we have some interesting lanes happening. I don't like the Radiant Ward. That's the first thing I need to talk about instantly. Zone taking a ton of damage mid. But,
Son Goku bottom also taking a ton of damage.
Yeah.
Which Radiant Ward? We're talking about the bottom lane one?
Yeah. That one. Like you have a Sand King, right, in the lane. Putting a ward like that, it's probably gonna get dewarded.
Is it just to scout the Coddle? Like, I actually don't know what the point of it is.
Probably.
just to like prevent like to scout the illuminates or something. Like I actually don't know why. You're right. Like the Sand King, as soon as he gets to like level 2 and 3, he's gonna have a sentry like just dropped in the center of the lane.
Exactly. No, it's sometimes you enjoy having a lane ward for the Kotl or for anything else. I actually really love having a lane ward like that one in many lanes, but not versus the Sand King. It just gets dewarded way too fast. That's a problem, an obvious issue that they will face, but it's fine.
That's it. First blood.
Yeah.
You know, like we said, we're a little bit worried about the Alk having a game, and top lane he is just trying to farm, stuck around a little bit too long, and just gets right-clicked down. Nothing really fancy there. Just tons of auto attacks from 928 on the Tiny.
I expected them maybe to also block the camps from Enchantress. They didn't do that. Enchantress at least has creeps to work with, so she'll be able to help Alchemist from this point onwards.
Yeah, that's true. That is a big deal. She does get a nice stack pull here. This one can definitely clear up the full wave, so it's going to deny a decent chunk of XP.
The only problem is Tiny's pulling.
Yeah, I was going to say 928's
this?
also getting the pull. He can get the enchant to steal it, right? Yeah, there it is.
Yep. That's pretty good. So they get the lane back completely. They don't even have to get it under the tower. We'll see if they do that or not. Enchantress can just micro the creep, right, and keep it out of the tower's range. So Equilibrium is completely back, and that all comes off of the fact that they didn't block the small camp, which is surprising. Like you have such an aggressive lane, blocking the small camp would pretty much win it straight up.
That's a very sick kill there. I'm not sure if you saw. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, like Storm was basically just completely bullying out Pango. Ooh, yeah, you're right. Polson bottom lane. And they're getting taken down by Aaron, but it's a trade. Sinful Soul gets the kill there onto the offlaner. And that's kind of what we saw last game, actually, in the aggressive lane, right? They trade the support, but give a solo kill to the core, and
it's perfect, right?
You know, in the previous game, Phase of Void just kind of snowballed out of control. A lot of experience, a lot of gold.
Yeah, it just feels perfect because it's a Warlock as well. He comes back in, heals you up with full mana. He brings your items. Like he will die like that 10 out of 10 times.
Do you see what item is on Sinful Soul right now?
No.
That is an urn.
Oh, we have an urn, okay. Long time no see, good old friend. On Spectre, that is. So playing MS.
Can they actually finish off? No, but they might get Aided. No, he's fine. LWW unable to secure the kill there. Out gets his salve popped by a tree toss as well, so.
Aeonid's salve actually gonna run completely out, yeah. Enchantress didn't manage to find him.
And with that, like, you're back on the HP advantage. Another salve comes out from 928.
All things considered, Alchemist is finding some CS, right? Like 17 versus 23, that's not too bad.
That being said, he's about to get Avatossed, and that is a scary place to be. MS goes down, and grabs the kill.
Yeah. The moment he pokes his head out just a little bit, have a toss into the link, you're just dead.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not easy. He needs Enchantress to really be fighting them 24/7, maybe even dying a little bit.
Actually, does Goku in the bottom lane. Few seconds for that burrow strike. Will he be able to get it off? 1 second plus the illuminate the damage. It's almost enough to take him down. He earns himself. Gets popped immediately by Aaron.
Here comes the
He
Shadow
does have
Word.
One more charge available.
Yeah.
There's Shadow Word plus the urn, and he's gonna have a ton of health here to work with.
Yeah, pretty much full HP after both have been completed. Yeah, you
700 health, no worries.
You go on the Spectre on bottom lane, you're thinking, yeah, I'm gonna stun her. There's Illuminate as well, and then you realize, damn, I'm killing myself actually. There's Dispersion level 2 already.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised he went for a point and haunt this early. Like I don't know if he's gonna well, I was gonna say zone, not level 6 in the mid lane, toss over from 928, and the auto attack comes through. So you know, ends up being a worthwhile rotation.
Easy earn charge as well for Sinful
Yeah.
Soul, right?
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah,
Yeah.
I wasn't considering that part because like a lot of times Spectre, it kind of feels bad like haunting across the map and using all of that mana and then not getting the kill. Like getting 2 earn charges is pretty big. Dude, I mean, Spectre's just gonna free farm bottom now.
Yeah, they're pretty much free farming all the lanes. On top lane Razor, on mid lane Lina, they're really crushing this time around. Like the last game, the lanes didn't go poorly for them, but it wasn't great as well. So this time around, lanes are just great.
I just love watching 928 just deny creeps, and that's like his entire existence in the lane. He just uses tree grab and tries to deny a creep from the Alk since it has so much minus armor.
Yeah, it's also one of the reasons why it's good on mid lane versus him, right? Like on the mid
Yeah.
lane, you just deny everything against the alchemists, and he can't really lane properly.
We haven't really talked too much about this mid lane matchup, but it is an absolute beatdown. 47 and 26 to 20 and 4 in the CS, and he is already 1,200 net worth ahead.
Yeah. Keep in mind though that he has been helped a bit. Like the Tiny helped him. Tiny helped Alina. That is. He stole the bounty rune. Alchemist.
Yeah, the nice toss in from 928. Looks like he's going to be fine, though, thanks to the Chemical Rage. That being said, LWW will pay for it. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they're going to be able to find Polison in the jungle, so get themselves, trade on the supports. But
Dire's middle tower.
like you said, they're not slowing down the farm of anyone on the side of YBB right now.
Yep. They're just killing the warlock that was already there, just to mess with Son Goku's farm, right? Like he was literally in his own jungle, just preventing Son Goku from farming the neutral camps. So, and Pango had to rotate for that. So,
Nice attempt on the LSA there. So, just a casual earn, a Ring of Bassi, and an Infused Raindrops. That's a lot of mana regen for this hero, and it does definitely rely on it. Like, Spectral Dagger is pretty much your only farming spell, right? So,
yeah, pretty much. If you remember, there was this Soul Ring build as well on Spectre. Everyone would go just Soul Ring so you can spam out the Spectral Dagger and move faster from one camp to another. But this also pretty much does the same thing. A ton of mana regen.
yeah, I played Spectre the other day, and I was like, man, how do you farm with this hero? Like, you just need so much mana. Meanwhile, mid zone, he might
He's
just
dead,
take
right?
down here. He's got that
See?
Shadow Ward. Yeah, he's going to have to ult. Oh, my goodness. On the last tick there, he will survive. But yeah, I would say it's like Spectre feels so sad to farm on, like in the jungle. Like you want to just be able to sit in lane as long as you can. He gets the ult off, and it might be enough to keep him alive. It will, just barely, but okay, never mind. The quick haunt on in, yoinks a kill, and he ends up taking the illusion back to the top lane as he ends up running into 2 mid. A little bit afraid there. Just TP's back bottom. You just want to continue farming the safe lane.
Yeah, the problem is like this Razor is pressuring you out of the lane. At the same time, Lina is taking the stacks that have been made for you. So, Olsen, TP, nice attempt.
Attempted, yeah.
Yeah, doesn't work though. Still though, so far what? The Warlock has died a couple of times on the side of YBB, but they're getting kills where it matters. They're killing everyone. I need those falls. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good kill for sure. Yeah, all 3 of the deaths were actually on the Warlock before that one, which is kind of funny. But top tier 1 tower taking a lot of damage here from the catapults, and it's not going to die. But
Radiant structures are fortified.
well, actually, is it? He forts the tower just for 1 more auto attack. Ooh, catapult! Oh my god, 2 HP. But they get mid tower instead for Storm, so that's pretty good.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Smoking
comes
up.
bottom, wants to try and like contest into Spectre, but yeah, there are smokes. Where are they gonna go though? Is the question.
And they cannot find the alchemist, right? Like he's all the way in the triangle.
Mhm.
It looks like they will just run into an enchantress or the Sand King. Yeah.
They don't have like a blink quite yet on the Tiny. Obviously, he's super poor because of his rotations early and just trying to just self-sacrifice in order for his other cores to get space and farm. But Storm is just huge, man. 5,800. I mean, all 3 cores on the side of YBB are over 5K at
Zone,
this point.
mid lane.
Yeah, zone mid lane. Gets caught.
There's-
Does have Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, there's
You can
Golem.
always
as
drop
well.
the goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe they would have done it if the creeps died faster, and then there's some follow-up on the mid lane. But yeah, it was a long shot. Even if you drop the golem, there's a very high chance it just rolls out.
I wish I could see like how many of like Spectre, how much of Spectre's net worth is just lane creeps. I don't think he's really farmed much of the jungle at all this game. I feel like he's just farming lane creeps, and he is super farmed. Another kill going the way there. Obviously, nice pick off in the jungle, set up by 928.
It also allows them to go for this tower. Easy last it.
Sitting there at 2 HP is just asking.
Yeah, I
to
don't
give
know
the
why
gold
they
to the other
didn't.
team. I don't know why they didn't deny.
Yeah, not sure. Because they didn't use the backdoor protection as well. They had it on the mid lane. I mean, the fortification, sorry, not the backdoor protection. They still had it from the tower that died mid. I believe so, right? So
Yep.
it's not like they got something out of it now.
Oh my god, another big set of stacks. 928 scouts him, sets him up for a unit here on the Razors. He's got those 3 points in Plasma Field. He'll take these down pretty easily. He even finds a nice little mango to make it that much easier. Well, they finally commit heavily here to the bottom lane. They will take the tier 1 tower, and that has forced Spectre out of the safe place, right? Like, you can't be in the bottom lane anymore, but top's not that scary either.
Are you actually afraid of anything in this game as Spectre? At this point, that is. Like, can they kill
Not right now, probably. 'Cause
Yeah.
you're pretty tanky.
you? Son Goku, dies top. Nice rotation from Delina. Finally joining the game as well, a little bit. So far, she's been only
Oh my gosh, just
stealing
BKB.
stacks. Yeah. No travels, just instant BKB first.
That I feel like is surprising because, like, I don't know if they just like, maybe they feel like they need to have one hero that is just like constantly making space this game.
They
But-
have more than one, I would
Yeah,
argue.
that's the thing. It's, I don't know, just doesn't want to risk dying. Nothing wrong with that, I suppose.
Yeah, I feel like the most common is the travels into BKB build,
Yeah.
right?
Absolutely.
But-
A unit has BKB as well. They just have double BKB at 14.5 minutes into the game.
Yeah. They're just completely controlling the map. With these double BKBs, the only question is what do you do now, right? Because if you get farming items, you just continue farming and you're fine, even versus an alchemist. You have 3 cores, you shut him down early on.
Oh, they're gonna find Storm. LSA comes out. Avalanche Toss is there. He pops his BKB, and Aaron trying to channel up here on the Keeper of the Light. Not gonna do anything. Zone on the backside with the Rolling Thunder will take down the Tiny. They find Goku. He doesn't get a chance to blink on in. Interrupt there by the Razor. And that was gonna be your big play from the Sand King, getting a big epicenter to try and turn this fight around. But Zone just getting chased constantly, and a dagger comes through. Ends up clipping the Sand King again. He doesn't get to join the fight at all.
Do they have detection?
I
Poison
feel like they're
here.
going to, yeah. Polison drops a sentry, and oh, now is he going to do it? Epicenter. Is he just going to go for the support Warlock? He doesn't have Burrow Strike. Oh, no.
A disaster, really, for Team Saiyan. Alchemist at least is farming. I believe he has his Radiance completed. He's also on top of the network charts at this point. He does have the Radiance. But, so, yeah, at least there is that. You're finally making him enough space to get a little bit ahead of the enemy team. Even though it's not quite a lot. You're an Alchemist.
Yeah. He is definitely that hero this game that can, you know, find a way to turn the balance in the mid game. Storm has his BKB here. Seems pretty safe. They're thinking of going in for him. Rolling Thunder comes through. The Burrow Strike in. All right, never mind. He's just dead. Doesn't get the BKB off in time. Thought he was a little bit tankier than that. Spirit Vessel comes down from Aaron. Able to just continue chainsawing down the Warlock. Aiden on the backside. BKB on cooldown for another 15 seconds. He's going to be forced to just TP out the Static Link.
They get him?
Straight enough
Sanking?
damage.
Almost.
So close. Yeah, that Burrow Strike was just an inch off.
Yeah. Sometimes
But
it
that
feels
is
this
a
way.
big kill.
Yeah, it's a huge kill. Plus, it's a huge kill on a hero that went for a BKB, right? And that's why I made that question. Like, okay, you're gonna get the BKBs, but what do you do with them? Like, will you actually utilize them in such a way that they pay off this early on?
I feel like at the first sign of danger, you just need to use it, right? Like,
Yeah.
what's the other point?
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, how do I put this correctly? Like, why did you get the BKBs? Like, what objective are you going for? What exactly are you going to do on the map with them? That's my question. It's not if you'll use them in the fight. What is the fight? That's my...
Down zone? Oh, that was a sick Hurricane push.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower
Olsen
is
gets a
under
D ward real quick, but I mean, LWW just saved zone entirely. He was 100% dead there. He had no spells left.
Nicely done from Team Saiyan. They're actually bringing the fight to YBB on their side so far, but there's a smoke. And Haunt is up in like 5 seconds, so...
Who are they gonna find? I mean, getting LWW, is that even worth it? Like, it's not really the target you'd want. You'd love to pick off one of the cores, the Pango, you know, the Sand King or the Alk. They are making their way back into their jungle, and they will end up crossing paths. The Blink comes in from 928. He actually didn't have the mana for the Avalanche, but that's a quick kill. Meanwhile, he's gonna. Where did he take the Spectre back to? He just went right back top lane. He just wants to continue farming there.
They won the fight, yeah? With the Spectre,
yep.
Haunt, yeah. The smoke
Yeah,
connected.
just quick hunt in. They kill the Sand King, and then they just go back to farming. And Spectre's closing in on that Ags.
Yeah. So the Alchemist is still farming, but so is Spectre. I mean, Spectre always used to be one of those heroes that it's like you can actually let Alchemist farm, right? And then you'll still be able to do well against him later on, as long as you get to that stage of the game that's super late and he doesn't crush you.
I mean, you're a Spectre with a chipped vest, man. Like, that is just the best feeling ever.
Yeah. It's a sign of gods. They want you to win. Gaben wants you to do well. If you get the chip vest on the Spectre.
Nice D-ward there from 928. I played Spectre today. I just went, like, Blade Mail, no boots, and then chipped vest dropped, and I was like, oh, yeah. Now we're, oh, bottom lane. MS. Chased down here by Eden. He's fine, though. He's got those 2 points in the Chemical Rage, plus the Radiance and a BKB to boot, so...
Do you think BKB was a play there? Like, because he has a BKB, plus Warlock was coming.
I think it could have been for sure. They actually managed to find Aaron. Nice play there from 928 to be able to take down this pesky Coddle who's been pushing this wave. I think actually maybe if you like BKB on the Razor, drop the Rock, you might actually be able to kill the Alk there. But
it is kind of dangerous because it's next to the tier 1 tower, right? If you pop that BKB, TPs are coming.
Ooh. They find Tiny. It's the Avalanche off for the moment. Storm's coming in. The Golem comes down. The Light Striker right. The Pango, the first target there, just deleted. LWW trying to hobble away, but ends up just going right into the hands of the Spectre. 2-0.
That's Roche,
928 managing to survive. Yeah, you go into Roche. Why not? You just drop the Golem. You got the Manta off Spectre, so you get those 3 instances of Desolate just doing damage. It's so good.
Yep, straight into the pit. They can't even contest it. There are close nearby Sand King and the Kotal, but what can they do? It's just the 2 of them. You can't even go across the Warlock and his Golem to get close enough. So interesting, Storm went for a Shadow Blade afterwards, by the way. So BKB Shadow Blade, still no travels on him. I really do like Lina with the travels, but okay, smoke up. She doesn't have Aegis, remember.
Blink stun. They get the chain stun as well as the Rolling Thunder, and that'll do it. He's just gone. He's gonna need a Linken's at some point.
Awesome.
And tries to TP out there. A little bit of an optimistic TP for sure, but they managed to hold him in place. The defusal makes it quite easy as Zone will be able to pick up another kill there.
Yep. That was just nicely done from Saiyan.
LWW happens to walk right into the Razor. He's going to be able to see a little bit of damage. So, that being said, with everything that's going on, Saiyan's actually finding a couple like really big pickoffs here and there. They're not able to actually shut down this Alquia yet. Like he's starting to get kind of scary.
Yeah. Now the 4K network advantage. He went for a Blink Dagger too, and it was quite important because they went with the Sand King stun, then the Blink Dagger from the Alchemist stun, then the Rolling Thunder. They just comboed that super well.
Haunted! He stunned himself, and he didn't think it could be punished, but boy, were they ready. They take down 2. Goku on the backside gets the epicenter. Will finish off 9 to a big Rolling Thunder, potentially. Yikes! Caster Curse. Storm will catch the tail end of it, but Zone forces to just TP on out.
Yeah, that was a caster's curse and a half right there.
Dude, sometimes you're about to pull a strike and the pins move, man. I don't know.
I was thinking maybe Aegis would have been better used on Storm. What do you think?
I agree. I don't think the Spectre is ever in danger, right? Like,
yeah, it's so hard to kill her. Meanwhile, the Lina is kind of in dangerous positions all the time. Damn, Warlock.
Curious what she builds next. I think if she gets a Lincoln, she's like pretty chill this game.
Does she
it stops the Burrow Strike. She literally just queued up Lincolns. Okay, there it is.
But he
she doesn't
tags,
die
right?
once she has it, right?
Did he complete tags on the Spectre? He did, right?
Yeah, he's got it. Tags is done. Just completed. Queues up the Iascati next. Aiden has his refresher as well on the Razor, queues up an Ags of his own. Meanwhile, mid lane, we're going to see Zone. He had the Rolling Thunder going. 928 just breaking some ankles here. Static Link's going to come out onto the Enchantress. Just trying to stay on top of him, but with Aaron here as well, just going to be able to do a lot of damage on the Razor, force the BKB, but there's the Chaotic Offering. They're just going to be able to tunnel down this Sand King. The damage comes through the Manta. Just doing so much work here, and now Zone gonna try and just TP out underneath the Razor. It's not gonna happen. LWW shattered as well as Sinful Soul doing so much damage now on this Spectre.
There's also a full refresher completed on Razor with that BKB.
Ooh, they got Aaron as well.
Yep.
All right. He was trying to just
be cheeky,
hobble away, but yeah, Storm caught him.
Yeah. Only Alchemist survives, and he's unable to leave the high ground as well. Yep, this game is slowly but surely rolling completely out of control. Like you can have an Alchemist that's on top of the network charts. Who cares if your team is being completely crushed? It's not the same hero.
It's now 4K behind.
Yeah.
Like they were just 4K ahead on Saiyan, right? When we were just talking about it, they are now 4K behind on Saiyan. And that's when you have to like have a real. That's when like concern becomes a real issue, because like I don't know how you deal with Spectre at this point, right?
Yeah, she's huge. Going into that Skadi with the Ags, she can join every single fight now too. Any sort of a setup from the Tiny, from the Lina.
I mean, they see any hero. And there it is. There's one. LWW Avalanche Toss right into the Razor. Quick, easy pick off for them, and they are looking for more. The Haunt comes through, or rather, can they actually finish him off? Son Goku with a nice Ghost Scepter, but just gets popped anyway. The damage, man, it is so much. The Shadow Step dagger is what ends up finding the kill there. People forget about that. When you Shadow Step, it instantly casts dagger. Nice little burst damage. 6K gold lead now for YBB. The Aegis gets reclaimed. Your Alk still trying to farm, but he has not made any progression here. He's still got the Blink, the BKB, the Radiance, but that is it. Let's see what they can do. 928, gonna find an invis potentially, but maybe just gonna hold it off as he just finds Aaron instead of the mid lane, but Shadow Step on over once
Very
again,
dead.
makes it very easy, yeah. Oh, man. Nayanid's got the strike interval now for his ult, and he is only about 1,000 away from the Aghanim Scepter.
You just get this Shadow Step on Spectre this early on when she's in front, and when your team is in the lead, the game becomes just so easy. You have global Spectre every single fight, every single pick-off. You don't even need to use Haunt. 3.5k gold, by the way, on A unit. Just what, like just 600 more, and
Yep, he's just 600 away from the Axe. Oh, there's gonna be a Shadow Step on in. He finds zone, but forced a BKB here on Storm. He's just gonna try and finish off the Pango. For the moment, he will survive. LWW maybe in a little bit of trouble. There's gonna be a big rock drop from Bullison. MS trying to hobble away, but he just goes right into the hands of the Razor as the second Eye of the Storm is still available if he wants to use it. The BKB comes out, and MS is gonna be forced to stun himself. He can't get out of this.
he's gonna die.
He's just dead, and that is it.
It's
GG
GG.
comes out, 4 heroes dead, and yeah, this was a textbook performance here from YBB in game number 2.
Yeah, this was just a beatdown. The draft, I believe, was way better this time around for YBB, and you perhaps there were some ways to approach it differently and lane in a different way. I'm not sure, but the moment you see Tiny and Razor, maybe that's the moment where you should be thinking about relegating Alchemist to a 5, right?
Yeah.
It's just the Warlock Spectre as well was just so good. Warlock Spectre versus Sand King Kotl, that also feels very nice on that safe lane. That's literally, by the way, literally the patch where Sand King and Kotl were the most broken. Warlock was picked because he would counter that, especially with
He
the
just
Spectre.
sustains, right?
Yeah, he was just sustain you versus all the spam.
And he did that very well in this game around, not only doing it well enough to allow the Spectre to have a laning phase, but allowing Spectre to actually win the laning phase and just get free farm early on in the game. We already spoke about how much issues Razor and the Tiny would cause for the Alchemist. Alchemist didn't have a game at all. He spent so much of this game farming. And our Cryptic, how many times have we seen this, right? Where you have this one solitary win condition, which is relatively counted in the draft, and then you spend so much of the time just being like, the next item. I'm going to farm. I'm going to get there. I'm going to get there. His team's getting picked off left and right. He's like, I'm going to get there. And then the one time he feels like, all right, boys, I'm strong enough to fight. I'm going to show up. He stuns himself and dies immediately in front of the Roshan pit. That was not the plan, but like Lizzo was saying, they really should have done something else with that Alchemist, right? Safe lane Alch under these conditions just cannot work the way it's looking right now.
I mean, we've just seen Alk be picked as like in a solo core lineup, and it kind of is again. Like you have this Sand King who brings control, Pango that brings control, but neither of these guys itemized for like heavy damage. Like you could argue Pango kind of did, but he got absolutely bodied by Storm in the mid lane, so it didn't really matter. Whereas YBB are running 3 really high damage cores. You have Lina, you have Razor, and you have Spectre, which are backed up by supports that bring a lot of team fight. So it's just, there's no chance. Like even if Alchemist manages to just crush the lane and get a really big lead, as this game goes on, you don't win. Like you still don't win. Like the Tricore will still beat you.
You need to be in front, and I think that they had what it took to be in front. Like, look at the draft of Saiyan. It's not like it's weak. You have Sand King, you have Pango from mid lane. Your team fight is 10 times stronger than YBB's. And that's probably one of the reasons why Lina goes for such an early BKB together with the Razor. If you could have stopped that from happening, if you could have killed them a couple of times and played properly before, then the game would have been different. But you couldn't because your laning stage was so poor. It all kind of cascades, right? Like from one bad thing to another.
Which tends to happen in Dota games, especially when the game is going poorly. That cascading effect of bad decisions, bad laning, just becomes really difficult to play against. And especially in these conditions where you get this double BKB timing, pre-15 minutes on both of these heroes, and then suddenly you can start rolling the map, Spectre can join in when needed. Like in this fight, this is when the Alchemist was supposed to start getting involved. He's top net worth, but this entire game was never able to convert that net worth into gold. Another thing that we saw in this game, though, We saw it in the previous series as well, our Cryptic. When you give this Razor a strong start like this, and he can function as sort of a secondary core, going straight up into BKB Refresher, then Aghanim Scepter, it's literally impossible to play against unless you have the similar levels of strength come out of your heroes. But when the laning phase is going as poorly as it has, you're just never going to get there. And yet again, we still don't see them being able to reach for that many defensive items. So they're forced into this position where you have to fight, but you can't adequately fight against what YBB has throwing against you. There's just too much damage at this stage of the game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you have 3 super high damage cores, and there's not really like counters, like quote unquote your counters to any of them. Like, as soon as they BKB in any fight, you have no choice but to run away and hope that you can reinitiate after the BKBs have happened. But I mean, at that point, you've probably lost multiple heroes, right? Like, it just like YBB just had way too much of an advantage out of the lane stage, and with the draft the way that it is, there's no actually coming back into this game on Saiyan.
Unfortunately not, and Team Saiyan will find themselves off the back of that loss, suffering the relegation, the salt of relegation. They'll be the first team that will be dropped out of Division 2. While we were in the game, though, I did take the liberty of going to check exactly how it's going to work for the TI qualifiers, and they will still be involved in said qualifiers. Every team that's in 2 or 3 still gets a bite at the cherry of getting towards TI, but unfortunately, no matter what, next season, they will have to re-qualify for Division 2 if they want to be part of the DPC once more. Unfortunately, in a game like this as well, it really does a number on your confidence. You start to question a lot of your ideas because no matter what you tried, it's not only that it went badly, Lizard. You can deal with losses, but when it crumbles around you, when it's like you never actually got to a point where you got to demonstrate why your idea is a good one, this is really bad for team morale right now.
Yeah, it truly is. I would argue that their ideas were a little bit flawed as well, like in the second game, but that also can be because of the confidence loss that they had from that game 1 that you just mentioned, right? It's not only from one series to another, it's within the series as well that it can happen. Plus, game 1, you experimented perhaps a little bit too much. The team, they perhaps experimented a little bit too much with the item builds. It bit them, and then in the end the second game just all fell apart. Everything from the itemization that was all right, like the itemization was cool, it was fine, but the laning stage didn't go well. Then the post laning stage went even poorly, and a lone alchemist, like what can he do, right? He can be farmed, but if he isn't surrounded by capable teammates, he won't be able to really carry the game.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, if we even just compare the support duo that he had to work with on his squad, he had, of course, this young Keeper of the Light, the Enchantress, great heroes in their own right. But if we compare the influence they can have in team fights versus heroes like Warlock, for example, and Tiny, Tiny is the most contested hero for a reason, and every single time we'd see like Fatal Bonds come out with damage from Razor Lina, it was just way too much, way too soon. Nothing they could really do about this on the side of Team Saiyan. That means that just 2-0 pretty much was expected. I think we all had a read that this team was a little bit weaker than YBB. But all Cryptic, what do you think the odds are of them still sticking together and trying out again for the TI qualifiers? Because to get into said qualifiers, you have to remain underneath the 2-player change limit. Do you think they are now forced into a position where they're like, well, clearly this 5-stack isn't working anyway, so there's no point even trying for those qualifiers?
I mean, they might swap something around. I feel like if you have a chance at qualifying for TI, you're going to take it no matter what, right? Like, there's not going to be... It'd be like a really poor showing for them to just be like, yeah, we're not going to give it a shot. I mean, the only alternative for that is if these teams get poached by quote-unquote stronger teams. Like, if some of these players are like get asked to play on a team that has a better chance of qualifying in their mind, you could maybe make that argument. But yeah, I think every team that has the opportunity to qualify is going to try.
If you have the opportunity to go, you take it. There's like, it's your life, right? Like, that's the only thing you're working towards. That's the TI. So no matter what happens, I think you find some strength to go and fight it out.
I mean, it is, yeah, like y'all mentioned, it's too much of a centerpiece of the year. There's no way you're not going to try to take that chance. What do you think, though, about the team of YBB, though, Lizard? Given that they've not looked so hot up until this point in time, they looked a lot better today than they've looked pretty much in every other game that they've played, even the game they won against Team Fusion. Do you think that this team now has better prospect of success in the TI qualifiers despite a very rocky season?
Let's just say it's definitely a push in the right direction, but it takes more than this, right? The funny thing about Dota and how it works when you watch it is very rarely will you see the flaws in the team that's crushing and winning, right? Like if you compare this YBB and you give the same draft that Team Saiyan had to someone else, like I don't know, IG, right? Things might look very different if even if they play the same, right? So they are looking all right. They are looking like there's still potential there, but there are still many flaws that need to be ironed out.
Well, there's a lot of flaws they need to address, but we can talk about what their successes look like as well, not just amongst ourselves, but with the team directly, as we do have 928 joining us right now from the side of YBB Gaming. Of course, the main man, Marshall, is going to be out here on the translation. Welcome, 928. Congratulations on your victory. A very strong victory overall here. This will mean that you are, at least for now, still going to be staying in Division 2. Tell me, how do your team feel about that, still being in Div 2? Did you expect to be placing higher in the division? And what's your preparation underway right now for the TI qualifiers looking like?
恭喜你拿下这场比赛的胜利。然后现在的话，也是你们还有机会留在这个A 级联赛里面。然后你们完成了自己这个成绩，完成了自己赛前的预期吗？包括你们 TI 预选赛的准备怎么样了？
没有吧？我觉得我们这个赛季打的有失水准，没有达到我们的预期。然后之后的话会努力的继续打好吧。
I'm quite disappointed with the result we have this season. I don't feel like we performed the level we should be been performed, and we will try our best.
Certainly makes sense. Regrettably, we were also expecting a little bit more out of the squad, but something that we saw very clearly and well done in this game. What was the decision like to move the Faceless Void in game 1 into the anti-mage lane and have him contest directly there? Was that a plan that you had in mind from when you saw the anti-mage pick, or did your carry player make that read once he got into the game?
想问一下，第一把就是当时是怎么想的，直接让虚空去打地方那条线的？当时是谁做出这个决定？是队内的 BP 时候就这么想好了，还是说是核心位置上觉得这样可行？
当时是因为考虑到虚空打那个谜团不好打，然后虚空就是 carry 嘛，就提出了要换线的那个要求，然后就换线了。
So he was about to land against Enigma, and he think it's a hard land. So carry player mentioned that we can try to swap the lane, and we agree with that, and it worked out.
It worked out magnificently, of course, in that game. Lizard, for a fellow support with 928 here, you want to ask him some questions while we have him on the line?
Yeah, I'm just wondering what are the plans right now. The season has ended. I understand it's a disappointing result, but you still probably deserve maybe a small vacation or something like that.
想知道一下，就是赛季到了尾声嘛，你们现在会有一个什么样的打算？我知道可能成绩的话，队员都不是很满意，但是总归还是要休息的嘛，有没有这方面的一些打算和考虑？
就慢慢调整吧，把状态调整好，然后应对接下来的有可能的加赛或者下赛季再看吧。
Yeah, we're gonna take it slow. We're gonna try to get our condition right, and we're gonna try our best. There are potential tiebreakers for us, so we're gonna try our best.
Yeah, fair enough. Thank you. Ricky, anything from you?
Yeah, I think. I mean, obviously, you guys played a great series. I was just curious, like, in game number 2, you guys made this call to go for 2 like BKBs pretty much right away. Was this like just a game plan to try and make space, or like it's such a rare build for Lena, so I was just trying to get some insight into that.
第二场的话，就是当时看到2个大哥都直接裸了 BKB 嘛，当时是想要去打得更主动一些嘛，因为感觉丽娜直接出 BKB 的场次也不是那么就是没那么优先级那么高嘛。你们当时队内是什么样的沟通？
因为他们就是全是法系输出嘛，然后我们就想着 BKB 之后就是随便发挥了嘛，所以就是 BKB 的优先级会比较高吧。
So they have all the magical damage early on. That's why we decided that we want to go for BKB first. So we just think the priority for BKB in that game, that lineup is potentially is very high. Is very high. So that's why we went for BKB.
Cool. Yeah, it worked out. I mean, can't argue with the results. So thank you.
Yeah, certainly cannot argue with the results. Another question actually about itemization. You went for the Fiercest Void, Scythe of Vice in game number 1. Only the second Void pickup in a professional game in this situation. What was the rationale behind getting that item? And also, what did you think about the anti-mage build on the enemy team not going for the Manta despite your team having so many silences?
顺便想问一下，因为提到出装嘛，就是当时区空是出了一个羊刀，也是出的非常少见。当时是什么样的一个决定？然后包括你看对面的那迪法师在面对可能这么多限制技能的情况下不出分身，你是怎么来看这个他的出装的？
我觉得双方的大哥都有各自的想法吧。我们虚空就是想可能一波把他们打死，有个很稳定的先手控，然后对面可能有自己的看法吧，这个我也不太了解。
I think both carries has their own opinion. Our situation is that Void think once he gets that item, he can probably shut the game down. He want a more reliable initiate besides his ultimate. That's why he went for the Size of Vice. Anti-mage, I don't know what he's thinking. He probably has his own idea. I have no idea.
Makes sense. The last question, though, that we'll ask you before we let you go. This is obviously the end of your season. You mentioned that there might still be tiebreakers to stay in the division, and they could still be. But you were saying that the team is not, you haven't reached the heights that you thought you'd be able to. What do you think held the squad back from playing at the level that we all know you're capable of?
就是最后可能虽然还有机会去打加赛，但是想问一下，这个赛季，自己觉得是哪方面没打好，导致前期可能没有发挥出自己预想中的这个战队的实力？
我们可能没有磨合好吧，我们的每个位置的打法并没有融合到一起，所以很多人都有自己的想法，打起来就很乱，然后就赢不了比赛吧。
So we didn't fit our lineup quite together. Everyone has their own ideas that create chaos in our games, and we didn't perform well. We underperformed. I think that is what happened.
Certainly makes sense. But in this particular game, you performed adequately and you have, at least for now, stayed and secured staying in the division. So we'll see, obviously, tomorrow from that LBZS game if you'll be in qualifiers or tiebreakers. We'll have to figure that out tomorrow. But for now, congratulations on the win at 928. And we hope that you have good luck going forward and good luck in the TI qualifiers.
希望明天的话明天结果能够让你们满意，然后希望的话后续的比赛，不管是这个加赛，或者说还是这个 TI 预选赛，希望祝你们有好的运气。
好，谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is 928, support player here for YBB Gaming. Of course, Marshall, yet again, doing a stellar job on translation. And our cryptic, we heard it directly from the horse's mouth. Sometimes when there's too many cooks, too many ideas floating around, and not everybody's on the same page, it can create this kind of chaos. I mean, you literally made that analogy about Team Saiyan, and we can see the difference, right? When there's more cohesion on one team versus a bit more chaos on the other. Even in circumstances where drafts are even, the team that just has better cohesion will always win it out. So do you think that they've turned a corner here on the side of YBB Gaming to find more of that cohesion before the qualifiers?
I mean, anything that at this point that helps is a good thing. I think that they definitely looked better in this series than they did in some of their other ones. It could just be because of their opponents, but game number 2 was just like a very clear outdraft, and then they just executed their strategy pretty much perfectly. So yeah, I would say overall, I think they did a very good job.
And you, Lizard, in the event that LBZS tomorrow ends up losing out their series, and then suddenly it's a tiebreaker between them and YBB Gaming, who would you give the edge to still remain in the division as it stands right now?
I would give LBZS perhaps higher chance, actually, thinking of it.
So
Right, if LBZS,
as you can see there.
if what needs to happen if LBZS loses their 2-5 and YBB would be 3-5, so or is LBZS playing versus someone else? LBZS is playing versus someone else completely, right?
Oh, they play Shenzhen.
Yeah,
they play Shenzhen tomorrow.
Okay, so we
So
were praising poor old 928, even though they're not. They're far away from remaining in the division, right? Because of LBZS and Shenzhen match. Things need to go right for
Shenzhen
them.
in my
has to
mind-
win, and then they have to win the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Shenzhen's been looking pretty decent though. So given what the last couple of games have looked like from Shenzhen, I would, in my mind, give them a slight edge over LBZS. LBZS, since coming down to Division 2, have not looked anything like the form that would be required to go back up. So I think Shenzhen probably wins that series, and then that'll force tiebreakers between themselves and YBB Gaming. So I'm expecting that to happen, and I'm hoping that YBB at least take that to a 3-game series.
Yeah, you're right. Are we doing this then full drop set from LBZS going from Division 1, Division 2, completely relegated, then they're gonna come back in Division 2, then in Division 1.
Yeah,
Like they
think
like to
so.
move a lot. Yeah.
I mean, they want to make sure that every player in the team gets an experience of all the aspects of Chinese Dota, not just Division 1 Lizard. You got to be able to prove yourself at all sides of things. So LBZS not looking super hot right now, but we're saying that today. YBB Gaming were not looking too hot coming into this series, but with this victory, they've gotten themselves at least into that tiebreaker berth. So LBZS could do the same tomorrow, level up and just secure themselves in the division, suddenly relegating YBB into that have to re-qualify position. But that still has to come from tomorrow's games. We do not know what's going to pan out. We do not know how the things are going to shake out. So you have to make sure that you are here tomorrow to indulge and engage in the games and see exactly what the futures of these teams will look like. Our Cryptic Lizard, thank you for your efforts this day. And everybody at home, make sure that you go ahead and follow the ravishing R Cryptic at R Cryptic, and of course the luscious Lizard at Lizard Dota 2. Make sure, of course, that you're following the Perfect World channel at PWRD Esports so that you are aware of each game in the future, especially since we're going to definitely have tiebreakers. So you want to know exactly when those are going to start. With that, though, we're closing it out. Thank you so much for joining us. And for the final thing, the most important thing, make sure you go outside, get some fresh air, let some sunlight and or moonlight touch your face, drink some water, and call someone in your life that you love. Let them know you love them. Let them know how much you care about them, and let them know how obsessed you are with Chinese Dota, and that you'll be back with us tomorrow to continue this Division 1 and Division 2 action for the final tour of the DPC.
英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。